mas tomamos também. É verdade, não é? Quem fez o L e os isentões que se virem, merecido para eles. Para nós que tentamos evitar, avisar, informar você a respeito da volta dessa gangue, fica o dever cumprido, mas tomamos também. Triste, né? Pois é, eu falei das fraudes do DPVAT, só para a gente relembrar, fraudes no DPVAT custaram pelo menos 2,1 bilhões de reais em 10 anos. É esse aí que o Lula traz de volta, tá, gente? Não esquece que vai estar de volta aí o seu DPVAT e não pague não para ver. Parabéns à petezada, eles adoram Lula, Hamas, Ortega, Maduro, da Silva e certamente vão pagar o seguro DPVAT com todo o amor do mundo. Dá-lhe Lulo! Só pra gente reforçar, olha, o texto base foi aprovado, mais uma vitória de Lula, é derrota dos brasileiros, mais uma expropriação do governo no bolso do cidadão. Você já tá bem de dinheiro aí, né? Como estão os preços dos produtos, dos alimentos, o custo de vida do brasileiro. E aí ainda vem mais esse imposto aí para você pagar, tá bom, meus amigos? É rir para não chorar. 520, vamos subindo esse número, gente. Se inscreva agora no nosso canal, nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, no nosso Face, também no nosso YouTube. Segue já a gente aqui no nosso YouTube, seja muito bem-vindo. Vamos para as pautas de hoje. Ué, o que está acontecendo, gente? Não acredito, servidores federais que votaram pelo amor e não pelo aumento. Chegou a hora, né? Chegou a hora, tragam a urna urgente. Servidores federais anunciam greve nacional após governo Lula oferecer 0% de reajuste. E agora? Vamos de L? Vamos sim. Acabou a grana porque Painho deu para 2 bancos lucrarem 23 bilhões com os precatórios. Lindo demais, é isso? Será? E o pessoal tá no frisson aqui no nosso meme. Olha, gente, o que eles pensam que são? Só artistas ou jornalistas têm privilégios com ele, com o cara lá, né? Servidores federais não interessa muito, não. Como a greve é deles, agora não importa a quem a greve prejudica. Talvez o Lulinho não vai nem conseguir dormir com essa greve. Impressionante. Até nisso, eles só querem arrebentar com as pessoas que poderiam usar do péssimo serviço estatal. Já não presta, imagine parado aí, né? Mas eu duvido que não terá aumento para a elite. A elite é uma delícia. Delegas, procuradores e juízes. A ver, esses aí não podem ficar sem o seu aumento. Ué, mas eles não importam? Na verdade, o amor venceu e dá-lhe corações do amor. Lindo demais, né, gente? Ser governado pelo amor. Ué, gente, mas o servidor não voltou para ter aumento, voltou por mais amor, para ter mais amor e diversidade. Fizeram L para isso. Sensacional esse comentário aqui, tá bom? Só pra gente fechar, repetindo, tragam a urna urgente. Servidores federais anunciam greve nacional após governo Lula oferecer 0,0% de reajuste. Tragam a urna urgente, né, gente? Sensacional comentário dos nossos amigos. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Enquanto isso, vamos curtindo, comentando e compartilhando. O que é que você acha desse reajuste? 0%. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta Insta, Face e também no nosso YouTube. Siga o nosso canal no YouTube para você que acompanha aqui nos stories do Instagram. O link está aqui embaixo, é só clicar que você vai direto para o nosso YouTube e acompanha os nossos vídeos completinhos, tá bom? Como dizia o narrador esportivo, virou passeio, amigo. Tá tudo bagunçado, tudo desorganizado. Temos ministra falando um português no mínimo estranho. Gente, vamos acompanhar agora, olha o português incrível da ministra das Mulheres, falando, lutando e brigando pela igualdade salarial das mulheres. Vamos acompanhar esse vídeo.
Discutir e pensar como é que nós vamos avançar na igualdade salarial, ela tem urgência. Nós não podemos pensar em esperar 300 anos. Nós não podemos admitir que nós tenhamos que viver mais 300 anos lutando, falando e brigando para ter as mesmas condições que os homens.
Lutando, estudando, aprendendo português. Vamos para as nossas pautas de hoje, pessoal que sempre faz os comentários sensacionais que a gente se diverte aqui. Olha, fulano lutando, brigando, só não quer trabalhando. Sensacional esse aqui, gostei. Vamos lá para mais um. Não entendo essas falas. Trabalhei muitos anos com equipes mistas, homens e mulheres, na mesma função e etc. O mesmo salário, mesmos benefícios e muito mais. Onde tem que estar essa diferença? Qual empresa? Onde que tem que estar essa diferença? Qual empresa? O comentário dos nossos amigos, reflexo das faculdades federais. Não é fácil, meu amigo. Um escárnio, não é vício de linguagem, é total falta de instrução mesmo. O português ficou longe, passou longe. Este é o nível dos nossos ministros do amor, né, gente? Gosto sempre de lembrar que é com muito amor. Nunca vai conseguir igualdade salarial com os homens. Falando desse jeito, acho muito difícil. Quando o próprio líder da seita fala planeta Terra, nada mais me espanta. Muito bem. Só pra gente fechar, repetindo o português incrível da ministra das Mulheres, falando, lutando e brigando pela igualdade salarial das mulheres. E assim a gente fecha o nosso programa de hoje. Sensacional o português da ministra, né? Imagine na hora de uma necessidade de algo mais sério. Bom, a gente quer agradecer você que até aqui esteve comigo. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento. Não esquece de se inscrever no nosso canal no YouTube. Falando, inscrevendo, tá bom? Um abraço, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta em Insta, Face e também no nosso YouTube. Já pode se inscrever no nosso canal no YouTube e somar a esses 495 amigos que estão com a gente no nosso YouTube. Meus amores, a coisa tá feia. A quebradeira no Brasil começa. A população começa a ver de perto as dores do socialismo. Prateleiras vazias, comércio fechando, desemprego. Você vai conferir com seus próprios olhos no vídeo a seguir.
Aí você chega no dia, né, que agora tá fechando, vai vender só enquanto durar os estoques. Tá assim, as prateleiras sem reposição, tudo mais vazio já, ó. Tá bem vazio mesmo. Acabou, tá vendendo até... Ah, bom, quem quiser levar, né, agora tem a ideia de levar geladeiras. Ó, produtos para venda. Que triste, eu gostava tanto de vir aqui. Ai, gente. A previsão de fechamento do dia é dia 18 de abril.
Pois é, meus amigos, aí você vê o desastre que está sendo o Brasil na questão, com todas as outras questões, mas na economia é a mais latente, é que a gente mais percebe. Vamos continuando trazendo para você o comentário dos nossos amigos da internet. Faz o L logo e vem com L. Meu Deus do céu, que decepção, que tristeza. Ainda falando de capital, claro, a saída do capital estrangeiro do Brasil deixa o país na lanterna dos mercados globais. A tragédia está anunciada. Minha Nossa Senhora, o que a gente faz, meu Deus do céu? Olha, e quem está no comando, conduzindo toda essa tragédia à nossa nação, nós temos ali ex-presidente do PT, ex-ministro da Casa Civil, Fazenda, secretário de Finanças, Tesouro, todos, né? Como que alguém em sã consciência ainda vota no PT? Ou tem problema mental ou faz parte da quadrilha? Até a Dilma está no meio ali, caçada por fraudes. Estamos realmente no fundo do poço. Gente, falamos muito, a internet falou muito nessa situação. Não tenho muito a declarar a respeito do filho do Lula, mas a respeito da hipocrisia das meninas, né? Mexeu com uma, mexeu com todas, mas se mexer com a Rouanet, aí reina o silêncio. As meninas todas com as suas roupinhas, blusinhas brancas, mexeu com uma, mexeu com todas, é... Bom, nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente, um abraço, tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Que bom, nós estamos de volta e, meus irmãos, nós vamos comemorando junto com você. Ultrapassamos os 500 inscritos no nosso canal, já somos 503. Que tal essa semana ainda você fazer parte e a gente chegar até 510 amigos no nosso YouTube? Então se inscreve já aqui no nosso canal Ximenes RB, para você que vê a gente no Instagram também. Aguardamos a sua inscrição, tá bom? Vamos para a nossa pauta sensacional de hoje. Você acompanha comigo. O que a gente vai ver a seguir não é uma rebelião em um presídio, é apenas uma assembleia de professores que foram contrariados no desejo de greve por melhores salários. Vale lembrar que são os mesmos professores que tiveram maior aumento no governo Bolsonaro e assim mesmo optaram pela traição e agora tomaram pé na bunda do governo do PT. Saiam da Matrix, professores, é o que nós vamos acompanhar agora. Algo com bastante amor, uma discussão com amor, com alegria, tudo pela educação. Vamos ao vídeo, daqui a pouco a gente volta. Meus amigos, se rir não vai pro céu, né? Os professores revoltados com alguma coisa aí, mas enfim, é pelo amor, é pela educação dos nossos filhos, é pela educação sim, vamos acreditando. Retrato do ensino brasileiro, a esquerda conseguiu arruinar a mais nobre das profissões. Verdade, tá desse jeito. Imagina como é que tá na sala de aula. Mesmo constatando que o PT e sindicatos só servem para atrapalhar as suas vidas, esses alienados vão continuar a fazer o L. Alienar nossos filhos na sala de aula e defender os sindicatos. São idiotas úteis. Uma espécie de síndrome de Estocolmo. Verdade, Maria Tereza. A esquerda nunca dará aumento de 33% para professores. Eles têm que manter a classe ativa, cativa. A corte na educação é só o começo. Só começou. Faz o L. Tem muito L aí pra galera ainda. Parece que a esquerda não está aguentando o socialismo, né? Para muitos professores que pregam realmente o socialismo na sala, meus amores, tá difícil. Falta de dinheiro, superinflação, nos produtos alimentícios e altos impostos. Faz o L que passa, tudo passa. Ri de chorar, porque essa guerra do amor tá chovendo até cadeira. É a chamada revolução do amor dos professores. Meus amigos, é a revolução do amor. Você pode seguir aqui o nosso canal no YouTube, está aqui Ximenes RB. Aguardamos você no nosso canal no YouTube. Nossos vídeos, nossos conteúdos estão todos aqui. Em breve nós estaremos transmitindo também ao vivo a nossa programação. Muito obrigado a você que até aqui esteve comigo. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta. Para você que acompanha a gente no nosso Instagram, aqui nos Stories, vai logo nesse link aqui embaixo. Você pode já clicar e se inscrever no nosso canal no YouTube. Já somos 519 amigos no YouTube, no nosso Boletim de Notícias. Gente, urgente. Elon Musk diz que Alexandre de Moraes tirou Lula da prisão e colocou o dedo na balança para elegê-lo. Você concorda? Deixa nos nossos comentários. Tem outros também, tá? Mas você concorda? Lembra de como foram as eleições presidenciais? Quanta coisa vai ser revelada ainda, né? O brasileiro precisa aprender que não deve engolir tudo que vem do governo. O governo existe para nos servir e não para mandar na gente. Uma pequena reflexão para você. Já para a nossa pauta de hoje, a Fernanda Salles, muita gente no Brasil com receio de até curtir os comentários de Elon Musk para não sofrer retaliações do regime. Esse cenário de opressão é extremamente semelhante ao imposto nas piores ditaduras do mundo. Você concorda? Uma norte-coreana escapou da ditadura do país e relatou que as pessoas lá tinham tanto medo do ditador comunista que acreditavam que ele podia ouvi-las em qualquer lugar, inclusive ler seus pensamentos. Isso as levava a evitar ter pensamentos contrários ao regime comunista ou ao líder. É o terror psicológico que esse pessoal está tentando impor. Eu tô com medo até de sonhar com Elon. Por conta disso, acordar com a PF aqui na minha porta. Melhor não arriscar, né, gente? Eu não só curto, como também comento. Ninguém deve se calar, pois não somos nós que devemos ter medo. A verdade sempre vence. Pode demorar, mas vence no final. Os comentários. Tá com medo? Vai com medo mesmo. Eu tô curtindo todas e ainda comento os comentários da internet. Eu confesso que tive medo. Às vezes até penso em deletar a minha conta e criar outra, mas não resisti, pois não resisti em dar certos likes. O pessoal tá curtindo de montão a treta. Pra gente fechar, Elon Musk diz que Alexandre de Moraes tirou Lula da prisão e colocou o dedo na balança para elegê-lo. O dedo não, foi mais, hein? Foi mais coisa que foi colocada nessa balança aí para eleger o 9. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta Insta, Face e também você que vê a gente aqui no YouTube, deixa logo os nossos conteúdos sensacionais diariamente para você. Da série O Brasil Feliz de Novo, você vai acompanhar o que é viver num Brasil com mais amor a partir do dia 1º de abril no vídeo. Vamos acompanhar.
Dia 1º de abril, dia dos bobos, você vai começar a pagar 12% de imposto no pão. E vamos lá que a lista é gigantesca. Ovo, erisento, vai pagar 12%. Flores naturais, vai pagar 17%. Frutas, verduras e hortaliças, 12%. E lá vem os produtos da cesta básica, que vai ter o seu valor também aumentado de 7 para 12. Ai, ai, alguém sempre paga a conta e no dia 1º de abril, quem vai pagar a conta somos nós, os palhaços desse governo.
E aí, meu amigo, tá preparado para pagar a conta? A conta do amor, a conta do L. Um abraço, voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Reflita, deixa aí nos comentários. O que você acha dessa conta que vai chegar até você? E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? De volta aqui no nosso Instagram, também no nosso Face e no YouTube, hein? Já somos 540 amigos, seja bem-vindo, é sempre muito bom ter você por aqui. Vou fazer um pedido rapidinho, deixa a sua inscrição aqui no nosso YouTube para acompanhar o nosso material, o nosso conteúdo, tá? Deixa também nos comentários de que cidade você vê a gente neste exato momento. Para a pauta de hoje a gente já traz, olha, gente... Enquanto os supermercados do Brasil colocam lacres antifurto até mesmo em azeite por conta do aumento exponencial dos preços dos alimentos, o vice-presidente suplente da Janja, Geraldo Alckmin, afirma que Lula está macetando a inflação. Não acredita? Vamos ver o vídeo.
Nem apocalipse, nem a inflação. O IPCA de março surpreendeu a todos. 0,16%, bem abaixo do esperado. O governo do presidente Lula está macetando a inflação e com isso recupera salário, recupera renda, melhora a vida da nossa população. Agora vamos ao trabalho.
Olha, eu quero saber, só na cabeça e nas estatísticas mesmo desse pessoal, né? Eu quero saber se você está vivendo nesse Brasil do Alckmin aí, onde os preços estão baixando, o salário está aumentando, tudo está dando certo. Deixa pra gente nos comentários se é esse Brasil aí que você está vivendo, né? O Brasil do governo federal, um Brasil bem diferente do Brasil real em que nós estamos. Tanto é que, vamos para a seguinte pauta, destacam-se as altas da cebola, 14,34%, do tomate, 9,85% e do ovo de galinha, 4,59%. Também das frutas, 3,75% e do leite longa-vida, 2,63%. Conta pra gente de onde você vê a gente agora aqui, tá? De onde você nos vê. E também se você vive nesse Brasil aí do Geraldo Alckmin, o suplente da Janja. Tá bom? Nós estaremos a qualquer momento de volta com você. Pode curtir, comentar e compartilhar. Valeu, gente. Tchau! E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, no nosso Face e também no nosso YouTube. Você já é convidado a se inscrever no nosso canal no YouTube. Temos 495 amigos. Seja você o número 496 e daí em diante seguiremos juntos, aumentando cada vez mais a importância do nosso canal. Nosso ponto de encontro aqui no Instagram. Trazendo para você a nossa pauta de hoje. Gente, quanta irresponsabilidade. Lula ataca empresários e diz que empresários não precisam do Estado e que rico paga muito pouco imposto de renda. Por que o empresário iria precisar do Estado, né? Para quê? Para o Bolsa Família? Se o empresariado é que sustenta toda essa máquina pública que é assaltada todos os dias. Gente, para os nossos comentários, ele disse também que 12 milhões de crianças morreu, tá? As crianças morreu em Gaza. É uma irresponsabilidade, não mede nada de palavras. Não era esse descondenado que devia 18 milhões de reais em impostos? Gostaria de saber como é que está a situação dos impostos que o Lula continua devendo aí. Se foi perdoado, se ele vai pagar, como é que está isso aí? Você souber direitinho como é que está essa situação, deixa nos nossos comentários. Passando para a próxima. Era só o Estado não encher as empresas de impostos que já estaria bom, né? empresariado trabalhar mais tranquilamente, ter mais dignidade, não ser perseguido. Claro, afinal ele precisa de mais dinheiro para torrar com o cartão corporativo. O Lula sempre atrás de mais dinheiro. E onde que ele vai? Ao empresariado que gera renda e emprego nesse país. Só os partidos precisam do Estado, principalmente ele e o seu PT, que não gera nada a não ser corrupção e tragédias nesse país. Acho que o Estado é que precisa do pagador de imposto, vulgo povo. Aliás, o Estado produz o quê mesmo? É o que eu falei agora há pouco, né? O Estado não produz nada, meus amigos. Ninguém deveria pagar imposto de renda, IPTU e IPVA. É um assalto pagar imposto pelos seus bens. Paga imposto quando compra e acabou. Concordo plenamente. Mas temos que sustentar as viagens da Janja, as viagens de todos as viagens da Janja e as benesses de todo o alto clero desse governo, né? Ah, tá. Então reduz o imposto para o pobre para combater a desigualdade? Ou vai continuar explorando e dizendo que a culpa não é sua? Gente, o pessoal tá revoltado, né? Lula, desde que voltou, só fez uma coisa: subiu impostos e o pobre e pequeno empresário estão passando por aperto. Lula, desde que voltou, só fez que coisa? Subiu e aumentou impostos. O pobre e o pequeno empresário estão passando por um aperto total. Ninguém precisa do Estado, ele só vem para cobrar impostos para abastecer os conchavos indicados, que são milhões, sugando a vida de cada brasileiro. O empresário ou trabalhador comum do brasileiro empresário e trabalhador comum, faltam 2 anos e meio para o fim deste mandato. E está comprovado que estamos afundando a cada minuto. Quanta irresponsabilidade. Lula ataca empresários e diz: empresários não precisam do Estado. Por que precisariam, não é? E que rico paga muito imposto de renda. E o pobre está pagando também imposto de tudo quanto é jeito. Todo mundo está pagando imposto somente para sustentar esse larápio aí que na presidência está. Bom, gente, nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Vamos seguindo o nosso canal no YouTube, 495. Já estaremos aguardando você para somar com a gente, para daí para frente a gente crescer esse canal, tá bom? Tchau, tchau e até mais. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, Face, no YouTube, tá sensacional. Os amigos estão seguindo, estão chegando e você também pode fazer parte. Somos 531 amigos e eu tô surpreso. Quero agradecer a você que tem feito a sua inscrição no nosso canal e participado dos nossos vídeos com a sua interatividade e atenção. Gente, governo do amor. Tudo é amor, tudo é paixão, tudo é muito lindo, tudo são flores nesse governo. Mas tem também o corte do amor, né? Olha só. O governo corta verba de bolsas de estudo, educação básica e farmácia popular. Não acredito. Meus amigos, cadê os universitários? Cadê o pessoal das universidades? Vou repetir, tá? Governo corta verba. Você entendeu, né? Governo corta verba de bolsas de estudo. Cadê aquele negócio lá? Tira a mão da minha educação. Educação básica e farmácia popular. Vamos aos comentários dos amigos da internet. Nossa, gente do céu, se eu soubesse que o esquerdista iria passar tanta raiva no governo Lula, eu mesmo teria espancado o 13 na urna. Você também ficou com vontade de fazer o 13 com essa informação, né? Para os políticos não faltam verbas, jamais vai faltar. Fundão, PT... Fundão, PL e PT terão as maiores parcelas, né, gente, na eleição 2024. É muito amor, meus amigos, é muito amor. Só esqueceram de avisar que o amor era pros Juanetes e não pro povão. Vê se tem algum artista reclamando de alguma coisa aí, ou então falando da Amazônia, falando de saúde, da dengue, né, gente? Temos a dengue aí que tá batendo recordes. Atitude correta. As prioridades são as emendas parlamentares. Trocar móveis do palácio e viajar muito, além de reformar o L. Parabéns, pessoal. Aí, olha só, contém ironia, claro, né? Aguardando a manifestação nas ruas contra... Opa! É painho, veja bem, né? Não é bem assim, deixa cortar, não tem problema. Alô, estudantes profissionais. Enquanto isso, as emendas parlamentares estão em dia. O governo do PT não cansa de ferrar com o pobre. Como é que um governo que está cortando tudo vive em déficit, não é? Só vive em déficit. Corrupção, meu amigo. Eles estão tirando tanto dinheiro desse Brasil que não tem noção. E já vem aí para você, meu amigo esquerdista, e pra gente, né? Pra todo mundo, pra nós todos, o novo DPVAT. Isso. Vem aí o DPVAT pra gente pagar pro Lula, tá? O negócio do Lula é pegar o suado dinheiro do povo e colocar nos bolsos dos artistas para que fiquem calados sobre as mazelas e que mintam o tempo todo dizendo que o governo do PT é bom para o Brasil. Quero saber a sua percepção aí, você que vê a gente agora, deixa já nos nossos comentários. Educação e saúde em corte, 15 bilhões para emendas parlamentares. É a democracia, são os cortes do amor, os cortes democráticos. Lula corta verba de bolsas de estudo e educação básica e também farmácia popular. Mas não se preocupe, tá? É com muito amor. Você vai estudar com amor, você vai receber o seu remédio com amor na farmácia. Enfim, seguiremos. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, Face e também no nosso YouTube, aqui no nosso YouTube, onde você vai já se inscrever para que a gente complete o número 510. Seja bem-vindo, é sempre muito bom ter você por aqui. Vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje, que está sensacional, gente. Parece loucura, não é? Parece loucura porque não faz sentido nenhum a afirmação do Barroso. Presidente do STF, Barroso, diz que proposta de voto impresso era o germe do golpe. Como, Barroso? Ninguém pergunta isso para ele, será? Lá na hora? O cartão de crédito imprime o comprovante da compra. Será que eles querem me dar um golpe também com o impresso do cartão de crédito, não é, gente? Como imprimir um voto para escrutínio público pode ser em prol de um golpe? Não faz sentido, né, gente? Não é mais coerente pensar que um juiz que diz abertamente que é contra a extrema-direita e que derrotou o bolsonarismo seja personagem direto de um golpe? Barroso, tua batata tá ardendo também. O voto impresso mostra transparência na eleição, senhor ministro. Alguém precisa falar isso para ele lá no momento dessa afirmação. Estamos F com esse STF. O Senado com Pacheco estão destruindo aos poucos o país, tudo em prol de um plano de pleno poder. O sistema é bruto. Mas acredito que nós temos uma população também que está muito forte. Basta a população perder a paciência, né? E já está perdendo, já está nas últimas a paciência da população. Exigir saber se o voto foi dado para o candidato escolhido é golpe? O STF está mesmo desesperado. Eles mostram realmente um certo desespero. Não houve golpe na Venezuela? Lá teve voto impresso. Alô, Barroso, fala pra gente, só repetindo, olha... Presidente do STF, Barroso, diz que proposta de voto impresso era o regime do golpe. Agora me explica como você ter o voto impresso é germe do golpe, né, gente? O germe, na verdade. Que loucura, os caras estão desesperados, malucos, é mau caratismo mesmo, né? Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais pra você. Valeu, gente, tchau! E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, Face e também no nosso YouTube. Já somos 517 amigos. Vem com a gente, faça a sua inscrição. Inscreva-se aqui no nosso canal no YouTube para fazer parte dos nossos melhores amigos. Meus amigos, meus amores, ela deu a opinião dela. Ela chegou com tudo, chegou com sua opinião e Janja critica Musk e diz que ele está agindo contra a democracia. Mas como assim, Janjita? Pedir liberdade é agir contra a democracia? E o pessoal já pergunta, qual democracia? A do PT e STF? Olha só, o pessoal não está deixando barato. Vamos lá. Democracia segundo petistas. Não pode criticar o governo, não pode criticar governantes, não pode fazer piada com ministros, não pode ter opiniões contrárias, não pode expor o que pensa, só se você pensar o que eles querem que você pense. Aí sim, você está na democracia. Todo mundo lá juntinho levantando a bandeira vermelha. E eu conheço isso por outro nome, o comentário da Bruna. Mais uma, não pode reclamar dos processos em que o advogado de defesa dos réus não pode ter acesso à íntegra do processo. Não pode nada nessa democracia da dona Janja, né? Lembrando que na época das eleições também não podia nem questionar as urnas, se as urnas eram realmente confiáveis. Questione tudo, meu amigo, na democracia. Mas, precisamente, não pode criticar nenhuma liderança de esquerda. Isso sim, né? Eles se apossam da palavra democracia para qualquer coisa. Democracia relativa, onde toda diversidade é bem-vinda, menos a de opinião. Verdade, só tô lendo verdades hoje. Rafael Lima, lembrete, o Estado pode bloquear o X porque Elon Musk desafiou o Xandão. Celulares nos presídios continuarão funcionando normalmente. O Estado só serve para te dar segurança. O Estado não serve para te dar segurança ou serviços. O Estado serve para proteger as elites parasíticas. Legal esse raciocínio aqui do Rafael Lima, né? O Estado pode bloquear o X porque Elon desafiou o Xandão. Aí sim, vamos ao pensamento dele. Celulares nos presídios continuarão funcionando normalmente. O Estado não serve para te dar segurança ou serviços. Isso aí nem pensar. O Estado só serve mesmo para proteger as elites, os parasitas. Mais uma, Folha de São Paulo, Janja critica, Musk diz que desbloqueio de contas no X é ação antidemocrática. Sensacional. Esse aqui pra gente fechar, né? Refletindo o comentário da Janja. Desbloquear e deixar livre é ação antidemocrática. Bloquear, censurar e prender é ato pela democracia. Tá sensacional essa novela, né, gente? Não sabemos o que vai acontecer. Portanto, pra gente fechar, Janja critica Musk e diz que ele está agindo contra a democracia, ou seja, contra a esquerda, né? Contra o PT, contra esses que se apossaram do Brasil. A gente volta a qualquer momento com muito mais para você no nosso Insta, no nosso Face. Vamos aproveitando e se inscrevendo no nosso canal no YouTube Ximenes RB. Valeu, gente. Um abraço, tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, Face, TikTok para você do YouTube também. Vamos ajudando. Nós temos aqui nosso placar com 495. O canal é novo, nós estamos tentando levantar esse canal, então sua ajuda é de suma importância. Vamos botar esse canal para subir 495. Aguardamos a sua inscrição para que ele consiga alavancar números bem maiores. Vamos para a pauta de hoje. O presidente fake, sem ministério, sem recursos, a briga é geral. Só falta o governo te pedir agora um Pix para ajudar o PT. Por que esse comentário? Por essa matéria aqui, meus amigos, o Brasil quebrou. Vamos aos números.
Vão ficar sem parte dos recursos. São eles: Ministério das Cidades, Ministério dos Transportes, Ministério da Defesa, Ministério do Desenvolvimento e Assistência Social, Ministério da Integração, Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, Ministério da Agricultura, Ministério da Fazenda, Ministério das Relações Exteriores, Ministério da Justiça e Segurança Pública, Ministério de Portos e Aeroportos, Ministério do Planejamento e Orçamento e Ministério da Gestão e Inovação. A relação de ministérios que tiveram os recursos bloqueados gerou insatisfação dos ministros que perderam as verbas. Eles já vinham reclamando do baixo orçamento destinado às pastas desde o início do governo Lula.
Meus amigos, o Brasil quebrou. Para onde está indo tanto dinheiro? Estatais dando prejuízo, ministérios sem dinheiro, povo sem todos os serviços básicos que lhe é direito. E aí, o que você acha? Deixa aí nos comentários, quebrou ou não quebrou? Enfim, voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente, tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta Face. Aos nossos amigos do YouTube, sejam bem-vindos. Já somos 507 e esperamos contar com você para que a gente continue crescendo cada vez mais e comunicando para cada vez mais pessoas e fazendo ainda mais novas amizades. Vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje. Uma enquete que a gente traz para você bem divertida, que você vai deixar aqui a sua opinião. Nós queremos saber. A pergunta é essa: você acha que o atual presidente apresenta sinais de demência? O que você acha, meus amigos? Deixa nos comentários os números 1, 2 ou 3, tá explicado, tá? O número 1, se você acha que ele está demente, sim, em estado avançado. Número 2, se você acha que ele está demente, sim, mas em estado inicial. E o número 3, não, ele está perfeitamente saudável. Nos comentários aqui embaixo você deixa 1, 2 ou 3 pra gente saber a sua opinião, tá? A opinião de quem já está nas redes comentando. Ele está saudável, sempre foi assim, dissimulado e continua. Eita, Lula está expressando apenas o que realmente ele é. Tomou o poder pela primeira vez, resultado de marqueteiros e acordos escusos com o Centrão. Agora o tempo mostra como ele é, a sua sordidez, hipocrisia e caráter ditatorial. Tá feia coisa pro 9, hein? Demência inicial foi a época da entrevista a Playboy, dizendo aquilo do bigodinho. É sinal claro de perturbação mental. A gente continua, como dizia o Tiririca, tá tudo muito coisado, né, gente? Mais um comentário, ele não está demente, sempre foi isto. Anunciou que seria assim. E também queria se vingar dos seus adversários. É uma maldade sem tamanho. Um ditadorzinho, né? Quer saber mesmo? Acho que tudo orquestrado. Ainda não está rasgando dinheiro, mas roubando o nosso. É verdade. De maluco ele não tem nada. É mau caráter. Acho que ele demonstra o que sempre foi. Mas antes tinha um organizador que era o marqueteiro e bem eficiente. Como está no início do processo, perdeu filtros e o raciocínio lógico. É verdade, não é, gente? Os marqueteiros pintavam o homem como a maravilha do mundo. Depois que acharam quem matou Marielle, esta é mais uma mulher que não serve mais para nada em seu desgoverno, né? Lula do PT. Esse aqui é um outro caso, gente, que reflete essa situação aqui que a gente vai falar para você, ó. Governo busca saída honrosa para Aniele, que deve cair. É a Aniele, irmã da Marielle, que vai deixar o governo, que vai ser abandonada em alto mar. E aqui está o resultado. Depois que acharam quem matou a Marielle, esta é mais uma mulher que não serve mais para nada no governo do PT e vai ser descartada. Exatamente. Você pode votar na nossa enquete, deixa lá números 1, 2 ou 3 nos nossos comentários. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Instaface e também no nosso YouTube. Para você que vem colaborando com o nosso placar no YouTube, é esse aqui, tá, gente? Está aqui o nosso placazinho no YouTube. Nós gostaríamos que você possa deixar a sua inscrição para que a gente possa estar sempre atualizando ele, claro, para cima. Vamos unir forças e fortalecer o nosso canal para que a gente se mantenha sempre muito bem informado. Hoje vamos falar de quê? Vamos falar do seu dinheiro. Como é que tá de dinheiro aí na sua carteira, no seu Pix? Pois saiba que o Banco Central está tomando atitudes para que evite, pelo menos amenize, o roubo que estão fazendo diretamente a você. Portanto, o Banco Central anuncia que fará a primeira intervenção durante o governo Lula após o dólar disparar. Pandemia? Guerras? O que está acontecendo com a economia brasileira? Deixa aí nos comentários, tá bom? Vamos para nossos comentários de hoje. É muito rápido, é um absurdo isso. Eles ficam maquiando o câmbio e o dólar disparando. O Brasil tá só maquiagem hoje em dia, né? Quando esse governo colocar a mão na presidência do Banco Central, começará a imprimir dinheiro e será a destruição total e nacional da economia brasileira. O dinheiro daqui não vai valer nada, igual da Venezuela e Cuba. Você tá preparado para carregar potes de dinheiro para comprar uma cuba de ovos, uma bandeja de ovos? Então se prepare, 5 pães, um montão de dinheiro, é isso que vai acontecer. O Banco Central está derretendo, diz presidente do banco. Roberto Campos Neto afirmou que a instituição está perdendo 7 funcionários por dia por causa de quê? Dos salários atrasados. Não é possível. Dinheiro também, né? Que diga os ilustres ministros, pessoal do judiciário aí. Beleza, gente? Vamos continuando. Este é o último ponto para o socialismo iniciar. Quando eles pegarem isso aí, meus amigos, foi um prazer lutarem por esse país com vocês. Realmente já tem gente que está se despedindo. Uma pena, né? O que estão fazendo com a nossa nação. Só para a gente fechar, o Banco Central anuncia que fará a primeira intervenção durante o governo Lula após o dólar disparar. É uma tristeza, é uma decepção. E a gente já esperava por isso desde que esse cara foi empossado lá, colocado na cadeira presidencial. Um abraço, nós voltaremos a qualquer momento. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta em Instaface e também no nosso YouTube. Vamos deixando a inscrição no YouTube, dá essa força para o canal, tá bom? Aguardo você para fazer parte dos nossos melhores amigos e se manter sempre muito bem informado. da série Tira a Mão da Minha Educação. Você lembra, né, gente? Tira a Mão da Minha Educação. Vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje. Que satisfação, Aspira. Vamos trazendo para você no detalhe. Agora, urgente, tá? Servidores federais da educação iniciam greve nacional. Meu Deus do céu. Vamos para os comentários, né? Deixa o circo pegar fogo. Eles acharam que só iriam lascar a direita conservadora. Recebam. Tem desgraça para todos nós, verdade, hein? Esse governo do amor, gente, o amor é bom demais, né? Vocês estão vendo aí a educação com mais amor. Que se dane, espere que fiquem uns 20 anos em greve. Merecida recompensa por todos fazerem o L. A população não esqueceu. Calma, pessoal, que é isso, pessoal da educação, calma. O Odisseu falou que só serão 12 anos. Está no começo ainda do amor. Vem muito amor por aí. Olha, essa situação me fez lembrar os servidores da educação e da saúde, narrando uma seguinte frase. Olha, gente, uma coisa não tem nada a ver com a outra, né? Lembro bem daquelas duas lá, hein? Lembro bem daquelas duas. Saudades dos 33% no aumento, né, meu filho? Tempo do ódio. Com amor tá mais difícil, não tá? Tá mais gostoso? Fala pra gente, deixa nos nossos comentários. E pra gente fechar a nossa pauta de hoje, a cara dos servidores aqui. Com certeza todos estão experimentando, vivendo no amor de painho, né? É uma delícia, é sensacional. O Brasil do amor voltou, gente. Não era esse o Brasil que vocês lutaram, tanto queriam? Ali na tela, a gente acompanha lá atrás. Educação Federal em greve, o outro lá atrás eu apoio e a gente vê realmente como eles estão com amor no coração, tá bom? Você pode curtir, comentar e compartilhar com amor, tá? Nós voltaremos daqui a pouco com muito mais. Valeu, gente, tchau! E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta Face e desde já convido você a aumentar esse número na nossa tela, no nosso canal no YouTube. É só se inscrever. Temos 495 e você pode ser mais um a fazer parte dos nossos melhores amigos. Vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje. Gente, para 40% dos brasileiros, Lula é o culpado pelas altas de preços em todo o Brasil. Você concorda? Deixa nos comentários, vamos aguardar e ler todos. E os outros 60% não vão a supermercados? Será? Não é? Acho que o pessoal está no mundo da lua. 40% não. Se considerar as urnas, seriam no mínimo 50%. Se considerar a realidade, no mínimo 70%. É óbvio, não vou nem explicar. Números maquiadíssimos. 60% não entendem ainda o que é inflação e o governo do PT. No mundo da lua, o pessoal vive em Nárnia, no mundo da picanha, aguardando ainda. Só 40%? Até parece. Estão escondendo informações. O povo está de saco cheio desse carniça. Bota uns 70% a 80% aí. Também concordo. Partido inflacionista. Vejam quanto se comprava com R$100 antes e depois do petismo. Agora vem mais. Aguarda. Vamos para mais uma. Passou mais de um ano do governo do Dilma e ainda vai ter gente que vai achar que a culpa é do ex-presidente. E o que esse ex-presidiário já fez pelo Brasil nesse pouco mais de um ano? Absolutamente nada, só perseguição e inflação. Só para a gente fechar, para 40% dos brasileiros, o governo Lula é o culpado pelas altas dos preços. Muito bem, deixa nos comentários, aproveita para seguir a gente. 495, a gente aguarda chegar aos 500 imediatamente com a sua colaboração. Valeu, gente, um abraço, tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta Face, nossos amigos do YouTube, já temos 496 amigos fazendo parte do nosso dia a dia, acompanhando nossos vídeos. E você também pode chegar junto com a gente. Vamos para 497? Então inscreva-se agora no nosso canal no YouTube Ximenes RB. Você que está acompanhando aqui pelo Insta, já pode se inscrever aqui no nosso link abaixo, certo? E as vacinas? Essa era a pergunta. Cadê as vacinas? Cadê a vacina? Vacina. Até um certo tempo, a esquerda não falava outra coisa. Enfim, a dengue assola o Brasil e o governo não tá nem aí para isso. Vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje. O Brasil mergulhado na maior epidemia de dengue da história pela incompetência do descondenado Vamos saber por quê? Os dados estão aqui. Lula gastou 61% a menos, tá, gente? Gastou 61% a menos que Bolsonaro em campanha contra a dengue. Então, a dengue recebeu 61% a menos de investimentos em campanhas neste desgoverno. Publicidade e prevenção contra a doença passou de 31,6 milhões em 2022 para 12,2 milhões em 23. Então caiu de 31 para 12. É uma grande diferença. E para onde foi esse dinheiro, meus amores? Vamos perguntando para onde foi essa grana toda? Adoraria que a dengue fosse o grande problema desse país. Em breve, a nossa população estará lutando por comida. Em muitos locais já está começando. Já postamos vídeos sobre a situação econômica do Brasil. Como pode? Gastou menos, mas gastou com amor. Agora temos o Presidengue. Verdade. Quem lida com escala de funcionários está se virando nos 30 para cobrir vagas de pessoas afastadas contra a dengue. Presidente da República, está por todo o Brasil a situação da dengue. O pessoal da esquerda, que até um certo tempo resolveria tudo, assim no estalar de dedos, onde estão? Onde estão vocês, esquerdistas? E o que gastou foi com publicidade, né? Vamos combater a dengue, pessoal. Não deixe água parada para a mosquita. Só com publicidade. Ações praticamente não existiram. Com esses números da dengue, aposto que a TV vai passar a fazer uma contagem diária de mortos e rotular o presidente de genoemicida. O que você acha? Será que vai ter a contagem? Aqui nós temos a nossa contagem de inscritos de amigos que estão com a gente. 496. Venha somar, venha ser o de número 497. Inscreva-se agora no nosso canal. Para quê? Para o quê? O PT perde tempo com bobagens. Comprar apoio no Congresso, na mídia, no meio artístico toma tempo. E é mais importante se comprar os artistas, né? Se comprar o Congresso, comprar a pauta, a narrativa. Agora imagina se um malandro desse estivesse no poder na época da pandemia. Aí sim, meu amigo, aí sim. Teremos uma situação catastrófica. O Brasil está mergulhado na maior epidemia de dengue da sua história pela incompetência do descondenado. Mais uma vez, Lula gastou 61% a menos que Bolsonaro em campanha contra a dengue. É estarrecedor a situação que estamos vivendo no nosso Brasil em todos os aspectos, né? Educação, segurança, saúde, tudo está indo, economia, tudo está indo pelo ralo. O que fazer, meus amigos? Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, no nosso YouTube. Já somos 528 amigos. Seja você também mais um. Vamos para 529, 530 e por aí vai. Você pode já deixar sua inscrição. Não custa nada, é rapidinho. Dá essa força pra gente que nós agradecemos de montão. Gente, Lula 3 praticamente não existiu e não vai existir. O governo está completamente em colapso, desestruturado, sem projetos, sem uma mínima ideia para o futuro da nação. O que nós temos é mentiras, confusão, perseguição e muita roubalheira. Vamos para as nossas pautas de hoje. Enquanto acontece essa disputa de mentira e realidade por parte dos grandes, a gente traz o Brasil de verdade, né? O que está acontecendo aqui por baixo que afeta diretamente a nossa população? Desmantelo geral nós temos no governo. O governo Lula atrasa os pagamentos do programa de transporte escolar para todo o país. Já imaginou, meus amigos? Mas você vai ver a novidade, a surpresa que tem lá para frente. Vamos para os comentários. Só abril, imagina o resto do ano. Que loucura, né? Tá completamente em colapso o governo federal. Aprendendo a lição do amor. Fé no Brasil que vai dar certo. Está sem dinheiro, é muita dívida para pagar e vai piorar, pode esperar. O governo da promessa. Oxe, sem dinheiro, como é que paga em dias? O governo está completamente quebrado, o Brasil está completamente quebrado. Já chegamos no momento Dilma econômico e sabemos o que aconteceu com a Dilma quando ela ficou sem grana para pagar a militância mercenária das redações. Sem dinheiro não vai rolar. Por isso o DPVAT está chegando aí para todos nós. Cadê a grana para a educação? Sugestão, transfere para a Rouanet. Transfere para a Rouanet a lei da educação. Aliás, cadê a grana para a educação? Sugestão, transfere da Rouanet para a educação. Mas é o contrário, né? O pessoal da Rouanet tá feliz da vida, tá alegre demais. Temos lei no Brasil, lei Rouanet. Gente, como eu falei lá no início, Lula vai ter dinheiro para os ônibus da educação? Não tem. Para o transporte escolar? Não tem. Mas para isso aqui não tem problema nenhum. Vamos construir. Para isso tem, meu povo. Lula vai ter ele ponto de R$1 milhão e vai receber e pode receber carro voador. O projeto de construção do novo e moderno campo de pouso do Palácio do Planalto foi elaborado pelo Gabinete de Segurança Institucional. Transporte para os alunos? Não. Cria um L ponto aí para mim. Vão a pé, pelo amor que é lindo. Os estudantes que fizeram L, tem muito estudante que fez o L e hoje deve estar, hein? Vai ter que ir a pé, não se preocupe. Vai a pé fazendo L, que é bom demais. Esse governo vai colapsar o país inteiro. Já está, meu amigo, colapsando o país inteiro. E aqui é muito rápido e simples, né? Faz a letra L, quebrou o país. São os comentários. Se faltar ônibus para o seu filho estudar, já fique sabendo qual a causa disso. Foi tanto dinheiro gasto em viagens, móveis que não sumiram, emendas parlamentares e etc. que secou a fonte de verdade. Gente, que loucura, né? Faltando dinheiro para o basicão. Desmantê-lo, o governo atrasa os pagamentos de programa de transporte escolar em toda a nossa nação. Ou o que sobrou dela. Mas esse pessoal não vai desistir enquanto destruir tudo e acabar com o futuro do nosso país. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, Face e também no nosso YouTube. Já vai se inscrevendo, seja bem-vindo. Já somos 508 amigos no YouTube e você pode ser mais um. Seja sempre muito bem-vindo. Vem com a gente, vem com a gente. Vamos para a informação, para a notícia. Hoje, como é final de semana, né, gente? Vamos rir um pouco da situação. O esquerdista é sensacional, além de muito burro, né? Um americano eletrificou a sua placa pró-Trump. Olha só o que aconteceu com o esquerdista sem cérebro que tentou arrancá-la. Esquerdista sem cérebro, tá, gente? Ele tentou arrancar, não respeita a propriedade do cara, a placa do cara, a opinião do cara. E o que aconteceu? Vamos ao vídeo. Passando lá. Sensacional, cara. De novo, bota aí de novo, produção. Lá vem ele, né? O esquerdista passando e a placa pró-Trump. Sem respeito, invade a propriedade, arranca e toma aquele chocão delicioso. Sensacional. Vamos para os comentários rapidamente. Os americanos patriotas são muito criativos. E eu acredito que tudo que vem dos Estados Unidos pega aqui, essa moda vai pegar também, né? Ainda colocou a câmera para se esbaldar de rir. Sensacional. A gente vai ver daqui a pouquinho. Esquerdopatas são vândalos e burros, além de... em qualquer lugar do planeta. Isso é muito bem feito. Só repetindo para você, um americano, gente, eletrificou a sua placa pró-Trump. Olha só o que aconteceu. O esquerdista foi lá tentar arrancar a placa. Vamos para o vídeo mais uma vez. Acompanhe comigo. Que chocão, mamãe! Que chocão levou. Pois é, engraçado, né, gente? Os esquerdistas, eles vão tentando aí, são doutrinados para destruir, para acabar. Enfim, você pode curtir esse vídeo, comentar, compartilhar. Se inscreva no nosso canal no YouTube. Seja bem-vindo ao Ximenes RB. Valeu, gente. A gente volta a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta Insta, Face e agradecimento especial aos nossos amigos do YouTube, pessoal que está chegando realmente com a gente, compreendendo a nossa proposta e se inscrevendo no nosso canal. Lembrando que você que não é inscrito ainda, está vendo a gente aqui no Shorts, deixa sua inscrição, vamos ajudar a colaborar com o nosso canal no YouTube. E hoje eu quero falar com você, meu querido amigo, meu pequeno gafanhoto universitário. Tá lindo o Brasil, não tá? Tá do jeito que você pediu? O Brasil tá do jeito que você quer? Meu amigo esquerdista, universitário, estudante profissional, vamos para a nossa pauta de hoje. Você já acompanha comigo no Brasil do Painho. No Brasil do Painho tá fantástico. 19 universidades e institutos federais marcam as paralisações para a partir desta segunda-feira. E tem uma lista, tá? A gente vai ver a possibilidade de trazer para você essa lista. Mas antes, vamos para os comentários dos nossos amigos que são fantásticos. Governo sério e comprometido com a educação é outro nível. Parabéns! Você é o melhor, painho. O pessoal tá agradecendo aí o Lula. Olha, 19 universidades federais entrarão em greve. Não entendi. Vocês aí, ó, fizeram o L, doutrinaram os alunos, votaram no Lula oficial, entrarão em greve? Que é isso? Mas o Lula não era a solução para toda a educação. Tudo estava tão fácil, simples de resolver, a educação, aquele negócio todo. E ele ainda deixa um recado aqui para os esquerdistas no final do seu post, tá bom? Kodax. Continuando, eu gostaria de mudar o meu voto para 13 depois dessa. Alguém mais? Tá sensacional, né, gente? Queria ver a cara dos universitários esquerdistas agora. Ué, mas no governo do amor, o painho deles não ia resolver tudo? Tava muito fácil de resolver. O Brasil seria resolvido, por exemplo, as guerras seriam resolvidas em mesas de bar, né? Cadê o governo do amor? Tem que espalhar o amor. Faz o L, sorria, meu bem, sorria, meu bem. O caos está generalizado e vocês têm parte desta responsabilidade. Estarei aqui sempre para lembrar vocês, né? Lembrá-los. Olha, saiu. Vamos continuando. Vocês fizeram o L, que eu sei que fizeram. Estão vendo o que o desgoverno do amor e da democracia está fazendo com esse país? É surreal. Não, acho que essa galera não está vendo, não. Eles são completamente cegos em relação a isso. Corte na educação, mas é com muito amor. Faz o L, por que não? Ué, o amor acabou, ajudaram a eleger o cara que não cumpre as promessas. Atenção, quem é das universidades aí, deixa sua mensagem pra gente. Temos aqui mais uma informação. É festa, parabéns Lula, o povo não sabe o que é melhor para si mesmo. E você que está com a gente agora, né? Você pode deixar o seu comentário. Vamos voltar aqui na página para a gente ver a próxima, gente. Está aqui, procurei, encontrei 19 universidades. Só para a gente fechar, né? 19 universidades e institutos federais marcam paralisações. Mas parar por quê? O Brasil não está feliz de novo, gente? Vocês não estão felizes de novo? É o Brasil do amor, o Brasil do amor. Menos armas, mais livros. É o Brasil que vocês pediram. Então, aguentem agora. Nós voltaremos a qualquer momento com muito mais para você. Valeu, gente. Tchau. E aí, meus amigos, tudo bem com vocês? Nós estamos de volta no nosso Insta, no nosso Face e também aqui no nosso YouTube. Já somos 529. Que tal você fazer parte desses nossos melhores amigos que se mantêm sempre bem informado, acessando o nosso YouTube todos os dias e compartilhando as nossas informações, os comentários e os destaques nas redes? Você acompanha
as well as 9 Air Force squadrons that have all been placed there waiting in anticipation for this moment to arrive. Again, we're not exactly clear which assets were used to take down these Iranian drones, but that response continues as we speak.
Yeah, Heidi, let's just go back to President Biden, because there's some speculation that he knew about this attack. What sort of behind-the-scenes diplomatic warnings or intelligence led Biden to believe that the response would be sooner rather than later?
He certainly hinted at that. He said there was intelligence that he knew
when
of,
he said
but
those words
get
exactly
into publicly yesterday
when he said those words exactly,
and he told Iran at that time,
rather than
24
later,
hours ago
and he
now,
told Iran at that time,
well,
obviously
24 hours ago now,
that advice
was disregarded
by
that
Iran.
advice.
But
that advice
behind
was
the scenes,
disregarded
the U.S. has
by
been
Iran
over the last
behind
10 days
the
or
scenes,
so
the
really
U.S.
ramping up
has been
diplomatic
over the
pressure,
last
trying to
10
avoid
days or so,
this
really
very
ramping up
moment
diplomatic
from
pressure,
occurring,
trying to avoid
using
this
pressure
very
on
moment
third-party
from
countries
occurring,
to try to
using pressure on
third-party countries to try to
pressure Iran.
But the fact that this is taking place came as a surprise to no one.
The fact that this is
given
taking
that the
place
U.S.
came
had
as a
intelligence
surprise
that this
to no one,
would be occurring,
given that
and
the
the
U.S. had
clues
intelligence
and
that
the
telegraphing
would be occurring,
that Iran
and the
gave
many
that
clues
this moment would
and
arrive.
the telegraphing
Heidi
that
Castro,
Iran gave
live for us
that
there
this
in
moment would
Washington,
arrive.
D.C. Heidi, thank you.
Heidi Castro, live
Well, there's been strong reaction from leaders abroad and the region. The EU's foreign policy said the EU's Borrell condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented Iranian attack and a grave threat to regional security. Well, the UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has reacted by saying, "I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated that it's intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard." The UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we're urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a video statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. All right, let's bring in David Dorosh. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, always good to have you with us, particularly on a night like tonight. Give us first, then, your response to Iran's retaliation against Israel. And how surprised are you, David, that Iran used a direct attack rather than via its proxies?
Extremely response. Honestly, I'm amazed you guys are having me on because I got it exactly wrong. I didn't think they'd do this. I think what it shows is two things. The first thing is we say Iran, but we're really talking about the Revolutionary Guard, which increasingly controls the country, and they are very embarrassed. My assessment is that this is not a move in the strategic interest of Iran unless they're able to effectively deter Israel, but it is directed at restoring the prestige and hurt pride of the Revolutionary Guard, which clearly has been penetrated by Israeli intelligence. I'm also a little concerned that if, the Iranians have made a statement from their UN ambassador saying, okay, this is it, we're done. But if their target selection is viewed by Israel as overly provocative, or if they just manage to kill a large number of Israelis, Israel cannot leave this here. So, we're at a very dangerous moment. And, we're not sure what the Iranian intentions are, but the actions they've done in support of their intentions have the potential for leading to this ratcheting escalatory mechanism.
And David, just talk us through what more we know about these Shahed drones that are in the skies over Israel. Many have been shot down. Their range, their speed, their warheads, their payload, etc.
Well, the payload is, let's start with that. That's the interesting part. So the payload is about 50 kilograms. It's about the size of 2 coffee cans. I've got to handle a few of these. It has copper penetrating plates all around it. It has high explosives, and then it has bits of shrapnel really kind of glued to it in sort of almost an aftermarket looking thing. So it's not really an effective weapon against a hardened military target. It's more of a terror weapon. It's designed to, the copper plates shoot out penetrating jets. So if it hits some sort of machinery like an electric transformer, it will cause some serious damage. And of course, the shrapnel will create damage to vehicles and especially personnel. But it doesn't have the ability to penetrate. The propeller-driven Shahed is very slow-moving. There is a jet version, and at least one channel is reporting that the jet version is being used. That moves faster, but the big challenge is actually tracking these, because most air defense is dependent on radar, and the body of this is fiberglass. It doesn't have much of a radar signature. Paradoxically, if they're using the jet version, you can track that because it has a thermal signature, the heat of the jet engine. It's actually easier for like an aircraft to identify and acquire the Shahed. And if they're on an inertial guidance, they're not being actively steered, which is subject to electric warfare. If they're just being put on a dead reckoning path, if you see them once, you can project where they're going and intercept them either with aircraft or with ground-based systems. But it's still significant, particularly if you've got, hundreds of them coming at you. You can overwhelm anybody with numbers.
Yeah, that's an important point you make, David, because is the Iranian strategy then to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system? I mean, and also by using other aerial assets like ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. So in effect, the attack itself is multi-layered as well.
Exactly. I think that, when you look at defense, you'd probably divide into one sector looking at low-level defenses, and that would be drones and cruise missiles, and then one looking at ballistic missiles. And obviously, you have different systems for acquiring and intercepting them. With ballistic missiles, you can do that with radar pretty effectively. And systems like Arrow is designed for ballistic missile defense. For the other air breathers, things operating closer to the ground, you need to have different systems, and you can actually effectively interdict them with, aircraft and other means. And of course, overlying all of this is electronic warfare. The accuracy is what makes these things really deadly. If they're going to be hyper accurate, that requires usually some sort of active guidance. And if you can jam the guidance system, which is usually GPS or the Russian version of GPS, probably in this case, then the missiles become inaccurate. Although that creates the possibility of Iran hitting a target that they may not want to hit and inadvertently causing civilian casualties that will necessitate an Israeli response. So it's a very, very dangerous game.
Yeah, let's just talk, if we can, David, about then the calibration of that response, because if the attack is just using drones, the Iranians must have calculated that as they're slower, most will be shot down. So does this then lessen the response threat level, as opposed to if ballistic and cruise missiles are used, then there could be a higher response level from the Israelis? And of course, the damage assessment will show how the Israelis respond to all of this.
That's exactly right. Yeah. It's easier to acquire cruise missiles than drones at a short distance. Given the long range these are attacking, I mean, why would you give an enemy that much time to acquire the target and possibly defeat it? So it seems to indicate that this is sort of a pro forma thing, just to say that we've done it and hope that you don't cause enough damage that the cycle of escalation starts off. So that's there. But with cruise missiles, they move fast. They have more of a heat signature. They have more of a metal signature, but it's hard to acquire them with ground-based radar because of the curvature of the Earth and the low level they fly at. So that creates a greater potential. They also have bigger warheads. And of course, ballistic missiles, extremely expensive to defeat. The technology for defeating them is there, but if there are large numbers of them fired, particularly if they're fired at one point, then you can overwhelm defenses and cause some serious damage, and the warhead is capable of causing serious damage. So, when this is over, there'll be some analysis as to what was targeted and what was targeted with what weapons mix. And that really, I think, is how Israel will determine what Iran's intentions are and what their response needs to be.
Yeah, David, and just remind our viewers then, if you can, talk us through Israel's air defense capabilities. I mean, we hear so much about the Iron Dome system, but of course Israel has many more air defense systems and a multitude of electronic jamming measures as well, don't they?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I think underlying it all, you'd have electronic warfare, and the purpose of electronic warfare is to defeat any kind of a guided system. Guided system requires some sort of electric link that goes from the aircraft, whether it's a drone or a missile in some instances, back to somebody that can maneuver it. So if you disrupt that, then the missile is useless as a targeted weapon, although it can still cause damage. It can still land in an apartment building or something that was unintended. The second thing is using GPS, these satellite-aided navigation. It's relatively easy to jam or to block or to even spoof because it's such a weak signal. So that's your second thing. Then you're dealing with weapons that may be just fired on an inertial system where they're fired at a bearing and a distance and they don't have any active guidance. So those are not susceptible to electronic warfare. But the longer those weapons have to travel, the less accurate they become, the greater the chances of them going off course. Then you look at your interception. For ballistic missiles, things like Arrow and Aegis to the U.S. system that intercept at a high level, they acquire the target via radar and hit it at a high level. For cruise missiles and for drones, that's a little bit harder because radar usually can't acquire them, both because they're made out of fiberglass and because they operate lower to the ground. If you have some sort of airborne asset, you can acquire it, particularly if they're on a straight path over a long distance, as these Shaheeds are reported to be. And with the slow-moving ones, they're usually vulnerable to attack by aircraft. It's like hitting a Cessna aircraft with a bullet from a fighter jet. And of course, you can have ground-based short-range air defense systems. The Iron Dome is designed for use against relatively low-tech rockets and artillery rounds coming less sophisticated things. They are effective against drones. And of course, ground-based machine guns, if you have adequate targeting, are effective against drones as well. That's probably more than you want. I apologize for.
No, that's absolutely fine, David. Always good to get your thoughts and your analysis on a night like tonight. And we'll obviously come back to you later on to give us your military analysis of this developing story. David Arosh, there, professor at the National Defense University in Washington. David, thank you. Before we move on, though, let's just recap something. Hamda Salut, our correspondent in Tel Aviv, was saying that there was a young 10-year-old boy who was injured by one of those drones in somewhere near the Negev desert. We understand he's now become the first casualty. So we'll obviously come back to that just a little bit later. But let's just talk to you now about this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. You can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding, those big holes in the middle of your screen. We know that Jordan has closed its airspace, Iraq has, Israel has. So those big blank areas in the middle are the airspaces that have been closed down. So that's what you're seeing on this screen from Flight Radar 24. Well, as we were just saying there, Iraq is one of the countries that's closed its airspace for the next couple of days. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is there. He joins us from the capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, so Iraq announced its airspace is closed. What more is being said there by officials in Baghdad?
The only official statement we've gotten from any government entity thus far the last few hours, Darren, is from the Transport Ministry in alignment with the Civil Aviation Authority announcing the closure of the airspace until around 5:30 a.m. But they say that can be extended depending on the security situation going forward. Now, one of the key questions that people in Iraq have had the past few days as it looked more and more as though Iran was going to be launching this retaliatory attack on Israel was, would this involve any Iranian proxy groups, any Iranian paramilitary groups, armed groups that are linked with Iran or backed by Iran? Of course, you have the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. That is an umbrella group comprising of many of these Iran-aligned and Iran-backed groups. Just yesterday, they issued a statement, this umbrella group, essentially saying that if Israel or the U.S. were to attack Iran or any Iran-allied countries here in the region, that there would be repercussions and that there would be retaliatory strikes from within those groups inside Iraq. Now, thus far, the last few hours, we have not heard any claims of responsibility from any of these groups including Kataib Hezbollah here in Iraq, part of that umbrella group, any of the other groups as well, as far as talking about having participated in Iran's strikes on Israel. We've seen one of those groups, which is Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada. The head of that group posted on social media expressing support for Iran's attack on Israel, but nothing beyond that. We've not yet heard anything from any Iraqi government officials with regard to these attacks or what they expect to happen in the days to come. And this is all happening at a very interesting time because the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, left yesterday from Baghdad, heading to Washington, D.C., because he's supposed to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday to discuss not only bilateral relations between the two countries, but also trying to come up with a timeline to decrease U.S. troop presence in Iraq. Of course, there are around 2,500 U.S. troops in Iraq. There are about 900 U.S. military personnel in Syria. U.S. military assets in Iraq and Syria have many times over the course of the last several months and the last several years come under attack by these Iran-linked groups in Iraq. And in fact, after October 7th, around 170 attacks from these groups towards U.S. military personnel had been happening. That all ended in late January. That's when there was an attack by Kataib Hezbollah, and that killed 3 U.S. troops at a base in Jordan. After that, you had retaliatory strikes by the U.S. on some of these groups, killing some of their leaders. And since about early February, there's been an unofficial ceasefire because there were pressure put on these groups to not try to widen this conflict. Unclear what's going to happen now going forward, but I will tell you that in the last half an hour, we are seeing reports emerging from northern Iraq in the Kurdish region that, in fact, the sirens in and around the U.S. consulate compound in Erbil, that they were activated for a short time. We're also seeing reports that there were loud booms heard in that area. And also there are reports that there was at least one of those Iranian drones headed towards Israel that was shot out of the sky, that was intercepted by coalition forces. So a lot to take in right now, a lot to try to piece together. We are reaching out to Iraqi government officials. We are reaching out to Kurdish officials. So far, nobody's responding as to what exactly is going on. It's a very tense situation, but at the moment, not a lot as far as what we're hearing from any officials here in Iraq, even though this is a moment of great tension and a lot of confusion about what will happen here in the days to come.
Yeah, Mohammed, as you say, the timing of this is really significant because of the Iraqi Prime Minister's trip to Washington to meet President Biden and to meet officials there. You were talking to us earlier about the risk to U.S. troops and U.S. assets, and there have been attacks on them in Iraq for as long as we can remember. What is the risk now, given the Iranian retaliation against Israel?
Well, that's the big question right now, because people are concerned about what happens specifically when it comes to Iraq if these Iranian proxy groups, these paramilitary groups inside of Iraq, get involved. And that has been one of the things that people have been worried about as it became clearer and clearer that Iran was going to be launching their retaliatory strikes, their attacks, their direct attacks on Israel, is would they be involving those groups that they have links to and that they back inside of Iraq? And we just don't know the answer to that question right now, because if they are involved, it might be expected that perhaps the U.S. would retaliate in some way, as they have in the past when U.S. troops have either been attacked directly by these groups or have been under threat by these groups. So right now, especially at a time when the Iraqi Prime Minister is scheduled to meet with President Biden on Monday, and all indications at this point in time is that that meeting will proceed, how is that going to impact the Iraq-U.S. relationship? Because we all know that, Iraq is for a long time now stuck between Iran and the U.S. The Prime Minister, who came to power backed by Iranian groups in Iraq, that's what got him into that position. He is navigating a very delicate balance right now. He wants to see U.S. troop levels in Iraq significantly decreased. He wants to see a timetable for the full withdrawal of those U.S. troops. There has been rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq the last several months when these retaliatory strikes by the U.S. against these Iran-backed groups in Iraq have been happening. So obviously the U.S. would not want to decrease its presence here if they feel that there are groups in Iraq that are now going to pose more of a threat to Israel. These groups have also attacked Israel since October 7th. So it's a very, very complicated situation. The timing arguably could not be worse for the Iraqi prime minister at a time when, as you mentioned, not only did they want to discuss trying to strengthen bilateral relations with the U.S., but trying to ensure that the U.S.'s mission in Iraq finally comes to an end. And all of this now a very big question mark at a very crucial time. Darren?
All right, Mohammed Jamjoom, live for us there in the Iraqi capital. Mohammed will no doubt be coming back to you later on throughout the night, but for now, thank you. Well, US President Joe Biden has just released a statement on X. He said, I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at the United Nations headquarters in New York. Gabe, we'll come to President Biden's statement in a second, but the Iranian mission to the UN issued a statement earlier. Just remind us, Gabe, what they had to say.
Yeah, that's right. This is the only statement that we've gotten out of the Iranian mission, but it's an important one, and it is worth repeating in these very sensitive times, of course. The Iranian mission, permanent mission to the United Nations, put out this statement saying that they conducted on the strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter pertaining to legitimate defense. Iran's military action was in response to, in their words, the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic presence in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. The message on X went on to say, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. So clearly two things out of that statement by the Iranian mission that are pretty important. Number one is they are saying, make no mistake, they are saying it's in accordance with Article 51 of this, the UN Charter. And in Article 51, it says, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations. So clearly, Iran positioning itself here that this is a response in line with international law, in line with the UN Charter, because it was a response to Israel's attack on Iran's diplomatic premises in Damascus, of course. But then also the other important part of this statement as well is the matter can be deemed concluded. Clearly, Iran there saying that this is it, this is the response, and as far as they're concerned, at least from this statement and where we're at right now, at this very hour, in their words, the issue is concluded. So those are pretty important statements there from the Iranian mission here at the UN.
Yeah, Gabe, and just a final thought to you. I mean, what about the response from other UN members, including the US? President Biden responded there. How worried are they about any further escalation?
Well, the U.S., of course, in Washington, they're, of course, very worried about it. And you saw it there from the statement. President Joe Biden returning from Rehoboth Beach, where he spends a lot of his weekend time late on a Saturday to be back at the White House. You knew when that happened that they announced that he was coming back to the White House. That meant that something was probably going to be happening, clearly. Beyond that, here at UN headquarters in New York, it's a little before 8 p.m. local time here. I can tell you we have gotten no other reactions so far from any countries here, member states of the UN. I can tell you that Malta holds the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April. So if there were to be an emergency Security Council meeting called because of what's happening right now. It would be Malta that would have to plan that meeting and or schedule that meeting, if you will. And according to our diplomatic sources, Malta has not at this hour gotten any requests yet for an emergency Security Council meeting. Of course, that could change at any moment. I should also say the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is in New York. We're hearing that he possibly, I stress the word possibly, could be issuing some sort of statement in the coming hours.
All right, Gabriel Elizondo, live for us there at UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. Well, Akiva Eldar is a political analyst and contributor to the Israeli daily paper Haaretz. He says that Israel and the United States will have to respond to Iran's attacks.
For Israel, it is very clear that Netanyahu was thinking for many years about this kind of escalation. He was planning with Ehud Barak at that time, who was a Minister of Defense, to strike Iran in a different context. The context was to stop the nuclear program. Now, he has even a greater interest to do this, because after he convinced former President Trump to pull out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran is few weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear bomb. So the other thing is that Iran has been hiding behind its proxies since October 7th, and even before that, behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and was hitting Israel. And for Netanyahu, this is an opportunity to go inside, to go deeper into the source of the Israeli strategic issue it has with Iran. This is not the end of the game tonight. And in this case, I think Israel will have to hit back, and then the superpowers will have to take a stance and be clear about how do they stop the escalation. And the Israeli response has to do is not, I'm afraid, with Netanyahu's public relations. He has got now the support of the Israeli public, which he lost in October 7th. Nobody is talking now about the abductees. Nobody is talking about the famine in Gaza. It's all about Iran. It depends on how far the United States is willing to go. What is the American leverage on Iran, and how will the members of the Abraham Accord, who has a clear interest to stop Iran from getting the hegemony over the Middle East, and how the Saudis will react.
Well, it's just gone past midnight, that's 00 GMT. We're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching its retaliatory attack against Israel. The first wave of missiles launched by the Revolutionary Guards have reached Israeli cities. Well, air raid sirens have sounded in more than 720 locations, and rockets have been intercepted above Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. There are reports a 10-year-old boy has been killed in southern Israel. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli combat planes are also in the skies. Israeli officials say the response will be firm and clear, and have called Iran's attack a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden cut a weekend trip short and rushed back to Washington. He's met with his national security team and says US commitment to Israel's security is, quote, ironclad. Iran is warning that any threat from the US that harms Iran's interests will be met with a reciprocal response. Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. It comes after earlier reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari joins us live now from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, so we've had this statement then on X by the Iranians saying this is their only response and consider the matter concluded, and that they don't want a further escalation, a further widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response, Dorsa?
Well, I think it's a bit premature. Based on what we're seeing on local media, this attack is not over yet. It's continuing. The first wave of the attack is over. We're expecting another series of drones and missiles to be launched, if they haven't been so already, from what we're hearing based on local news outlets in the country. Now, we had another statement from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and they said that after 10 days of silence by the international community, especially the United Nations Security Council failure to condemn the Israeli aggression, the IRGC has responded and decided to punish the aggressor, being Israel, and that they are hitting military targets, and that they warn the U.S. government that any support or to get involved will be faced by decisive response. And we also heard from the Foreign Ministry. They've also issued a statement here saying that the armed forces of Iran, under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, the right to self-defense and the legitimate right to respond to the aggression by the Zionist regime is what is being carried out. And the target to their diplomatic mission on April 1st is what it has led to this point. Now, I also want to point out that we just heard on state news agencies that one of the locations that was hit by a number of missiles, by medium-range ballistic missiles from Iran, has been reportedly the Ramon Air Base in the Negev desert in Israel. And the Iranians are saying that they've launched multiple Khaybar missiles, which has a range of about 2,000 kilometers. And the target was this military air base, which they've hit in the Negev desert.
All right, Dorsa, just stay with us because the Israeli army spokesman, Daniel Hagari, speaking now at West Jerusalem. Let's just listen to what he's saying.
In areas of risk. We are ready for such developments and we are working according to our operational plans. Continue to observe the instructions and maintain your coolness as you did over the past few hours. The military has done and continues to do everything to prevent Israel and its citizens. I will keep you updated. Any questions? We have heard a number of sirens in Dimona. Has Dimona or has a strategic target been threatened? This is a result of a small number of missiles that have been intercepted, and the military base in the south was sustained some damages in its infrastructure, very minor damages. Question: Iran says that this is their response, and should we consider this that the response is over? Answer: the military will continue to do what is needed. The event is not yet over. Do we expect any further threats? Answer: as I have said, threats still exist, and our aeroplanes continue to drop the drones outside our airspace. Our readiness is high. We continue to face such threats. Does Israel intend to attack Iranian nuclear facilities? The answer is that Israel's military will continue to do whatever is needed to defend the people of Israel. Has the military decided not to launch any attack against Iran based on agreement with the United Kingdom and the United States? I will not talk about this, but the military will continue to do whatever is needed to protect our people. Is it true that, as Iran stated, that the event is behind us? Answer: as I have said, the event is not yet behind us, and the military will do whatever necessary to defend our people. Now I will speak in English.
שאילתת מערכת קול ברמה. אם אכן האיראנים מתייחסים למה שהיה כסוף פסוק ותגובה, האם גם מבחינת ישראל האירוע מאחורינו?
Drones, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well. The Iranian attack is ongoing. Our plans are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission. Questions, please.
CNN is asking, what type and how many projectiles have been fired towards Israel tonight so far? And how many drones and missiles have been intercepted? And can you specify by region?
The event is still occurring, but until now, over 200 different kinds have been fired to Israel. Killer drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. We have already intercepted a vast majority of the threats by Israeli systems and with assistance from our partners. We are still in the event, our planes are still in the air, intercepting targets, and we are ready for any threat that will come to Israel. We will do everything we need, everything, to defend the state of Israel. Thank you very much.
All right, so you're watching there a live press conference there from Daniel Hagari, the Israeli military spokesman, talking there. He was saying that Israel was ready for this attack. He said the public must remain cool and calm and not panic. He was asked about what was happening in Dimona, which is an area where Israel, we believe, has a nuclear facility. So there was some minor damage caused from a drone there, but nothing major. He says the Israeli response isn't over yet, even though Iran says that's the end of their response. He was saying they still have planes in the skies and their response will continue because the Iranian threat still exists. He said they've intercepted most of the drones and missiles that have entered Israeli airspace. So that's Daniel Hagari, the Israeli military spokesman. Let's bring in Rory Challens. He joins us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so the Israeli military, of course, trying to reassure the public that all is well.
Well, they're saying it's not over yet, are they? They were saying that they are still up in the air and shooting down drone targets outside of Israeli airspace. So although the Iranians are saying we have made our points and that is the thing concluded, I think from the Israeli standpoint, it's not an all clear yet, certainly. So that is why Daniel Hagari was telling people that they should carry on listening to the instructions. If they're told to go to shelters, they should go to shelters and basically sort of maintain that kind of home front command list of what they should and shouldn't be doing. So, you know, we know that the airport, the Ben Gurion airport is going to be closed indefinitely. We know that schools, universities, daycare, etc., that's going to be shut for the next couple of days, and nobody is allowed to gather in numbers greater than 1,000 people. But I think generally the Israeli military and its friends and partners can conclude that this was a pretty successful defense of the country, as long as there is no further waves that significantly degrade the air defence's capabilities to deal with the situation. They say that there were more than 200 various types of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones launched. The vast majority of them, according to the Israelis, were intercepted. Only a few got through and caused some damage at a military base in the south of the country. And Daniel Hagari said that as far as they're aware at the moment, there is only one casualty, a small girl, who they say they hope to get better soon.
All right, Rory Challenge there live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, for the time being, thank you. Let's bring in Oren Ziv. He's a journalist and commentator at the Israeli magazine 972. Oren, good to have you with you. I believe that you're in Tel Aviv. We understand you've seen some of the interceptions of these drones. Tell us what you've been seeing and hearing there where you are.
So it's the middle of the night here in Tel Aviv. We've seen some flares and airplanes on the sky. It's hard to say if it's Israeli flares or other things. There's not have been any hits in Tel Aviv or in the area. Earlier today, there was an anti-government demonstration and also for the release of the hostages. During the demonstrations, the organizer got the orders from the army, from the police, and they asked the people to leave. And since then, since around 10 in the evening, we've seen the streets getting empty, people leaving to their homes, not only the demonstration, but also other crowded area. I've seen people buying a bit of food, some mineral water, and basically the streets are empty and many people chose to spend the night in shelters in their houses.
And Oren, what more can you tell us then about the Israeli government and the military response to this attack?
We've seen a lot of activity in the sky, but at the moment, because it's the middle of the night, we're getting the report about a Bedouin boy or girl that was injured in the south in a Bedouin community. We're hearing about other minor hits, but till now, from what I'm hearing, we haven't seen any major hits or major locations that were damaged, specifically not in Tel Aviv and Jaffa, that are very quiet and empty at the moment.
Oren, just a final thought to you. I want to just pivot quickly to the war on Gaza. We understand your magazine got somehow some detailed information about how the Israeli military is using artificial intelligence to acquire targets in Gaza. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, definitely. Our story from last week by Yuval Avram was talking about how the Israeli military, the Israeli intelligence unit, use AI in order to locate and assassinate Palestinians inside Gaza. And not only that, the research also showed how much collateral damage, so-called collateral damage, is approved by the senior military officers to kill even very low-rank Palestinians that are believed that are part of Hamas. So in general, I could say this showed that a lot of the attacks in Gaza that caused major casualties of civilians were almost, the vast majority of the process was done by softwares and AI, and just at the end, really shortly approved by human beings.
All right, Oren Ziv, reporting there from Tel Aviv. Oren is a journalist from 972 magazine. Oren, thank you very much indeed. Well, as we mentioned, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. A short time ago, the White House posted his response on X saying, "I've just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, so Biden had that security meeting at the White House earlier, as we've already stated. Who was in that meeting, Kimberly, and what kind of response, apart from this statement, can we expect from Washington? I mean, US officials knew this was coming, didn't they?
Yes, that's the case. It's been reported for a number of days that, in fact, there was an anticipated and imminent threat from Iran, some sort of retaliatory strike. The size, scope, and scale of the attack was something that was not being revealed by the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby. But having said that, there was something that was anticipated, and as a result, the force posture, as it's known, in other words, the military military assets of the U.S. military were being adjusted. That we did know. We also know that the U.S. president, as recently as in just the last couple of days, repeatedly iterated to Iran that he was cautioning it not to retaliate. When we say retaliate, what we mean is that in response to the attack that took place on April 1st, when the embassy in Damascus was struck, or rather the consulate. So as a result, U.S. President Joe Biden said, and it really just gave a one-word warning. He said, don't. But as we know, that response is now underway. Now, as to who was present for the national security meeting that was taking place, and we should tell you has just wrapped up in the White House just behind me in the Situation Room, as it's known. We know that the CIA Director Bill Burns was present, also the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, was also there, of course, the U.S. President. We know the Vice President, she is in Los Angeles, but she was participating via video link. Also, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, and the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among others, who advised the President. We know that this has been going on for many, many hours. The President, in fact, cutting short his trip over the weekend where he was in Delaware, coming back to the White House so that he could be in close consultation with Israeli officials and counterparts. So this is something that's going to continue and be ongoing, given the fact that we know there has already been action that has been involving the U.S. military. In fact, the Pentagon giving us this statement that our forces remain postured to provide defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. Our U.S. forces have been shooting down Iran-launched drones targeting Israel. So already there has been U.S. activity in coordination with the Israel military in response to Israel's attack.
Yeah, Kimberly.
Or rather, Iran's attack.
Yeah, yes, and it's worth pointing out, isn't it, that the Pentagon, because you just touched on it, has shed very little information about what sort of support it'll give to Israel. Are we any clearer as to what sort of military assets are deployed in the region or are being moved into the area in response to the Iranian attack?
We know that since October 7th, and when we talk about October 7th, we mean when Hamas launched its attack into Israel and took captives, some of whom are still unaccounted for, that is when the U.S. began to very physically show its support for Israel, one that the U.S. repeatedly states is ironclad, as recently as, again, in the president's statement that he issued when the national security team released its statement saying that this attack by Iran was ongoing and would last for several hours. That was reiterated. We know that there were joint carrier strike groups that were put into the region. And we also know as recently as just a couple of weeks ago when the Israeli defense minister was in Washington, there was yet another package that was delivered to Israel that included yet more fighter jets and bombs. So this is in addition to the annual nearly $4 billion in military support that is given to Israel on an annual basis. So this is what Israel has been given, and this is also what the United States has positioned in the region. So there is a hefty amount of military hardware that has been positioned. However, where it is precisely, the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby would not say.
All right, Kimberly Halkett live there at the White House. Kimberly, thank you. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at the UN headquarters in New York. And Gabe, we understand you've got some breaking news from the UN for us. The UN boss has been speaking. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Just in the last few minutes, we got a written statement from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This is his first reaction to the events unfolding right now. And I'll read you his statement in full, word for word. It says, I strongly condemn the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran this evening. I call for an immediate cessation of these hostilities. I am deeply alarmed about the very real danger of a devastating region-wide escalation. I urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid any action that could lead to major military confrontations on multiple fronts in the Middle East. The statement concludes with this: I have repeatedly stressed that neither the region nor the world can afford another war. That's a statement that we just got in from the Secretary General, a written statement. He is here in New York. It's a little after 8 p.m. here local time. And that is the first reaction that we've gotten from him. Now, we've heard from him previously over the last weeks and months, and he has both publicly and privately stressed how concerned he is about the events taking place in Gaza, Israel's war on Gaza, and how that could have a spillover effect. We heard the Secretary General previously talk about that, where we've seen the attacks in the Red Sea. But he was really concerned about exactly a situation like this playing out, where you could get a strike by Israel against the Iranian diplomatic office in Damascus that we saw on April 1st. The Secretary General on that day also condemned that, it should be noted, but also then the potential retaliation by Iran that we are now seeing playing out in real time.
Yeah, Gabe, so as you say, a lot of worry and concern there about any further escalations and also the overnight developments in terms of Iran's response. The Iranian mission to the UN also issued a statement earlier. Gabe, what did they have to say then?
Yeah, this was their first official response, and at least that was directed to the world, if you will, outside of Tehran. And on the X platform, the Iranian mission to the United Nations put out a statement saying that they conducted on strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter, this very important document, of course, pertaining to the legitimate defense. Iran's military action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic presence in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. It went on to say, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. Those are the words verbatim that the Iranian mission to the UN posted a little over an hour ago. It's important that they referenced this document, Article 51, because that is important because that is in the UN Charter, and it says any member state of the UN that is a victim of aggression, military aggression, does have the right to respond. Essentially, that is what Article 51 says. And so Iran very clearly laying out in that post on the X platform saying, essentially, we are in accordance with our rights under international law and under the UN Charter in our response. Our response meaning Iran's retaliatory response here. And of course, they posted that the matter can be deemed concluded. This was a post a little over an hour ago. We'll see how all that plays out. But in terms of the Security Council, and this is important, the Security Council, of course, is tasked with overseeing peace and security in the world. We've been told by diplomatic sources that Malta, and they are the president of the Security Council for the months of April. As of right now, we are told by diplomatic sources, Malta has not received any request from a Security Council member to hold an emergency meeting. However, that could change at any moment.
All right, Al Jazeera's Gabe Elizondo there reporting from UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you for that. We'll no doubt come back to you. Let's get some other diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. He said the EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. The UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has reacted by saying, I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. He went on to say the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a video statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. He said, attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. All right, this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. And you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. Those big blank areas in the middle of your screen are the airspaces that have been shut down. Israel, Jordan, Iraq, increasing number of countries closing their airspace as this Iranian response plays out overnight. So those big dark spaces in the middle, or those empty spaces rather, are those airspaces that have been closed down. Let's bring in Hassan Barari. He's a professor of international affairs here at Qatar University. Hassan, thank you very much for waiting. You've been with us all night waiting patiently.
No problem.
So let's just talk about that response from the Iranians then. They've made this statement on X saying this was the one and only response and there's no desire for Iran to expand the conflict. What do you make of that statement, Hassan?
I think this serves their own interest. The Iranian doesn't have any interest in actually escalation like the one that would lead to direct war between the Israelis and the Iranians, and possibly also dragging the American into it. But at the same time, the Iranians can't really afford not doing anything. Inaction was not an option for them, so they had to do something. And because for two reasons: A, they want to regain deterrence, and secondly, they don't want to be seen weak in front of their proxies. So they come up with this, I would say, calculated, measured response and retaliations in order just to make their point that, you know, they have the right to do it and they are willing to do it.
Let's just talk about the US, because this is the worst case scenario for the US. They didn't want to see an escalation in the region. President Biden had warned Iran not to retaliate. How do you see the US involvement now in any retaliation by Israel against what's happening tonight?
There's one thing very important that I heard in the news, that when the American administration told the Israelis that they cannot, or they should not retaliate without coordination. And this is a very important statement made by the Americans, because they don't want Israel to retaliate in a way that would probably lead to a regional war, because the Americans have no interest into that. And all these statements coming from Biden that the Americans would stand up for Israelis and stand with them to contain the aggression.
So you're saying the US then could actually calibrate Israel's response to this?
I think they will, because the Israelis will not have a free hand in that, because I know it's like, you know, one of the objectives of Netanyahu is, you know, to escalate, because this is his own political agenda. But the Americans, I think, will have the final say, because it's way bigger than Israel. It includes the whole region.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point you make about the strategic imperative, because Netanyahu has been talking about the Iranian nuclear threat for years, hasn't he, Hassan? I mean, do you think Israel then will use this opportunity now to complete this strategic imperative, which is to destroy Iran's nuclear assets?
Well, you know, there's a part of this, his government actually saying this is a golden opportunity for them, since the Iranians have targeted them directly, targeted the Israeli territories. Then they have the right to respond, and they want to probably take advantage of that and do what they wanted to do from the very beginning. If you know, Daniel Hagari was saying that, you know, the Israeli military will do what is necessary to protect Israel, and protecting Israel can be interpreted differently, because one of the things that they've been talking about is that the nuclear program is threatening to Israel.
Let me just get another thought from you, Hassan, because I want to ask you, you know, it's easy to focus on what's happening tonight and lose perspective in terms of the broader geopolitical situation in the Middle East. So what are the implications then, the regional implications for things like oil production, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's the Persian Gulf. So what does this mean then for global shipping and the oil market?
Well, it has been a problem until this moment because of what happens in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, because the Houthi has been targeting all these shipments through the strait, and this actually led to a big problem because of the prices are going up. Now, if this back and forth between the Iranians and Israelis continue unchecked, I think this will also have a very grave implications for the prices of oil, and because, you know, Iran is one of the main exporters, but also it impacts probably everyone around the region.
Let me get a final thought from you, Hassan, because we've been talking to our guests tonight who've been telling us that they were surprised that Iran made this direct attack on Israel and that they didn't go through their proxies, which then put some distance between Tehran and what's happening on the, in the battle space. So what about Iran's proxies, specifically Hezbollah? I mean, there are many other fronts which so far have calibrated to some extent their response. Could we now see an escalation then from those proxies and a change in the rules of engagement?
I don't see this coming these days simply because this is not in the interest of the Iranians to have the Israelis launch probably a regional war against their interests, and their proxies are very important, very valuable for them. They don't want them to lose in the process. Hezbollah is the most important proxy for Iran. It has been doing a great job from the Iranian perspective, and probably that's it for the Iranians. So Hezbollah can keep harassing Israel, keep targeting Israel within rules of engagement, but like going beyond that, I think this will provide Netanyahu the opportunity that he was looking for, is to widen the war, and this is not in the interest of the Iranians, simply because the Iranians want to buy time. They rely on strategic patience because they have different files, different priorities. Chief among them is the nuclear one, so they don't want to have, a regional war where the Americans will step in, and probably this will be detrimental to the Iranian interest.
Yeah, and so the Iranians saying that, this is their one and only response. As far as they're concerned, the matter is concluded.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we heard from Daniel Hagari, the Israeli spokesperson, they saying
it's still
not over.
Yeah.
It's not over. The threat is still ongoing. Okay. Well, Iraq is one of the countries that has shut its airspace. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is there. He joins us live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. So, Mohammed, Iraq has announced it's closed its airspace. What more are Iraqi officials saying there in the capital where you are?
Darren, it's interesting because you would expect at a time like this that is so fraught and so tense that we would be hearing from Iraqi government officials, and yet we have not. The one statement that we have received from a ministry here in the last several hours was the one that was issued at 11:30 p.m. last night, stating that Iraqi airspace would be closed, that's according to the Iraqi Civil Aviation Authority, and that it would be closed until at least 5:30 a.m. this morning. That's in a little under 2 hours from now, but that could be extended depending on the security situation going forward. Now, it's safe to say that the fact that we are not hearing from Iraqi officials about what has happened over the past several hours is due to the fact that Iraq has, for decades now, been stuck really between the U.S. on the one hand and Iran on the other hand, which has huge influence in this country. And one of the ways that they have influence is within these paramilitary groups, these armed groups that are either linked to Iran or backed by Iran, many of them now coming under the umbrella of a group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Now, since October 7th, there were close to 170 attacks by groups affiliated with the Islamic Resistance in Iraq towards U.S. military assets and personnel in Iraq and in Syria. There are, of course, around 2,500 U.S. military personnel in Iraq, about 900 in Syria. Now, in late January, an attack by the Kataib Hezbollah group, which is the most powerful of the groups within the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, killed 3 U.S. soldiers at a U.S. base in Jordan. After that, the U.S. retaliated several times against some of these groups in Iraq. And since early February, there has been sort of an unofficial ceasefire between these groups and no retaliation since then by the U.S. Army. Now, the question the last few days, when it was becoming clearer and clearer that Iran was going to be launching an attack towards Israel, was whether or not these proxy groups, their proxies inside Iraq, would actually be involved. We don't yet have an answer, a clear answer to that question. What we know at this hour is that none of these groups has claimed to have taken part in any of the retaliatory strikes towards Israel in the past several hours. We have heard from the leader of one of those groups, a group called Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada, in which on social media he praised the attacks by Iran, saying that his group supported those attacks. But nobody has said that they have been taking part in any of these attacks. And that's where a lot of the tension has been coming from. And the timing is very interesting right now. You could argue that the timing of all this couldn't be worse for the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. He actually just yesterday left Iraq heading to Washington so that he could meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday, the first time he would meet with the U.S. leader since taking power in Iraq. He would like to see bilateral relations with the U.S. strengthened, but he would also like to see a firm timetable come up with so that he could see a drawdown of U.S. troops in Iraq. All of that a question right now, because the last thing the U.S. would want to do if they sense that Israel is under threat from groups in Iraq is to withdraw their forces from Iraq. So it's all very complicated right now. We should also just mention, Darren, one other thing is that in the past hour, we have started seeing reports emerge from local media in northern Iraq and Erbil saying that there were loud explosions heard in areas close to the U.S. consulate. Not that there was any attack, but there were loud explosions heard. Some people attributing those explosion sounds to potentially coalition forces intercepting a missile that was heading from Iran towards Israel. There are videos that are purporting to show that missile and perhaps a drone being shot down. And also there were reports that sirens were activated in and around the U.S. consulate in Erbil. We're waiting for more details to emerge. We are still trying to get comment from any Iraqi authorities about what has transpired over the course of the past few hours and how it might affect Iraq's security situation in the days to come. And we'll get you those details as we have them.
Yeah, Mohammed, just a final thought to you before you go. I mean, as you say, the timing of this is significant because the Iraqi Prime Minister is making this trip to Washington to speak to President Biden, to also talk about U.S. troop reductions. Let me ask you, what is the risk now then facing U.S. assets, facing U.S. troops, given Iran's retaliatory strike against Israel?
Well, there are U.S. bases in Iraq. There are U.S. bases in Syria. Of course, these bases have consistently, over the course of the past several years, come under attack by these Iran-backed and Iran-affiliated proxy groups and paramilitary groups inside of Iraq. It's only really since February that there has been sort of this ceasefire, nothing official, but essentially these groups not wanting to expand any of the hostilities and not wanting to instigate any further clashes, and then the U.S. not retaliating any further. Of course, the U.S. knows there's always a heightened risk towards their troops, towards their military assets in Iraq and in Syria. They are always on guard. And one of the ways this all gets very complicated right now is that the Iraqi Prime Minister has for a while now said that they really need to see the U.S. commit to a timeline for the reduction of those troops in Iraq. This is a time of rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq because there have been U.S. strikes against these paramilitary groups in Iraq. So it is tense. The Prime Minister came to power through the backing of Iran-linked groups in Iraq. He is treading a very fine line. He wants to make sure that the relationship is solid with the U.S. He also wants to make sure that the relationship is copacetic with Iran. So that's going to be a very fine line for him to navigate, and that's one of the reasons he was going to D.C. But right now, there's no indication that that meeting would be delayed or that it would be canceled, but clearly there's going to be a lot more to discuss at a time of such heightened tension in this region, and it might be quite difficult for the U.S. at this particular time if they think that Israel is facing potentially more threats from groups inside of Iraq especially. It would be a very difficult time for the U.S. to commit to drawing down troop levels even further in this region. Darren?
All right, Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom reporting live there from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, thank you. Well, as we've been telling you, Lebanon has closed its airspace as well. For more on that, let's go to Ali Hashem, who joins us from Tyre. That's in the south of Lebanon. Ali, so I guess the big question now will be how much more will Iran's proxies like Hezbollah escalate the crisis? I mean, we saw that huge rocket barrage from Hezbollah into northern Israel a day or so ago. So how are things then likely to play out where you are now that Iran has responded?
Well, Darren, in fact, there were also other barrages today from Lebanon towards Israel. One, just like a few hours from this time, Hezbollah attacked a air defense base in the Golan with tens of rockets. And it was thought that this is part of the attempts to divert the attention of the air defenses towards another another target. However, it was clear now after a big amount of time has passed. It's clear now that this attack was completely an Iranian attack, and that the allies or the backed groups, if they played a role, it was just a supportive role, but they didn't launch anything. And at least from here, from Lebanon, where we are, nothing was part of this huge amount of ballistic missiles that was launched towards Israel. Nothing was launched from Lebanon. Now, of course, over here in Tyre, where we are, we saw a lot of missiles and a lot of interceptions, because as you know, we're very close to the border. We're like 20 kilometers from the border. And of course, the Israeli anti-missile system is functional here. So there were several ballistic missiles intercepted in the skies above us here. But in general now, is it going to be, this is the big question, is it going to be business as usual and back to the normal fronts that were active since the 8th of October? Or this is going to be another day, a different day? And how then those allies or proxies or groups backed by Iran are going to react to an Israeli attack on Iran, if there is going to be one in retaliation to today's attack? And how is this going to play within this regional situation? There is a serious regional tension already going on. Is it going to go farther than that?
Yeah, Ali, that's an important point you make. Let me just ask you just a final thought. I mean, how much fear is there then in Lebanon that Hezbollah, being a proxy of Iran, could drag Lebanon back into war with Israel? Because there are many within Lebanon, as you know, I mean, you cover Lebanon for us, for Al Jazeera. There are many in the country who don't want a war with Israel. They don't want to see an escalation.
Well, Darren, we are already in war. And since the 8th of October, there is a war situation. Now, we can say that it's limited to military targets on both sides, despite the fact that there are more than 60 Lebanese civilians who were killed over the past 6 months. But in fact, this is a war situation, whereas on daily basis, there are attacks, Israeli airstrikes on different areas in Lebanon, and in the depth of 100 kilometers towards the Bekaa Valley, Hezbollah attacking Israel, also extending or expanding the front towards the Syrian Golan. So we are already in a situation of war here in Lebanon. Therefore, the big question, concern here is that this is going to expand and become an all-out war, which is the main issue and everyone is really concerned about. And you mentioned closing the airport. I spoke to the Minister of Works and Transportation. He said that this was an attempt by him in coordination with the Speaker of the Parliament and the Prime Minister to try as much as possible to, isolate Lebanon and contain this situation, whereas the airport, the flights, all these things shouldn't be affected. And in fact, Lebanon can't really tolerate that. But at the end, Lebanon is part of this whole situation.
All right, Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem reporting there from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Ali, no doubt we'll come back to you a little bit later. Thank you for the time being. Well, joining us now live from Washington, D.C. is Trita Parsi, the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. That's a U.S. think tank. He's also the former president of the Iranian-American Council. Trita, always good to have you on Al Jazeera. I think it's the first time we're talking to you about tonight's developments. Let me start by asking you then, Trita, what's your response to this retaliatory strike by Iran on Israel? I mean, Iran says, look, the matter is concluded. Israel says, no, it's not. The threat is still ongoing.
I think it's quite clear just by the size and the scope of this attack that this was primarily aimed at enabling the Iranians to save face, to show that they did something, that they deliberately violated Israel's red line, because the Israelis said that they would view an attack from Iranian soil as something that would further escalate the situation. But they've also done it in a manner that clearly puts an end to it. If they really wanted to inflict far greater damage on Israel, there would have been a far large number of ballistic missiles as well as drones, not shot from Iran, but much closer to Israel in order to make sure that they would get there faster. They didn't choose to do this. They did something to be able to say that this is now concluded. And if Israel then decides to act again, then the Iranians will try to portray that as a deliberate escalation by the Israelis that further widens this conflict and essentially shift the blame back onto the Israelis. The question really is, will Biden do something here to put an end to the Israeli action. Remember, he said don't to the Iranians. Will he ever say don't to the Israelis? He hasn't done that so far.
Yeah, and what do you make then of the US response? I mean, as you say, Biden said don't. The Iranians went ahead anyway. What more should the Americans be doing now? Are they likely to calibrate the Israeli response to this Iranian attack?
Well, the United States did not condemn the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. If it had, and if it had not stood in the way of the UN Security Council condemning it as a whole, then it would have had some credibility with Iran asking it to stand down and not retaliate. And there are historical examples in which actually the Iranians did when the UN Security Council acted firmly. In this case, however, the United States has actively supported Israel. It has helped shoot down some of these drones. So it certainly has the credibility to ask Netanyahu not to expand this conflict further. The problem, of course, is that fundamentally, Netanyahu has an interest in widening and broadening the war. Biden.
All right. Well, apologies for that. We were talking to Trita Parsi there in Washington about the Iranian response. If we can, we'll try and go back to him a little bit later if we can. But a little bit earlier, the Israeli army spokesman Daniel Hagari gave a response to those attacks. Let's hear again what he had to say.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
All right, well, let's go live now to Gabriel Elizondo at the United Nations headquarters in New York. So, Gabe, we're just listening to Daniel Hagari there, the Israeli military spokesperson. And we understand now the Israelis are asking for a Security Council meeting. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of new information is coming in here at UN headquarters as we speak. And the latest information that we're getting is that the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, has sent a formal letter to the president of the Security Council. That would be Vanessa Fraser, who's the ambassador to the Security Council. From the country of Malta. They hold the presidency of the council this month of April, and that Israel is formally requesting that the Security Council hold an emergency meeting on Iran's drone strikes against Israel. Now, Israel is not a member of the Security Council, so it would the formal request would have to come from a current member of the Security Council. We've been reaching out to Malta. We're trying to get some more information to see if Malta is going to be scheduling an emergency meeting on this. But in his letter to Malta, the Israeli ambassador says, and I'll read just part of it, he says, today Iran has launched a direct attack from within its territory of more than 200 UAVs, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards Israel in clear violation of the UN Charter and international law. Iran has also publicly taken pride in the attack. The attack is a severe and dangerous escalation. And then the letter partially goes on to say that the gravity and volume of the attacks are unprecedented and are a flagrant violation of Israel's sovereignty, of international law, and of the Security Council resolutions. Iran poses a direct threat to international peace and brazenly violates the UN Charter and Security Council resolution. That's part of what was said in the letter sent from the Iranian mission to the Security Council president. Now we're just waiting to see if Malta, the president of the Security Council, will schedule this emergency meeting, and if so, when.
Yeah, Gabe, let's just go back to the Israelis, because it is ironic, isn't it, Gabe? Because Israel isn't a big fan of the UN, so it seems odd that they now want the UN to intervene.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is a sort of part and parcel for how Israel operates with the UN. Gilad Erdan, the ambassador, also posted on Twitter just not too long ago as well, since Iran's response happened. He said, Antonio Guterres, Iran has violated the UN Charter and has shown that it is a threat to global peace and security. Where is your voice, Antonio Guterres? Where is your condemnation? Wake up. That was a little over an hour ago. Listen, Israel has been incredibly critical of the United Nations. In fact, this same Israeli ambassador to the UN has called for the Secretary General to resign in shame because of how Israel thinks he is handling the situation in Gaza. But listen, Israel will use the UN for how it wants to use the UN to its advantage, and you clearly see that they want to elevate this situation, and they're saying that this is a violation of the UN Charter. Interestingly enough, though, in Iran's post on the social media platform X, Iran says their response is in line with the UN Charter, Article 51, which says any member state that is attacked, in the case of Iran, it was their diplomatic mission attacked on April 1st in Damascus, has a right to respond. That's in the UN Charter, the right to response, of course, Article 51. So listen, now Israel is clearly using it to their advantage, but the big picture here is will the Security Council call for an emergency meeting, and if so, when it will happen? We should probably hear from Malta on this probably within the next hour or so this evening, because if they decide to hold a council meeting on Sunday, we'd have to get notice of that probably sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Gabe, just a final thought to you before you go. You were telling us earlier that the UN boss, Antonio Guterres, has been speaking. What's he been saying?
Yeah, that's right. He put out a statement. It said he strongly condemns the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran this evening. I call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. The statement from the Secretary General went on to say, and I'm deeply alarmed about the very real danger of devastating region-wide escalation. I urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid any action that could lead to major military confrontations on multiple fronts in the Middle East. And the statement is concluded by saying, I have repeatedly stressed that neither the region nor the world can afford another war. That statement from the Secretary General was put out just within the last hour or so. Clearly, the Secretary General has been very concerned about escalation. In fact, on April 1st, when Israel launched its attack on the Iranian diplomatic mission in Damascus, the Secretary General also put out a statement condemning that incident. And he also spoke on the phone with Iran's foreign minister at the time. So he's been deeply engaged in this for the last several days now, knowing that this very well could be a possibility, knowing that in Article 51 of the UN Charter, Iran does have a right to respond to an attack on their territory. So the Secretary General saw probably saw a little bit of the writing on the wall of what potentially could be happening, what we are seeing happening right now. He's basically calling on all parties to restraint because he is really worried about a spillover effect from Israel's war on Gaza. And he's been talking about this for months now. Well, this spillover effect is very much happening. It's no longer a worry. Could it happen? It very much is happening.
Yeah,
right
it absolutely
now.
is. Gabe Elizondo live for us there at UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. Let's bring in back David DeRoche. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. Joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, good to have you back with us. So then, just remind our viewers your response first on this retaliatory attack by Iran against Israel. How surprised are you, David, that Iran used a direct attack rather than via its proxies?
I was really surprised. I think what happened was I misunderstood the level of pride in Iran and the fact that Iran felt that it had to establish a deterrence mechanism against Israel. I felt that that was a risk that Iran would not do. It seems that the Iranian leaders are determined not just to take action, but to be seen to take action. What that indicates to me is that there's considerations of pride and prestige that are divorced from strategy and tactical utility, which may indicate a more dangerous era than we thought.
David, you're here to give us a sort of military perspective on assets and what's being used. So what more do we know then about the Shahed drones that were heading towards Israel? Many of them we think have been shot down, but just talk to us about their range, their speed, warheads, their payloads, etc.
Yeah, good question. So the most important part is the payload. The payload's about 50 kilograms of high explosives, but the explosives have copper penetrating plates that are not just on the ends, but also on the sides. And there's also around the side of the warhead, metal fragment that's sort of in like a little band that can create damage. And so what you have is, by military standards, a relatively small weapon that's not capable of any great penetration of a hardened military target. But if it lands in a thing like we've seen the Russians using this against electrical power stations in Ukraine, it can cause a great amount of damage to complex machinery. And of course, if it hits a large concentration of people, the shrapnel from the fragmentation can cause a great degree of damage. Then you have the body of the Shahed itself, which is made out of fiberglass. That means that it's both cheap to make, but it's also difficult to acquire by radar. The guidance of the Shahed can be guided actively, although that is somewhat hard for Iran because it requires a camera, and only a few are made with those because of sanctions. Iran's finding it hard to get those. So most of them are on a sort of inertial guidance. They're either using GPS, which I'm sure that there was extensive jamming. Jamming was reported, and so GPS may have been disabled, and that may have led to a lot of these going down. Or it has an active communications link, which it also is disrupted by electronic warfare jamming. Or it is just put on a dead reckoning. And if it's on a dead reckoning pattern, then it's, once you acquire it, you can shoot it down if need be.
David, just a final thought to you. So then, is the Iranian strategy militarily to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system? Because, of course, as you've been explaining to us, by using other aerial assets like missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, in effect, the attack could be multi-layered as well.
Yeah. I think that if they want to have an effective attack, this is the way to do it. You have multiple targets going to the same place. What will be interesting to see is what they were actually targeting. If they were aiming to converge at one point, they have the possibility of truly overwhelming Israel, or if they're going from multiple areas towards one point. But if they're just making a demonstration attack, then what we will see when this is over is that there'll be a dispersed range of targets, and that these targets will not be high priority. So there'll be an analytical effort. I think that Israel will respond in some way, just because this is such a large attack on their sovereign terrain from Iran. And Iran, prior to this, have only really claimed one major drone attack that was on the Israeli consulate in Erbil. We'll have to see, but it's clearly trying to demonstrate that they can penetrate Israel's vaunted air defenses is one of the main goals of this attack.
All right, David DeRoche, Associate Professor at the National Defense University, joining us live there from Washington, D.C. David, thank you very much for staying with us throughout the night, giving us your military expertise on the developing story here of Iran's retaliatory attack against Israel. So to our viewers now, if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, it's just coming up to 0100 GMT. We're continuing with our special coverage of that retaliatory attack by Iran against Israel. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at UN headquarters in New York. And Gabe, so we were talking to you earlier about the Israelis asking for a Security Council meeting. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, just within the last few minutes, we have been able to confirm that the UN Security Council will be holding an emergency meeting at 4 p.m. New York time on Sunday. That's 20 GMT. This information is confirmed by Malta, who holds the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April. They are confirming that they did receive this letter that was sent to the Secretary General and to the Security Council. This letter from the Israeli ambassador, Gilad Erdan, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, Israel's formal request for an emergency Security Council meeting. But because Israel is not a member of the Security Council, it took another member of that council to also, sort of put forth this request. Malta has accepted it, and there will be an emergency UN Security Council meeting on Sunday. Again, that's 4 p.m. New York time. That's 20 GMT here at UN headquarters in Security Council chambers.
Yeah, Gabriel, and just a final thought to you. I mean, we were talking to you earlier that Israel is not a big fan of the UN. It seems quite ironic then that they're asking for UN intervention, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Israel has been very critical of the UN for a long time, quite frankly, but particularly in the last 6 months. But it's been personal critiques as well. It's Gilad Erdan, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, has actually called for Secretary General Antonio Guterres to resign in shame because of the way that Israel thinks he is mishandling the way the UN is dealing with Israel's war on Gaza. I mean, it's been very personal attacks against the Secretary General by Israel. Israel's clearly no fan of the Secretary General, obviously no fan of UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency that deals with humanitarian issues in Gaza. So very critical of UN officials, top to bottom. And so the fact that now, when it suits Israel, now they are calling on the UN Security Council with this letter that we confirmed is legitimate here, calling on the UN Security Council to have a meeting so Israel can voice its displeasure with Iran's strikes against Israel, retaliatory strikes, clearly shows how Israel, at least when it comes to diplomacy at the UN, sort of tries to use this body when it needs to, but then dismiss the UN when it's not in their benefit, or when it's when the UN is being perhaps critical of Israel. So that's the situation. I should say in this letter from the Israeli ambassador to the Security Council, and I won't read the whole thing, but I'll just read part of it. It says the gravity and volume of the attacks by Iran are unprecedented and are a flagrant violation of Israel's sovereignty, of international law, and of Security Council resolutions. Iran poses a direct threat to international peace and brazenly violates the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions. I should also point out, though, that Iran posted a message on the social platform X, and in Iran's post from over an hour ago, it said that it conducted this strike, or strikes, I should say, on the strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter pertaining to legitimate defense. Iran's military's action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression on our diplomatic presence in Damascus. So that was Iran's stance on this, pointing to Article 51 of the Charter, which does say any member state which is a victim of military aggression does have a right in the UN Charter to respond. So that is clearly Iran's response, and why they said they carried out this retaliatory strike, as Iran puts it, in accordance with international law and the UN Charter.
All right, Al Jazeera's Gabe Elizondo reporting there from UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. So we're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran's retaliatory attack against Israel. Israel says more than 200 drones and missiles were launched from Iran, the majority of which were intercepted. Well, air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. There are reports 2 people were injured in the attacks.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones, as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Well, Al Jazeera's Rory Challens joins us live now from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, I see you've taken off your flak jacket and your helmet. because Israeli security authorities have lifted the alert level, meaning residents no longer need to take shelter. What can you tell us, Rory?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been just over an hour since Daniel Hagari made that update that we were just listening to there. And in that update, he said it's not over yet, and said that the Israeli planes and the planes of its partners were still shooting down drones outside of Israeli airspace. But since then, there has, as you say, been a downgrading of the Home Front Command's alert level for Israelis around the country. It's basically telling them that they no longer have to be near shelters, essentially saying that the immediate danger has passed for the moment, as you say, hence why I've taken off my flak jacket and my helmet. Now, for much of the night, I've been saying that this attack that Israel was under was a test of its air defense capabilities. And it seems to have passed that test pretty conclusively with the help of the United States, with the help of the UK, France and Jordan. It has shot down, from what we understand, is the vast majority of more than 200 drones and missiles that were launched against it. Now, Darren, you have been speaking to analysts over the last couple of hours who've been saying that Iran's attack was likely carefully calibrated to make a point, but not to cause so much damage that it escalated the situation into a wider conflict in this part of the world. So what we have seen in Israel is that the damage has been relatively minor so far has been reported, with damage to an airbase in the south and only a couple of casualties and no confirmed fatalities. But what that means is that there is now another test for Israel. The test is, what is its response going to be? The War Cabinet has been authorized to retaliate in some way against against Iran. But is that retaliation going to be carefully calibrated too? And what's the United States going to be saying to Israel? Is it going to be trying to dial down that response and basically say to everyone involved, that's enough, let's go, let's calm things down now?
Rory, you've been talking to us throughout the evening about the military and air defense preparations that Israel's been making over the last week or so, because let's remind our viewers, Israel is extremely technologically advanced in its air defense and GPS jamming capabilities.
Yeah, so I mean, for a long time now, for 10 days at least, Israel has been on a heightened state of alert because it knew that something was going to be coming. The Iranians had said that something was coming. They had said that they were going to strike Israel in some form or another. So, of course, Israel had to prepare for multiple different possibilities. There was the possibility of some sort of ground incursion, most likely from Hezbollah in the north, from Lebanon. So they cancelled all leave for combat units of soldiers. They also called up air defense reservists so they could man the air defense batteries that we saw with our own eyes over the skyline of Jerusalem just a few hours ago, launching interceptors up into the sky to take down the drones and the missiles that were coming in. They also put on alert consulates and embassies around the world because there was a fear that perhaps those soft targets might be what Iran chose to strike. And there was widespread jamming, which went on for the 10 days that it was in place for, and was definitely in place tonight. If you're looking at your phone and your phone map was saying that you weren't here, you weren't in Jerusalem, you were in Beirut or you were in Damascus, so completely scrambled. These were the kinds of things that Israel was putting in place, and also this Home Front Command order that no mass groups of people should be taking place. So any grouping over 1,000 people, that was outlawed. And also schools are still going to be closed for the next couple of days. So the threat is not gone yet, but it's certainly calmed down.
All right, Rory Challens, live for us there in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. Let's bring in again Dorsa Jabari. She joins us live from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, so we also have this statement on X by the Iranian diplomats at the UN saying this is their only response and they consider the matter concluded and they don't want a widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response, Dorsa? Because it seems fairly calibrated in terms of what actually happened.
Certainly, and we've been hearing from Iranian officials that their response would be precise and limited, and that is what we've seen this evening in the operation dubbed True Promise by the Revolutionary Guard. They've issued a second statement saying that they are continuing to be ready for any kind of a response from the Israelis, but also the Revolutionary Guards had a message for countries that have been helping Israel in terms of disrupting what Iran was trying to carry out, saying that specifically the United States, they will not their actions will not go unanswered. I think we've seen the worst of what was to come from Iran, certainly not a full-on attack, and certainly a show of what Iran is capable of. Certainly scenes that we have never seen before being carried out by Iranian missiles, drones, and cruise missiles, as well as ballistic missiles by the Revolutionary Guard. According to state TV, they hit military targets successfully. Of course, that is being disputed by Israeli officials, saying they've sustained minor damage. Now we begin the next phase of this saga, that is what the Israeli response will be. And for that reason, the Revolutionary Guard remains on high alert and have now issued words of warnings to Israel. We heard from a commander of the Revolutionary Guard telling state TV that any kind of a response from Israel will be met by a harsher response than what we've seen tonight from Iran. I think there's a sense that this was certainly a message to Israel and not an act to try and engage in full-on war. This was a mission that was approved by the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, which is made up of the president and a number of high-ranking military officials. And of course, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces, would have had to have final say on the matter. For now, Iranians will be waiting to see what Israel will do and whether or not they will be able to maintain this conflict currently where things are at without escalating it further.
Yeah, Dorsa, as you say, this was pretty unprecedented, this direct attack by Iran against Israel. What's the mood amongst ordinary Iranians on the street?
Well, what we've seen, of course, it's overnight here. The streets are empty. There's been sporadic gatherings of members of the Basij forces, that is the volunteer force of the Revolutionary Guard, at Palestine Square here earlier, and also reportedly outside of the British Embassy here in Tehran. But generally, the general public will be waking up to this news in the coming hours. And I think most people will be certainly shocked. You have to remember, for 45 years, since the revolution of 1979, this rhetoric and threat against Israel has been ongoing, but never really did anyone think that Iran would directly hit targets inside Israel. This is something that was a possibility after Israel carried out an airstrike on Iran's consulate section in Damascus on April 1st, killing 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. But of course, it's not that one incident that has triggered this response from Iran. It's been years of sabotage and assassinations that Israel has carried out both inside Iran and in the region. In Syria alone, since October 7th, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Inside Iran, since 2010, 6 Iranian nuclear scientists have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but 5 of them have been killed. Iranians pointing the finger at Israel, trying to sabotage Iran's nuclear program and advancement, something that has been a point of contention for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for nearly 2 decades. So the events of tonight are a culmination of years of this hostile relationship between Iran and Israel that began in 1979.
All right, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari there, live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, thank you. Well, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. A short time ago, the White House posted his response on X saying, "I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad." Let's bring in back our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, so Biden rushed back and he had this security meeting at the White House. Just talk us through the meeting, who was in it, what was said, and what's the message, more importantly, from the Biden administration, given this Iranian retaliation?
Yeah, what we know is that that meeting was lengthy and it was full of the high-profile members of the Biden administration and U.S. President Joe Biden's cabinet. It was the Joint Chiefs of Staff from the Pentagon. It was the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the CIA Director Bill Burns, and the Vice President Kamala Harris, who joined from video link, as well as the U.S. President, among others. But what we should tell you is, while there was that meeting that took place and has wrapped up in the Situation Room, there are unconfirmed reports coming from the Israeli media as well as the U.S. media that the U.S. president has held a phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, we have reached out to the White House to get confirmation of this and are awaiting a readout. But what we are hearing is that the U.S. president has held this phone call, which has reportedly wrapped up. In this phone call, what we are learning is that reportedly, and again, this is coming from both Israeli media as well as U.S. media, that the U.S. president signaled to the Israeli prime minister to try and contain the conflict and to persuade Israel not to retaliate on Iranian soil. Now, again, this is unconfirmed, but it is coming from both the Israeli side as well as the U.S. side. He is attempting, apparently, to try and ask Israel not to attack. What we can also tell you is that right now, Darren, what is happening here in Washington as well as in New York City is a bit of an uneasy calm, if you will, just to give you kind of a sense of what it's like here in Washington. There is this awareness that the U.S. president has cut short, as you mentioned, his own vacation from Delaware. He's come back to the White House. And in fact, you can't make it out behind me, but the Marine that stands outside the West Wing is or has been there all evening, and that indicates that the U.S. president is still in the Oval Office. So that has left a sort of a sense of unease, and as a result, the police department in New York City, as well as what is known as the Metro Police Department here in Washington, D.C., or MPD, has issued a statement saying we are closely monitoring the events in the Middle East. There are no credible threats at this time in D.C. Still, the police department's paying special attention to religious institutions, houses of worship, to maintain safety and security. So you could say there's a bit of a heightened alert or awareness that's going on right now, given the events that are taking place in the Middle East.
And you've been telling us all night, Kimberly, there was some speculation, wasn't there, that President Biden knew about this attack. What sort of behind-the-scenes diplomatic warnings or intelligence led Biden to believe the response would be sooner rather than later?
That's right. Well, what we know is that we got a couple of indications. First of all, we heard Friday morning from the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby, who held a call with reporters. And in it, he discussed that there were reports of an imminent attack and that there was a real and viable threat. But what the White House was not telling us was the intelligence, not sharing the scale, the size, and the scope of the attack, only saying that there was intelligence, but there was no indication of the timing. But what the National Security Council was saying is that there was already movement in place, that the United States had positioned its assets already in the region in order to assist Israel and to respond to these attacks that were imminent from Iran. In other words, retaliation for the attacks that took place on April 1st on its consulate inside Damascus. Now, what we know is that the U.S. president has been briefed and was briefed multiple times on Friday, so yesterday, here on Friday, multiple times with his national security team in anticipation of what has happened in the last few hours. So what we know is that these were forced posture changes. And we should point out that since October 7th, when Hamas did attack Israel and take hold of a number of captives, some of whom were still unaccounted for, is when the United States started to position its carrier strike groups and fighter jets, etc., in the region in order to assist Israel. And so these are the assets that the Pentagon says were sort of recalibrated, if you will, in the region in order to prepare for what has occurred today. And we should point out the Pentagon did issue a statement in just the last few hours saying U.S. forces in the region have been shooting down Iran-launched drones targeting Israel. Our forces remain postured to provide defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. And we can confirm very quickly that U.S. and U.K. fighter jets were spotted over Iraq and Syria along the border there.
All right, Kimberly Halkett, live for us there outside the White House. Kimberly, many thanks for that. We'll obviously come back to you a little bit later in the night. Let's bring in Mark Kimmett. He's the former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. He served under George W. Bush. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. General Kimmett, always good to have you with us. So I think it's the first time we're talking to you tonight. So what do you make then of the Iranian response? I mean, the Iranians now say the matter is concluded. The Israelis say, no, it's not. The threat is still hot.
Well, listen, while I deplore the Iranian regime, I've always admired their calculated and strategic thinking. You saw that out of Qasem Soleimani. You saw that out of Iran after the targeting of Qasem Soleimani. So it appeared to me that the regime did not just run pell-mell into this decision, but they thought it through. It is strategic. It is, in their mind, synchronized, and in their mind, it's proportional. So I think at this point, it is very clear what the Iranians have done and what they've put on the chessboard. And now it's going to be very interesting to see if the Israelis respond to that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make, Mark, because we're just talking to Kimberly Halkett there, our correspondent at the White House. She was saying that they've just heard that Biden has spoken to Netanyahu. There is a sense, perhaps, that they are trying to roll this back and calibrate the response. How do you see the response playing out then?
Well, I think you're right. I think this entire evening has been an opportunity to roll back. 5 hours ago, we thought that the entire Middle East was going to be aflame, that not only were there going to be drones, but they were going to be followed by cruise missiles, then ballistic missiles, aimed at the population centers inside of Israel. What have we seen now? We've seen a very carefully scripted response by the Iranians to the killing of the IRGC Quds Force officers in Damascus. So I think both the United States is doing what they need to do. I think Iran has done what it has done and quickly put out a statement in the UN that this is, in their mind, one and done. The third part of this equation, Israel, is yet to be seen, but I certainly hope that the work being done by the National Security Council and the president in his office right now is they're all talking to their counterparts in Israel and say, all right, enough is enough. Let's call it a day.
Mark, just give us a sense of some of the military assets that we saw at play here tonight, because we saw a number of air defense systems in use. Talk us through Israel's air defense capabilities. We hear so much about the Iron Dome system. Let's not forget Israel has many more air defense systems and a multitude of electronic jamming measures as well.
Yeah, they really do. They've got a three-tiered system. They've got, of course, Iron Dome, Jacob Sling, and they've got other capabilities. It's sort of three-tiered for different levels. I really don't believe that it has been stretched that much in this operation over the last 5 hours. We didn't see ballistic missiles. We didn't see cruise missiles. So we didn't truly see the capabilities of Israel on display. Of course, they were backstopped not only with their own capabilities, but their own Air Force the United States capabilities that were brought into the fight. As I understand, even the Jordanians and the British were knocking down some of these drones as well. So if the Iranians think that they have had a full test of the Israeli capabilities, I don't think they got that. But candidly, I don't think they wanted it. This was a demonstration in military parlance, and you know that, Captain Jordan. It wasn't meant to be an attack. It was meant to be a demonstration.
Yeah, Mark, sorry, I'm just laughing because you know my military background. But Mark, let me ask you, it's so easy to focus on the events of tonight, the strike itself, the assets used, the damage done, the strategy behind it. What are the regional implications for things like oil productions, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's also the Persian Gulf. What does this mean then for global shipping and the oil market, which, as we know, is extremely fickle?
Yeah, and that's the right question. We really won't know that until the markets truly open up on Monday morning. I think there will be many that are calmed by what they saw. I think because there has been and have been a lot of jitters in the markets over the last few days about what the Iranians could, in fact, bring and what they could, in fact, respond. And this has actually been a fairly modest response. So I would hope to see perhaps some early volatility in the markets, early volatility in the insurance companies that will want to keep their oil tankers outside of the Red Sea. But if we don't see a further response, I think in about a week from now, things will be calmed down to normal.
Mark, let me get a final thought from you before you go. I mean, the US has said all along that it doesn't want to get dragged into a wider regional war in the Middle East. It never wanted an escalation over and above Gaza. But events clearly have overtaken the US. How involved, then, is the US now in terms of a widening or a deconfliction of this conflict?
Well, let's be very clear. As I said, I deplore the Iranian regime, but the Iranian regime has made it very clear that this is one and done. U.S. stay out of this. The wild card in all this at this point is Benjamin Netanyahu. And we have a president in the United States that, for long-standing historical reasons and candidly upcoming election reasons, is saying that he is standing behind Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel 100%. I think that's a dangerous precedent. I think his words are not helping the situation. It actually gives Benjamin Netanyahu the ability to do more than if the president had said, I'm with you with conditions. So I think the ball right now is in Benjamin Netanyahu's court, not in the United States, not in Iran's.
Mark Kimmett, always good to get your thoughts and your military analysis here on Al Jazeera. Mark, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you, Captain Jordan.
Well, the Iranian mission to the UN has issued another statement. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at UN headquarters in New York. What can you tell us, Gabe?
Yeah, that's right. This is the second statement that the Iranian mission to the UN has issued this evening. The first one was posted on the social media site X. This is a formal letter that we have just gotten our hands on here within the last couple minutes or so. This is from the Iranian ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Iravani. This letter is sent to Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Ambassador Vanessa Frazier, who is the president of the Security Council for the month of April. She's the Malta's ambassador to the UN. This is who the letter is sent to. I'm just going to read it because this really lays out Iran's justification for what has just transpired over the last couple hours. The letter starts by just saying that Iran is acknowledging a series of military strikes on Israeli military objectives. But then the letter goes on, and these are the words verbatim here. This action was in the exercise of Iran's inherent right to self-defense as outlined in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, and is in response to the Israeli recurring military aggression, particularly its armed attack on 1st of April 2024 against Iranian diplomatic premises in the defiance of Article 2.4 of the Charter of the United Nations. The letter goes on to say, regrettably, the United Nations Security Council has failed in its duty to maintain international peace and security, allowing the Israeli regime to transgress red lines and violate the fundamental principles of international law. Such violations have exacerbated tensions in the region and threatened regional and international peace and security. As a responsible member of the United Nations, the letter goes on, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed to the purpose and principles enshrined in the Charter of the UN and international law, and reiterates its consistent position that it does not seek escalation or conflict in the region. I want to go on with one more paragraph of this because this is very important. The letter goes on from Iran saying, while warning about any further military provocations by the Israeli regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its unwavering determination to defend its people, national security and interests, sovereignty and territorial integrity against any threat or acts of aggression, and to respond to any such threat or aggressions vigorously and in accordance with international law. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate to exercise its inherent right of self-defense when required. Should the Israeli regime commit any military aggression, again, Iran's response will assuredly and decisively be stronger and more resolute. There was a lot to take in there, but I think it was important you heard exactly what are in this letter that the Iranian mission has sent to the Secretary General just in the last few minutes and to the Security Council. Important to hear exactly what Iran is saying. This comes in the context of also within the last half hour or so, Al Jazeera able to confirm that the Security Council will hold an emergency meeting Sunday at 4 p.m. New York time, that's 20 GMT, an emergency meeting that we are told will not only be attended by, of course, all 15 members of the Security Council, but we are also hearing from diplomatic sources that both Israel and Iran will attend the Sunday emergency meeting here of the Security Council, expected to take place in the Security Council chambers on Sunday here at UN headquarters in New York.
All right, Gabriel Elizondo live for us there at UN headquarters. Gabe, thank you. Well, Akiva Eldar is a political analyst and contributor to the Israeli daily paper Haaretz. He says that Israel and the US will have to respond to Iran's attacks.
For Israel, it is very clear that Netanyahu was thinking for many years about this kind of escalation. He was planning with Ehud Barak at that time, who was a Minister of Defense, to strike Iran in a different context. The context was to stop the nuclear program. Now, he has even a greater interest to do this, because after he convinced former President Trump to pull out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran is few weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear bomb. So the other thing is that Iran has been hiding behind its proxies since October 7th, and even before that, behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and was hitting Israel. And for Netanyahu, this is an opportunity to go inside, to go deeper into the source of the Israeli strategic issue it has with Iran. This is not the end of the game tonight. And in this case, I think Israel will have to hit back, and then the superpowers will have to take a stance and be clear about how do they stop the escalation. And the Israeli response has to do is not, I'm afraid, with Netanyahu's public relations. He has got now the support of the Israeli public, which he lost in October 7th. Nobody is talking now about the abductees. Nobody is talking about the famine in Gaza. It's all about Iran. It depends on how far the United States is willing to go. What is the American leverage on Iran? And how will the members of the Abraham Accord, who has a clear interest to stop Iran from getting the hegemony over the Middle East, and how the Saudis will react?
Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. And this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. And you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. So those big blank areas in the middle of your screen are the areas where countries have closed down their airspace for now. So that's what it's looking like up in the skies. But back on the ground, Mohammed Jamjoom joins us live now from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, so Iraq, also one of the countries announcing it's closed its airspace. What more is being said there by officials in Baghdad?
So, Darren, the only statement that we've gotten from government officials since all the events that have transpired over the course of last night into early this morning is that statement from the Civil Aviation Authority and the Ministry of Transportation stating that Iraqi airspace would be closed until 5:30 a.m. local time, which is in just about an hour from now. They also said that that could be extended depending upon the security situation going forward. What's interesting here is the fact that there's only been this one statement from any Iraqi government entity since all of this started really speaks to the fact that Iraq is in a bit of a bind right now. Iraq, of course, for the last 2 decades has been really stuck between Iran, which holds great influence in Iraq, as well as the United States. And this is a particularly fraught time, not just because of what's going on between Iran and Israel, but also because just yesterday, Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani left Iraq, left Baghdad, going to Washington, D.C., where he is scheduled to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday to discuss not only improving bilateral relations, but also to discuss trying to finalize a timeline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces in Iraq. That's something that more and more people and groups inside of Iraq have wanted to see for quite a while now, especially now when there's rising anti-U.S. sentiment. Now, the reason that there is rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq is because in Iraq you have these groups that are under an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. These are paramilitary groups, armed groups that are either linked to Iran or backed by Iran, these paramilitary proxy groups that operate within Iraq. And for the last several years, they have consistently targeted U.S. military assets and personnel inside Iraq and inside of Syria. In Iraq, you still have around 2,500 U.S. military personnel. In Syria, you have around 900. Now, just to give some context as to why things have been so tense recently, since October 7th, you had around 170 attacks by these groups that are affiliated with the Islamic Resistance in Iraq against U.S. assets in the region, all culminating in an attack that happened in late January by Kataib Hezbollah, a group under the framework of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq that targeted a U.S. base in Jordan and killed 3 U.S. military personnel. After that, you had retaliatory strikes by the U.S. on these groups, killing some of their commanders. And since early February, you had a sort of unofficial ceasefire that's taken place because there was pressure that was put on these groups not to try to expand the hostilities. They wanted to try to de-escalate tensions, and there haven't been attacks against U.S. military assets. So one of the questions going into yesterday evening, when it became clearer and clearer that Iran was going to launch these retaliatory strikes towards Israel, is would these paramilitary proxy groups inside of Iraq be participating in any of these attacks? Now, there is no official confirmation that that was the case. None of these groups have claimed responsibility that they partook in any of the attacks against Israel. There was only one statement by one leader of one of those groups who posted on social media that he was expressing support for the attacks against Iran. But the question has remained, will these groups get involved going forward? Had they been involved in preparations of the attacks? These are all very big questions here, Iraq, at a very fraught time, and at a time really that couldn't be worse for the Prime Minister as he's heading into this meeting with Joe Biden. So it's all really showing you how tense the situation remains, how much of a bind that Iraq is in right now, and the fact, again, that we haven't heard anything official from Iraqi officials up until this point really bespeaks to the fact that they do feel caught between those two countries. Darren?
All right, Mohammed Jamjoom, live for us there in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, thank you. Let's bring in again David DeRoche. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. Joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, so events have been happening thick and fast overnight. But let's just wrap things up and give us your response to Iran's retaliation. How surprised are you, first, that Iran used this unprecedented direct attack rather than its proxies? And do you think Iran calibrated its attack so as not to generate a huge response from Israel?
Well, I am surprised that they do it. What they did was they gave up a significant amount of strategic benefit by doing this, because quite frankly, people were more afraid of Iran when it looked like they had the potential to cause serious damage. Now, the Iranian narrative, when people talk about the effectiveness of the military, is going to be, well, we held back. And I think there's going to be an element of doubt. Did you really hold back? We won't know if they held back or not for a few days. We're going to have to look at what was targeted and what damage was actually inflicted. My second point on this is that it appears as though, Iran did telegraph its punches considerably, that this is more of a demonstration than an attempt to, launch a fatal attack, because, as their UN ambassador pointed out, they want to basically let this be the end of it. I don't know if that's possible. The enemy gets a vote, we say in the Army, and you did too, Captain. But I think that what we find is that, we'll look at it tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. I think the big loser here is that, and I'm not sure if Iran really calculated this, they took the focus now off Gaza. And so I think that the narrative is going to shift. And I think that the pressure that had been building on Israel to restrain from further actions in Gaza, that may have been lifted as a result of this attack.
Yeah, and let's just stay with Gaza for a second then, David. I mean, what do you think is going to happen now? If the focus has shifted from Gaza to Iran, Israel, what does that mean for the prosecution of the war in Gaza? And does that, because the pressure is off Netanyahu, does that then give them the green light to do whatever they want in Gaza?
Well, I think they can do, I think they will be able to do what they want, but not in the way they want to do it. So I think that their freedom of action will be somewhat limited, but I've come to the conclusion, and I could be wrong, that Netanyahu cannot survive unless he completely destroys the military infrastructure of Gaza. And in order to do that, he has to occupy Rafah. So I think that they will do that now. And I think that, perhaps the price will be Netanyahu will say, okay, we'll take this as the end of it rather than respond in kind to Iran. And then, finish his, I think what he views as his strategic imperative to militarily destroy Hamas in Gaza.
We know from our White House correspondent, who we just spoke to just before you came to air, President Biden spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu, I guess, to try and deconflict this crisis. They don't want it to spiral out of control, I guess. I mean, it's out of control already. But, I mean, how do you see the Israeli response playing out?
Well, it depends on what the damage is. I think that there is a strong possibility that the Israelis will feel that they have to respond in some symbolic way, that they can't allow a massive attack like this to go unanswered. However, when you look at what Israel has on its plate, it's quite possible that, the negotiations will go, with the United States, which doesn't want to see an expanded regional conflict. Okay, we're going to let this be that. There hasn't been serious damage, but we do have to achieve our strategic goals in Gaza. So I think that if it plays out like that, then this Iranian attack will ultimately have really backfired on their efforts to keep Israel restrained from its actions in Rafah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just a final thought to you, David, before you go. It is easy, is it not, to focus on the events of tonight Iran's retaliation against Israel. Can we just ask, just talk through a final kind of geopolitical consideration here? What are the regional implications for things like oil productions, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's also the Persian Gulf. What does this mean then for global shipping, the oil market, which is very fickle, as you know?
Yeah, well, the quote I always say is "capital is a coward." So I think that we're likely to see, a short-term hike in oil prices. I think that we're likely to see short-term increases in maritime shipping. We've, the story of the Israeli seizure of a cargo ship going to India has been completely lost. I'm sorry, the Iranian seizure has been completely lost in this. The kerfuffle there, but the Persian Gulf is a safe place, and countries of the Persian Gulf, I think, are going to see that it is harder and more expensive to get goods in and out of there, at least in the short term.
All right, David Arosh, Associate Professor at the National Defense University, live there from Washington, D.C. David, good to have you with us. We'll no doubt talk to you throughout the morning.
Thank you.
Now, Israeli Army spokesman Daniel Hagari says more than 200 drones and missiles were launched from Iran, the majority of which were intercepted.
Tonight, Iran launched a large scale of coordinated attack on Israel. The regime in Iran fired a massive swarm over 200 killer drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well. The Iranian attack is ongoing. Our plans are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission.
So let's bring in Hassan Barari. He's a professor of international affairs at Qatar University. Hassan, good to have you back with us. Okay, so as things stand at the moment, Hassan, let's just talk about where we are now. And events have been moving thick and fast and very quickly. The Israelis have already downgraded their alert level. It seems that the threat, for now at least, is gone. We were thinking it could have been a multi-layered attack, a multifaceted attack. It seems like it could be a one and done, as our guests have been saying. What did you make of tonight's events?
I think there's a very important point that we have to remember all the time, that the Iranians have made their point. They sent the message to the Israelis and to the international community that they have the capability to strike in Israel. And they did that. And that's it for them, simply because they don't want to escalate this, and probably things would snowball into a regional war, and this is not in the interest of the Iranian for the time being. So this is one thing. A second thing is that the Iranians are telling everyone around the world here, especially in this region, that everyone will pay a price if Israel retaliates. And they say that next time if Israel do anything, this would be even their attack would be really sharp, and this would implicate probably everyone in this part of the world. These two points are very important from the Iranian perspective. From the Israeli one, I think they're really maybe happy that the attack came the way it did, simply because it didn't cause any damage that would embarrass the Israeli leadership. But at the same time, they want to capitalize on it. They want to take advantage of that, either by putting a lot of pressure on Iran, and this entails a lot of also coordination with the United States. But at the same time, they want to have a trade-off with the Americans, that if you don't want us to retaliate, we need to have a free hand in Gaza.
So how do you think, or how do you see the Israeli response playing out then? I mean, this attack has happened. We're listening to Daniel Hagari, the Israeli spokesperson, saying that the threat is still there, even though they've lowered the alert level. We know that President Biden spoke to Netanyahu a short time ago to try and deconflict, to calibrate the response. So how do you see the Israeli response playing out?
You know, it remains to be seen. I can't really predict what the Israelis are going to do. Probably they do something, they're going to target some Iranian interest in Syria, in Lebanon, and maybe inside Iran. But it would be also calculated and measured simply because they don't want to provoke a regional war. But at the same time, the Israeli would be looking for two things. A, they want the Americans to give them the free hand or the green light to go into Rafah. But secondly, they want the international community to lower and probably tone down their critique of the Israeli conduct of the war. So they want to be seen as the victim.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, Israel was the an underdog being attacked by a country that is probably 2,000 kilometers away for nothing. You know, for them it's unprovoked. And the fact that the condemnation that came from Western capitals like London and America, and also the Secretary General of the United Nations, it gives the Israeli the feeling that for the first time, you know, they are seen as a victim, and by this, they want to capitalize and try to realize their objectives in probably a way that would be received less critiques and even with impunity.
Yeah, and that's an important point you make, and it begs the question I've been asking our guests all night. So where does this leave the war on Gaza then? Because in dramatic fashion, the focus now has shifted away from Gaza. What happens now in terms of how the war is prosecuted and how the Israelis will then continue in Gaza, given the response we've seen tonight?
There's something about the mindset of the Israelis, and this is a collective mindset. So whenever they attack, they see that they have the right to do whatever they want to do. And now the focus now on Iran and Israel, probably this will give them a way to inflict more damage on Gazans, and they feel that now they are morally qualified to continue the war the way they want it to continue, with less criticism from anyone. I think we're going to see probably more escalation in Gaza.
And Hassan, there were, just a final thought to you before you go. I mean, there were serious strains in that relationship between President Biden and Netanyahu over the war on Gaza. Do you think now those differences, to some extent, will be put aside? In effect, Netanyahu has played a really clever card here, hasn't he?
Well, he has been playing really in a smart way. I mean, in one of his interviews, he was saying that he was the only one who would be able to manipulate the American president, and he has been doing this for a long time. There's something personal between both of them, but I mean, state-to-state relationship, I think the Americans still committed to the Israeli security. And the American president, he's not really happy with the way Israel is conducting the war, but he can't afford standing against Netanyahu and the Israeli government in a year of election in Israel, in America, sorry.
All right, Hassan Barari, really good to get your thoughts and your analysis. Thank you very much for staying with us all night, pretty much. So thank you for that. All right, let's get some diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. He said the EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. The UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has reacted by saying, I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. And the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Let's bring in Muin Rabbani. He's co-editor of Jadaliyya. He joins us from Montreal. Muin, I think it's the first we've spoken to you tonight. So then your response to this Iranian retaliation?
Well, I think we have to go back to the beginning of the Biden administration and two key decisions it made to understand what's unfolding today. The first is that it refused to simply rejoin the Iran nuclear agreement, which Trump had unilaterally renounced. And the second is its strategic neglect of the Palestine question in favor of Arab-Israeli normalization agreements that would seek to marginalize the Palestinians. That set the stage for October 7th. After October 7th, the U.S. once again had a clear choice: either de-escalate or give Israel a free hand. And with every passing day, the possibility of regional escalation grew and indeed happened. And it is in that context that we are now seeing for the first time a state and a regular army, namely Iran, get directly involved in the current war. Biden has been saying don't to the Iranians, don't to Hezbollah, don't to the UN Security Council, don't to everyone except Israel. He now has a choice. He can either say don't to Israel, or we face the prospect of further escalation and potentially a full-scale regional war.
Muin, just remind our viewers, if you will, why Iran responded in this way. I mean, because Iran saw the Damascus attack as a direct assault on its territory, on its sovereignty. Do they have no option but to respond in this way?
Well, it's not only that Iran saw it as a direct attack on its sovereign territory, it was, in fact, and in law, a direct attack on sovereign Iranian territory. And the Iranians, for the first time in their 30-year so-called shadow war with Israel, decided to respond directly from Iranian territory against Israeli territory in order to, from their perspective, deter further such Israeli attacks. And I think, you know, the rules of the game have essentially been changed, that Iran has indicated that from now on, it will respond to every Israeli attack on Iran with a direct attack on Israel.
What about, Muin, the duplicity here? I mean, the Americans, the Security Council, didn't even apologize. In fact, Iran said if the Security Council had acknowledged and apologized, then this wouldn't have happened. But nobody apologized.
Well, that's a key point. The Iranians took their case to the United Nations Security Council in what is an unambiguous, crystal clear violation of international law and of the Vienna Convention and so on. The United States not only failed to condemn Israel for its attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, it blocked a condemnation of that attack by the United Nations Security Council, I think in league with the United Kingdom and perhaps France as well, and then went out of its way to say it stands shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And essentially, whatever one may think of what Iran has done tonight, it left Iran with no choice but to respond, because it couldn't point to any other measures that were taken in response to the Israeli attack in Damascus.
Just a final thought to you in terms of the United States. So the US has said all along that it didn't want to get dragged into a wider war in the Middle East. It never wanted an escalation over and above Gaza. But events pretty much have overtaken the US. How now, then, is the US involved in any potential widening of the conflict or any deconfliction of the conflict?
Well, that's, I think, the contradiction in U.S. policy, that the United States has, from the outset, been very clear that it does not want further regional escalation. But it has, at the same time, essentially given Israel a green light to continue escalating regionally, and only directed its message at others. And more importantly, now again, it stands before a clear choice, because this is all tied directly to Israel's genocidal onslaught in the Gaza Strip. And so long as the United States refuses to say don't to Israel and end that, the possibility of further regional escalation, which the U.S. consistently says it is trying to prevent, becomes very real.
All right, Muin Rabbani, they're live from Montreal. Muin, always good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Well, for our viewers who are just joining us here on Al Jazeera, we're continuing our special coverage of Iran's retaliatory attack on Israel. It's just coming up to 0200 GMT, just shy of 0200. Let's continue, because after days of threats, Iran has launched its retaliatory attack on Israel. The Israelis say more than 200 drones, ballistic and cruise missiles were launched at the country, the majority of which were intercepted. Air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations for hours overnight, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Israel's military has told residents the attack is now over.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Al Jazeera's Rory Challenge joins us live now again from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so we've seen you take up your flak jacket and your helmet. That underscores the fact that Israeli security authorities have lifted the alert, meaning residents no longer need to take shelter.
Yeah, exactly. That update that we heard there from Daniel Hagari, that was a couple of hours ago now. And although he said in that update that this threat wasn't over yet, that there were still Israeli planes up in the sky shooting down Iranian drones outside of Israeli airspace, since then, the Home Front Command has downgraded the threat for civilians in the country, basically telling them that they no longer have to be near shelters or strong rooms, etc. So that gives an indication that the Israelis believe that, for the moment at least, the worst of this has passed. And I think, you know, I've been saying for much of the night, Darren, that this was a test, what Israel was going through at the moment. It was a test for its air defense system, that layered system, which it hoped was going to protect it from what Iran threw at it. And by and large, it did. Now, it had plenty of help. It had help from the United States, it had help from the UK and France, and also help from Arab countries like Jordan, and shooting down many of those drones before they actually got to Israel. But the damage inside Israel has been minimal, from what we understand from Daniel Hagari. Most of the 200 plus drones and missiles were intercepted. There is just, as the Israelis say, a small amount of damage to a southern airbase and maybe a couple of casualties, but no confirmed fatalities. So having said all that, there is another test for Israel. The test is what they do in response, because as we have been hearing from some of the analysts that you've been speaking to this evening, Darren, they've been saying that this attack on Israel was carefully calibrated by Iran, calibrated to make a point, but not to do so much damage that it escalates the situation. So now it's Israel's turn to think very carefully about what it does and how much escalation it is willing to tolerate. Now, we know that Benjamin Netanyahu, in the last hour or so, has been on the phone to Joe Biden, the US president, and we can have a guess at what that conversation entailed. Of course, it's going to be about what Israel should be doing next and whether the United States thinks that it should be left right here and everyone should accept this as being concluded and calm down again.
Rory, for our viewers who are just joining Al Jazeera now at just gone 0200 GMT and who want to catch up on the night's events, Rory, remind us again of how the night unfolded and the lead up to this Iranian strike.
Well, the lead-up had been going on for 10 days or so, ever since Iran said that it was going to respond, was going to retaliate, was going to strike Israel for that April the 1st strike on a Damascus compound that held Iranian diplomatic facilities, consulates, etc., and killing a significant number of top military personnel, Iranian military personnel. So Israel has been preparing for what might come for some time now. It had been calling up reservists, it had been cancelling leave, it had been jamming GPS, it had been preparing its own consulates and embassies around the world for some sort of strike. But the most likely thing that it was going to suffer was an aerial attack from from Iran involving drones and missiles. Exactly what we saw play out this evening. So once we had that confirmation that drones were on the way, well, we knew that we were in the real situation. And a few hours after we were told that drones were incoming, we also understood that Israeli planes were up in the sky, that American planes were up in the sky, that electronic warfare was being used, trying to intercept these drones before they arrived. But they didn't get all of them. And for about 10 minutes, a few hours ago, the sky behind me was lit up with interceptors streaking up into the sky from batteries on the ground, taking out whatever they were up there. You couldn't tell from the ground whether they were drones or missiles or whatever, but it was like a rain of flares coming down with bits of debris and fragments and whatnot coming down out of the sky. So the sirens were going on, and Israelis were being told to go to the nearest shelters as soon as they could. It didn't last long. It lasted about 10, 15 minutes, and then it was quiet again. And it wasn't long after that before you got the impression that perhaps the danger was over now.
Yeah, and Israelis, Rory, just a final thought to you. Israelis must be breathing at least some sighs of relief. What is the Israeli public being told now about what happened, and how are they being prepared for this Iranian attack?
Well, there are still restrictions in place. So the indication that came late in the evening last night that things were reaching a crescendo was the announcement that groups or gatherings of people over 1,000 strong were banned, were outlawed. That actually brought a demonstration, an anti-government demonstration that was going on in Tel Aviv to a premature close. They were also told that for 2 days at least, schools, universities, daycare for kindergarten kids, any kind of school camp, all kind of educational endeavours, those were basically shut down. So it was all going to be done online through Zoom and online learning. Those restrictions are still in place. So it doesn't matter that things seem to have calmed down and are over. There is still a threat perception in this country. And yes, the worst may be behind, but there is still the perception that there could be a flare-up again, and this might not actually all be over.
Yeah, Rory Challen's live for us there from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. Al Jazeera's Hamda Sloot has more now from Tel Aviv.
The Israelis have said that this is not over. There were initial reports in the evening of a second and third wave of fleets of drones that were also launched. The Israeli Iron Dome missile defense system, the David Sling, the Arrow, all of them in use this evening, but primarily across the occupied territories. We saw in occupied East Jerusalem, where our colleague Rory Challen was, where the sirens were blaring out, but the sirens, in fact, were all over Israel, and the explosions and interceptions within the sky were quite prominent everywhere you look. Now, Israeli planes are also buzzing and roaring overhead, and that's because the Israeli Army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, had said that there will be multiple types of mechanisms that they will use for air defense, and that includes fighter jets. But it was interesting to see some of these interceptors and some of these drones and missiles potentially coming in from all different directions, some of them coming in from the sea, which we have never seen before, especially in conflicts with Israel. And when it comes to Lebanon, when it comes to Gaza, we've never seen these type of projectiles or interceptors come from the direction of the sea heading south. Now, the Israelis have said that they have had new mechanisms, not only for intercepting, but also saying that they are going to respond and that they have new capabilities and measures for whatever that response is going to be against the Iranians. While the Iranians have said that their mission is now over, that is simply not the case for the Israelis, who have been essentially bracing for this impact since April 1st, since those Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They said it was a red line. The Israelis never even admitted to striking the Iranian consulate. I will remind you, they typically never comment on their military activity in Syria. You can hear those fighter jets still roaring above us as we speak. But the Israelis have said that they're no longer just on the defensive, that they're actively pursuing enemy targets wherever they are, whether it's Beirut, whether it's Damascus, whether it's anywhere else in the Middle East, and that could mean Iran.
Well, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued a statement on X saying the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soul. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. Well, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari has more now from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
Operation True Promise appears to have wrapped up after over nearly 3 hours of a barrage of drones, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that were launched towards Israel. Now, Iran has said that this is their right to defend themselves, and that is why they've launched this unprecedented attack against Israel. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Amir Hossein Abdullahian, said that Iran had given the United States advance warning. The Revolutionary Guard issued a number of statements, the last of which said that they hit military target, but that it was successful. Of course, that is being disputed by Israeli officials, saying they've sustained minor damage. This is going to be seen by many Iranians who will wake up to the news on Sunday morning as a historic event in the country. For over 40 years, Iran has been talking about going to war with Israel as one of its main adversaries as a result of a number of events. But certainly over the past few weeks, things have really increased, the tensions between the two countries after the Israeli airstrike in Iran's consulate section in Damascus killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Of course, that was not the first time Israel carried out such an act. This was something that the United Nations Security Council refused to condemn Israel for, and that was one of the points made by Iranian diplomats on Saturday evening, that there was not enough condemnation, and therefore Iran felt that it needed to defend itself against the threats coming from Israel, and that have been continuing for many years. Since October 7th until now, in Syria alone, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And not only that, since 2010, at least 6 nuclear scientists in Iran have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but all of those attacks Iran has blamed Israel for in an attempt to deter or delay Iran's nuclear program. This certainly will be an event that Iranians will be talking about as they wake up to the news. What we do know is that the 2 airports in Tehran, the capital, the domestic one and the international one, Mehrabad Airport and Imam Khomeini Airport, have canceled or delayed all flights, possibly in preparation for any kind of a retaliatory attack that could be carried out by Israel in the coming hours. And the Revolutionary Guard have also issued warnings to the United States and those countries that have helped Israel defend itself against the attack that was carried out by Iran earlier on Saturday, saying that they will also be paying a price for their assistance they've been providing to Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. It comes after earlier reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now, and you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. Well, Iraq is one of those countries that has shut its airspace. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is still with us. He joins us live from the Iraqi capital. Mohammed, things seem to have quietened down in Israel for now. Just tell us what's been happening there in the Iraqi capital.
Well, Darren, what's really most telling about the last several hours is that we've gotten no official statements from Iraq's government aside from that announcement by the Transportation Ministry and the Civil Aviation Authority that Iraq's airspace would be closed for several hours and that could be extended if it was deemed that it was too dangerous to open up the airspace. We're still waiting to hear anything. We've been reaching out to Iraqi government contacts throughout the late evening and early morning. We've heard nothing. This really kind of speaks to how much Iraq continues to be caught between Iran, which holds so much sway in Iraq, and the U.S., which does as well. This is all coming at a very fraught time, not just because of the potential for more escalation in the region and what that could mean for Iraq, but also because just yesterday, Iraq's Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, left Baghdad on his way to Washington, D.C., where he is scheduled to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday. Now, among the topics of discussion for that meeting are scheduled to be increase in bilateral relations, but also trying to figure out a final timetable for the full withdrawal of U.S. troops based in Iraq. There are around 2,500 U.S. troops in Iraq. There are around 900 U.S. troops in Syria. This has been a bone of contention for these Iran-backed paramilitary groups that are based in Iraq that come under the umbrella name of the Islamic Resistance in Iran. Now, since October 7th, you've had around 170 attacks carried out by these groups targeting U.S. personnel and U.S. military assets in the region. And that all came to a head in late January when an attack by Kataib Hezbollah, one of the groups affiliated with the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, killed 3 U.S. soldiers when they attacked a base in Jordan. After that, you had retaliatory strikes by the U.S. inside of Iraq, killing some of the commanders of those groups. In early February, there was essentially an unofficial ceasefire that took effect because there was pressure put on these groups to stop attacking, at least for the time being, so that there wouldn't be more of a regional conflagration and more hostilities within Iraq. It's a very complicated situation. But again, you would expect at a time like this that you would have heard something from Iraqi officials. We are still waiting to hear more, especially at a time when there were incidents being reported in the northern part of the country. In Erbil, there were local media reports saying that there had been an Iranian drone that had been intercepted potentially by U.S. and coalition forces that was shot down as it was headed towards Israel. Also, there were reports in Erbil that the siren sounded at the U.S. consulate compound in that city. So a lot going on here in Iraq, a lot of people concerned that Iraq could get more drawn in if there is a wider escalation going forward. But right now, at this time of the morning, it is calm. But we do expect that within the coming hours, potentially to start hearing more from U.S. government officials.
Mo, and just briefly before you go, I mean, you're talking to us about the timing of all this is quite significant because the Iraqi Prime Minister is visiting Biden, President Biden in the U.S. So how much risk then are U.S. assets and U.S. troops under, given the Iranian retaliation we've seen tonight?
Well, they've been under severe risk for quite a while now. These bases inside of Iraq and these U.S. military assets in the region, they have come under intense attacks numerous times over the course of the last several years. That's nothing new. There was this relative few months of calm where they weren't being attacked. The question now is, will these attacks start again when there is a rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq? That's going to be one of the things that will determine the course of what happens in Iraq going forward. And one of the things that these groups that are affiliated with Iran inside of Iraq want to see is they want to see U.S. forces leave Iraq and Syria entirely. They're putting pressure on the Iraqi Prime Minister to press that when he meets with President Biden. If they don't see the U.S. forces willing to leave, could that lead to more attacks? On the other hand, at a time when the U.S. might perceive there being more threat towards Israel from potentially groups in Iraq, that would mean it would make it more difficult for the U.S. to commit to continue to withdraw troops in Iraq. So again, it's a very complicated dynamic, complicated situation. A lot will hinge on these discussions that go on between the Prime Minister of Iraq and the U.S. President. Darren?
All right, Mohammed Jamjoom reporting there live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, thank you. Well, U.S. President Joe Biden cut a weekend trip short and rushed back to Washington. He's issued a statement on social media saying, "I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. Let's join our White House correspondent again, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, so President Biden spoke earlier. You were telling us to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Tell us a bit more about that phone call. What happened?
Yeah, that's right. The White House has confirmed that call took place. We understand, and we are awaiting the readout, but we understand that call took about 25 minutes in duration. And in terms of the content of that call, and again, we are still awaiting the official readout, but what we understand is that the president, essentially from the Israeli side, we are getting reports that the president signaled that he is trying to contain this conflict, and he is trying to persuade Israel not to retaliate on Iranian soil. Now, what we also know is that he is essentially also trying to persuade Israel not to attack. What the concern is, and this is being reported here in the United States with our affiliate NBC News, is that the concern from one senior administration official that is not being named is that the United States is fearful of being drawn into a broader Middle East conflict, something that we know that the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby, has expressed time and time again. The U.S. is not interested in being drawn into. Now, we also know, in addition to the call between the U.S. president and the Israeli prime minister, there has also been another call that took place, and that is between the Israeli defense minister and his U.S. counterpart, Lloyd Austin. And what we are told is that that call, although we do not know the duration and length, that this was to essentially coordinate and to engage in terms of making sure that if Israel is to take any sort of retaliatory action towards Iran, that it would inform the United States prior to that. Further, we understand that Israel was discussing with the United States potential military options, talking about whether or not it would be launching any sort of drones towards Iran, any sort of long-range airstrikes, and if it were to have any sort of targets, what those targets might look like. So we know that we are awaiting readouts, again, from the Pentagon, also from the White House. We are still looking for those. In the meantime, we should also tell you that we have had some press releases from Capitol Hill as well. We should point out that we have had one from the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Ben Cardin has said that Israel has an inherent right to defend itself against these attacks before, during, and after, and we strongly caution Iran's leader not to widen this attack. We also have had one from the Republican leader on this in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, who has also said that President Biden must lead an international effort to improve the costs and this against Iran. In other words, making sure that Iran feels the pain for what has occurred in the last few hours.
All right, Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent there live from Washington. Kimberly, thank you. Well, the UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting on Sunday to discuss Iran's attack, and the Secretary General has urged an end to the fighting. In a statement, he said, "I strongly condemn the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by Iran. I call for an immediate cessation of these hostilities. Neither the region nor the world can afford another war." So let's go back to Gabriel Elizondo. He's been watching events unfold for us from UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, so a lot to unpack from the UN tonight. You've been pretty busy. We understand the Israelis are now asking for a Security Council meeting. That's quite ironic, given the fact that the Israelis aren't big fans of the UN or the Security Council.
Yeah, that's right. A letter that the Israeli ambassador to the UN sent to the Secretary General and also to the presidency of the Security Council. Gilad Erdan, the ambassador, said that he was requesting an urgent Security Council meeting. Now, Israel is not a member of the Security Council. However, Malta, who is the president of the Security Council for the month of April, said without any objection they would hold this meeting. And that meeting now is scheduled by the Security Council for Sunday at 4 p.m. New York time. That's 20 GMT. We're told from diplomatic sources that we expect Israel and Iran both to participate in this meeting. and it's a meeting that clearly there will be a lot to unpack from what happened late Saturday night with Iran's retaliatory strike against Israel. Now, we also did hear from the permanent mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the United Nations. They sent out this quite extensive letter to the Security Council and also to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, where they really laid out their case or their justification, if you will, on this. And I won't read the whole thing, but Iran is basically saying that this was very much justified in line with the UN Charter. The UN Charter says countries can respond if they are attacked militarily. And so Iran is basically saying that is exactly what we are doing in response to, of course, April 1st and Israel's attack on Iran's diplomatic mission in Damascus. So that's where we're at here. But clearly this emergency meeting on Sunday will be something we'll be watching very closely here at UN headquarters.
Yeah, just a final thought to you, Gabe, before you go. I mean, what is Israel hoping to achieve then from this Security Council meeting later on today? Hello, Gabe. Hi, are you hearing me at all? It's Darren here in Doha. I think we've lost Gabriel Elizondo there. Anyway, Gabe was giving us an update from UN headquarters in New York about the responses from Israel, the US, and also the Iranians. All right, let's get some diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. The EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. Well, earlier we spoke with David DeRoche. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. He says he was surprised that Iran used a direct attack.
It seems that the Iranian leaders are determined not just to take action, but to be seen to take action. What that indicates to me is that there's considerations of pride and prestige that are divorced from strategy and tactical utility, which may indicate a more dangerous era than we thought. So the most important part is the payload. The payload's about 50 kilograms of high explosives, but the explosives have copper penetrating plates that are not just on the ends, but also on the sides. And there's also around the side of the warhead, metal fragment that's sort of in like a little band that can create damage. And so what you have is, by military standards, a relatively small weapon that's not capable of any great penetration of a hardened military target. But if it lands in a thing like we've seen the Russians using this against electrical power stations in Ukraine, it can cause a great amount of damage to complex machinery. And of course, if it hits a large concentration of people, the shrapnel from the fragmentation can cause a great degree of damage. Then you have the body of the Shaheed itself, which is made out of fiberglass. That means that it's both cheap to make, but it's also difficult to acquire by radar. The guidance of the Shaheed can be guided actively, although that is somewhat hard for Iran because it requires a camera, and only a few are made with those because of sanctions. Iran's finding it hard to get those. So most of them are on a sort of inertial guidance. They're either using GPS, which I'm sure that there was extensive jamming. Jamming was reported, and so GPS may have been disabled, and that may have led to a lot of these going down. Or it has an active communications link, which it also is disrupted by electronic warfare jamming. Or it is just put on a dead reckoning. And if it's on a dead reckoning pattern, then it's, once you acquire it, you can shoot it down if need be.
Now, Israeli airstrikes are intensifying in northern and central parts of Gaza, killing dozens of people. The Nuseirat refugee camp in the center of the Strip was heavily bombed. A UN-run evacuation shelter and residential towers are among the targets. Further north, Jabalia has been hit by a series of airstrikes. More than 33,600 Palestinians have been killed since the war began in October. Well, Hamas says it submitted its response for a truce proposal to mediators in Egypt and Qatar. In a statement, the group reiterated demands for a permanent ceasefire with the full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip. Well, they asked for the return of displaced Palestinians to their homes and an increase of the entry of food aid. Palestinians must also be allowed to begin rebuilding in Gaza. The proposal includes a, quote, serious and real exchange of prisoners between the two parties. Well, Hani Mahmoud has more now from Rafah on the proposal.
This can be safely added to the list of allegations made by the Israeli military within the past 6 weeks and since the beginning of this genocidal war across the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military announced areas being cleared and secured because it cleared them from Palestinian fighting groups or from Hamas operatives, but without offering any substantial evidence whatsoever. In fact, when we look at the patterns of destruction and attacks, easily we can find that the pattern of attacks have been directed at civilian infrastructures, residential buildings and hospitals, healthcare facilities, educational facilities, international organization facilities such as UNRWA. They've been directly targeted in the northern part in Gaza City and more recently in Khan Yunis, where at least 4 warehouses managed and operated by UNRWA have been either completely damaged or completely destroyed or severely damaged. This pattern of attacks is an indication that the Israeli military is conducting this war mainly on civilian population, because the evidence on the ground suggests and just goes very consistently with the narrative since the beginning of the war, when the Israeli military and its political leaders and military leaders announced that they are going to send Gaza to the Stone Age. And just more recently, the past 3 days have been very, very bloody and very difficult, mainly concentrated in the central area. We're seeing more of the residential buildings are being destroyed, including mosques and schools and public facilities, and further civilian casualties have been the byproduct of this ongoing war on the central area and pushing more people into further displacement, something that has been feeding into the permanent sense of shattered safety and further permanent displacement for already a traumatized and largely displaced population in overcrowded Rafah city.
Well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan. You can, of course, find much more information on our website, aljazeera.com. There it is on your screen. Our coverage of Iran's retaliatory strike on Israel continues here on Al Jazeera after the stream. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
On Counting the Cost, will oil prices keep rising, and how will that affect the global fight against inflation? Zimbabwe has launched a new currency in a bid to end its financial turmoil. And hit by boycotts, McDonald's is now buying back all its Israeli restaurants. Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
In recent months, pressure has been growing on the Biden administration from the outside, but also increasingly from within. As the resignations keep coming, could dissent in D.C. be key to an end to the bloodshed in Gaza? I'm Miriam Francois, and this is The Stream.
The director at U.S. Department of State has resigned, y'all.
The senior State Department official that oversaw arms sales just resigned because of what's happening in Palestine.
Another U.S. government official has officially resigned in protest to the Biden administration.
Rushing to provide arms to Israel, which was short-sighted, destructive, unjust, and contradictory to the very values that we publicly espouse.
It was untenable to work for and represent an administration and a president that put conditions on my own humanity.
Publicly withdrawing consent as an employee of the government and saying, I don't want to participate in this anymore, is actually quite powerful.
Many people inside state know that this is a horrific policy and can't believe that the United States government is engaged in such actions that contravene American values so directly, but the leadership is not listening.
I think we need more courage like this from government officials.
Josh Paul, Tariq Habash, and Nell Shalin. These are just some of the names of high-profile figures who have publicly stepped down. Rifts within Washington are increasingly apparent. So what is really happening in the halls of U.S. power? Here for further discussion on this, Nell Shalin, a former U.S. State Department official who publicly resigned over America's Gaza response. She joins us live from Durham, North Carolina. Greg Stoker, a former U.S. Army Ranger and activist. He joins us from Austin, Texas. And from Cairo, Jasmine El-Gamal, who served as a Middle East advisor and special assistant to Pentagon leadership. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. Anel, can I start with you? You are one of a number of high-profile resignations in recent months. Do you have a sense that the message is maybe getting through to President Biden?
I think that the message that is getting through is probably mostly coming from political pressure building on the administration. This is an election year, and I think in many ways that is of greater concern. Obviously, my own resignation and those of others is a high-profile event, but I do think from the administration's perspective, they're probably mostly concerned about things like the uncommitted vote. And other efforts to try to show President Biden that this is going to be an electoral issue for him. And if he doesn't change policy, he risks losing the election over the Gaza policy.
Greg, you are a U.S. veteran. Veterans, particularly dissident veterans, have played a really important role in the Vietnam War, in the Iraq War. Do you see yourself as part of this lineage of dissident veterans, and why are they important?
Yeah, it's important, but it's harder for them to dismiss us in terms of the typical narrative of being terrorist sympathizers when, you have a bunch of guys who've actually engaged what the United States would consider terrorist forces. So it's just, you brought up Vietnam. There's a lot of different activism movements that served as a confluence for the Vietnam backlash. But again, that did last 10 years of constant activism and direct action.
Jasmine, you served 3 secretaries of defense advising on Middle East affairs. This is hardly America's first unpopular foreign policy decision. How significant are the levels of dissent we are seeing?
Well, I think certainly more than anything I had ever seen in my time in government. I was in government for 8 years under the Obama administration, serving at the Department of Defense. If you'll remember, at the time, we had the war against ISIS, we had the Syria war, we had the Arab Spring. There was obviously a lot of criticism over U.S. policy at the time when it came to these issues. And for many of us who were serving inside government at the time, a lot of us felt that we had a role to play inside the administration to represent different points of view, to advocate for policies that we felt were best for long-term U.S. interests. But the level of dissent, the level of resignations, the level of protests, obviously nothing like we're seeing today. And I think that I've talked about this a lot with former colleagues of mine who served back then. When we talk about what we're seeing now, people like Anel and sort of, these really brave stances that a lot of our former colleagues are taking. What I loved about something Anel said on another, I think it was the Democracy Now! Interview, Anel, that you did. I loved the fact that even though you were describing why you felt like you had to leave, you also made it a point to say that there are other people who can't leave, for example, because of their families, or they have to provide, or their career prospects, things that they had to think about. That really ate them up inside. And so they felt that they would, because they had to stay inside, that they would do their part to do what they can. And so I think that's really important to remember too, Miriam, is that dissent comes in different forms, and we need people inside government making those arguments as much as we need people resigning and people outside government, activists, analysts, journalists. It's all part of a spectrum, I think, of society that puts different kinds of pressure on administrations to make one whole point.
Well, on that point, I spoke exclusively to Feds United for Peace, an anonymous dissident group of thousands of U.S. government federal employees who came together after October the 7th. Listen to this.
The brutality of the war itself is so visceral for so many of us that you can't help but respond. We're also responding to this as federal workers and employees and people who are patriots and want the best for our country. And as such, what we can see is that the war that Israel is engaged in, that we are supporting as the United States, is harmful, not only, of course, to the Palestinians, but also to the United States, to our interests.
We believe that senior officials are cognizant that we are in violation of domestic laws as well as international laws. And yet this policy continues because ultimately the buck stops with the president.
The support that the United States has been giving to Israel has been at this incredibly high level for very long, and it's been uncritical, it's been unconditional. That has to change. This is the kind of thing that we are now looking at as workers of the federal government, and we say it is not possible to continue with the old status quo.
So many people who are tuned in to the news that is coming out of Gaza, and for those people on the ground, your videos, your voices, they are not being lost. There are people in the halls of power, if you will, who are listening to you.
Anel, as the feds point out, unconditional support for Israel has long been a bipartisan issue in America. Do you see this changing at all?
I do see it changing. I think the question is just whether the change is going to happen quickly enough to save the lives of the Palestinians trapped inside Gaza. We've already seen the ways that this is no longer as bipartisan. I do think that the Israeli government has really thrown in its lot with Republicans in a way that may be detrimental to their long-term efforts to maintain this unconditional flow of massive amounts of money that the US gives to Israel every year, as well as the weapons. I do think that we're also seeing a shift now in the context, as was mentioned from Feds United for Peace, that these videos that are coming out as an employee at the State Department, your inbox is full of the statistics of the dead, of the casualties, of how many aid trucks are getting in, as well as often links to some of these social media videos. So it is something that the State Department is engaging with every day. And as Yasmin mentioned, you know, for many people, it is extremely devastating to have to go in every day and be faced with that. Whether or not they're working directly on this policy or not, it is inescapable. And I think that is contributing to the internal dissent that we're seeing. But I do think that this is a generational issue. We're seeing young people in particular feeling very differently, and much of that does have to do with the ways that young people receive information through social media, whereas unfortunately much of the American mainstream media is not covering the devastation of what is happening inside Gaza in the same way that those of us that are getting information more directly from those people, that we see what is really happening and what's happening on the ground.
Yeah.
I just hope that this public pressure that is building from inside the administration and outside the administration is going to finally force a shift.
Yeah. But Greg, I want to give you an opportunity to come back. Obviously, any thoughts on that video? But I also want to ask you about the fact that Biden has described himself as a Zionist, and you've made videos around some of the dangers of Christian Zionism. I mean, how powerful is the influence of Christian Zionism within the halls of power? Is it something we should be concerned about?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've recently been talking about this because there's been a lot of burgeoning awareness about AIPAC and the Israel lobby and other special interest groups that support the Israeli state. But you have to understand that over 100 million Americans, not all of them are Christian Zionists, but a lot of them are evangelicals who seriously believe, for their own religious purposes, in the existence of the state of Israel. And and a lot of politicians, a lot of Christian evangelical politicians in the Senate and in Congress would support Israel unconditionally, no matter what, whether or not AIPAC existed, whether or not they were getting lobbied by the energy sector or the military industrial complex. They would support Israel no matter what. That's a huge voting bloc in America.
Well, no discussion of American democracy could be complete without a reference to the significant influence of one foreign government's lobby on US policy. I am, of course, talking about AIPAC. Check this out. AIPAC paid Joe Biden $11 million to aid Israel with ethnic cleansing. The Israelis are already selling waterfront properties in Gaza. Forcing the Palestinians out has always been the plan. Jasmine, do you agree? Has the plan always been for the US government to get the Palestinians out of Gaza?
The US government, no. I would say, obviously, the Israeli government successive Israeli governments have made their opinions clear when it came to peace with the Palestinians. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been prime minister for years and years on and off, but other prime ministers as well have been very intransigent when it comes to peace with the Palestinians. Different presidents have gone about it differently. And I think, as you said, Miriam, President Biden is very uniquely, when it comes to US presidents, pro-Israel. He has said himself that he's a Zionist. He has talked about how a meeting with Golda Meir, then Prime Minister of Israel, at a very early stage of his career, shaped him profoundly. And we're seeing the effects of that today. And that brings me to a point that's really important that both of my co-panelists have touched upon. This is a generational issue. You know, these types of really policies that have been set in stone for decades, they take decades to unravel and to change. And just like Joe Biden was shaped by his meeting with Golda Meir, future leaders of the United States, whether it's in the Senate, the Congress, or the executive branch, are going to be shaped by what's happening today. And that's why it's important to think about the long term. Everything that people are doing now to speak out and act against the war in Gaza and unconditional support to Israel is influencing the future leadership of this country. And I think that's a positive thing.
Greg, I want to ask you, officially, the US government says it wants a two-state solution and peace in the region. But in practice, it isn't supporting a peace process of any kind and is, in fact, arming and funding Israel's settler expansion. I've always been taught to ignore what a man says and to look at his actions instead. Is the world being gaslit by America right now?
I mean, absolutely. A lot of the Biden administration's talking points are completely performative. Not only that, they know that Israel is not specifically targeting Hamas. They don't have any exit strategy. They don't have any defined tactical or operational goals. And, you know, as someone with a background in military intelligence, I know this, and I don't even have access to the information. They haven't had any standard of proof of Hamas presence in any hospitals. And they haven't, you know, released any compelling evidence that they've taken out, killed, or captured any of Hamas leadership. So they're just dragging this thing out, and they're going to continue to supply Israel with weapons until it becomes politically untenable. But the thing is, like, we're talking about dissent. We're so involved in this issue for our own reasons, but the average American citizen, the average American voter, isn't even touched by this. I've been talking to a lot of people. They're just like, oh, it's the Middle East. This is what happens in the Middle East. They have a murky understanding of history, and they think this has been happening for thousands of years. And what are they going to do about it? So, I mean, the dissent is significant. I'd say it's unprecedented in the modern era, you know, since Vietnam. But awareness still takes time to grow. And people need to be motivated through self-interest. Like, why is unconditional support of Israel bad for you?
Right. Well, it does seem like anger is growing among some US voters over the economic priorities of the government. This guy has some choice words.
You know what's absolutely insane to me is I got to go out of town and work 4 hours away from my home and away from my daughter just to make a paycheck, just to make ends meet. I got to go work outside in the pouring down rain and then the mud and beat myself half to death. Meanwhile, the Israelis got subsidized housing and free education and free health care, and they get monthly allowances, all bought and paid for by the United States taxpayer. They're getting tens of billions of dollars a year sent to them just to bomb, murder, and maim innocent men, women, and children, and slaughter humanitarian aid workers. It's insane.
And now, a majority of US voters now disapprove of Israel's actions. And yet, on the same day as Biden condemned the killing of the World Central Kitchen aid workers by Israel, he approved the transfer of thousands more bombs. Why is Biden seemingly ignoring the views of the majority of Americans?
I don't have a great answer for that. It is really confusing. I do think Yasmin's answer about how, because it took decades for us to get to where we are, it is going to take, I hope not decades, but it's going to take a while. And as she mentioned, this is something that has been part of President Biden's ideology for most of his very long career. I do hope that those around him, including apparently his own wife, possibly, have been telling him that this needs to stop. I do think that, one particular concern to what Greg was mentioning as far as how the average American voter may not be thinking about this, the concern is that Benjamin Netanyahu's political future depends on this violence continuing. This is how he's staying in power. And so his best incentive is to continue the massacre of everyone inside of Gaza, and then to expand the violence. We saw Israel hit the Iranian consulate building in Damascus. We've heard them state their plan to invade Lebanon. And the concern there is that then U.S. service members, the U.S. military, will be dragged in. Americans could lose their lives because Biden is not telling Netanyahu that he has to exercise restraint. He cannot invade Lebanon. He cannot expand this war. The U.S. is not going to support that. Instead, the message he keeps sending is, I would rather there be fewer civilian casualties, but I'll send you weapons either way. And so what reason would Netanyahu have to do anything other than what best serves his political interests, which again, directly contravene those of Joe Biden?
Yeah. Well, every year the White House hosts an official iftar during the Muslim month of Ramadan. But this year it was a little different.
The Biden administration tried to host an iftar dinner tonight, and they had to cancel it because not a single Muslim showed up. The only people in attendance were people who worked for the Biden administration. There was not a single person invited who showed up. This is the most beautiful collective from the entire Muslim community that I could even imagine.
Jasmine, we know that these events are typically symbolic, but they are important, aren't they? What do you read from this?
Yeah, that's funny. I was just actually watching that video that you showed the other day. I think it's another case of individuals having to decide, okay, how do I want to approach this? So when people were invited to the iftar, a lot of Muslim leaders went back to their communities and said, hey, listen, we're invited to this iftar. Should we go or not? And a lot of them listened to their communities who said, absolutely not after everything that has happened. We've been trying to get the Biden administration's attention for months on end. They've been either ignoring us or using us for political gain. Absolutely not. However, there are some people who decided, you know what, I am going to go. I'm going to look President Biden in the face. I'm going to show him pictures of dead Palestinians in Gaza, and I'm going to, represent and make a point. And like I said, both of those are necessary. The fact that barely anybody who was invited attended was a huge message to President Biden and his administration. And the couple of people, I'm talking about one doctor, one Palestinian American doctor, Dr. Thaer, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he went and he delivered a letter from an orphaned girl in Gaza, Palestinian girl. I think she was 8 years old. He gave the letter to President Biden. He said, I want you to read this letter, and I want you to know that I am now going to walk away, just like you have been walking away from us and our community for the last few months. And that was pretty powerful as well. So the Biden administration is getting these messages everywhere it looks. And as we've been saying throughout this program, most of this is on President Biden himself. Even his advisors now are telling him, you know, we have to switch gears. We have to stop. I mean, when you have Senator Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi actually saying enough is enough, we have to stop and suspend military assistance to Israel. The tide has shifted. It has shifted, and it's important to keep this pressure up in order to affect that change moving forward. You can't stop now. That's the real thing. The real challenge is going to be keeping this up even when this issue is out of the headlines.
Greg, I want to ask you, with your military background, what are your concerns with regards to what the U.S. could be being dragged into here?
Well, I mean, going back to, you know, old reporting, military reporting, in 2006, Israel invaded southern Lebanon. They got rolled up. That's the official, sorry, excuse the colloquial term. They were strategically defeated in the field, and there was some smoke and mirror stuff on the global scale to make it seem like it wasn't a defeat. Definitively, it was. That's the position of the United States Army war colleges. And they do not have the military capabilities to take on Hezbollah. That doesn't mean they won't try. They'd be insane to, but everything they've been doing has been completely without operational sense or strategic awareness. So it's anyone's game. As one of my co-panelists mentioned before, it's in Netanyahu's interest to keep this going. He's been wanting to get American boots on the ground since the start. I think you can make an easy argument that he's wanted to have further deepening U.S. involvement in the actual military action of this multi-front war. I'm not so sure that the United States or the United States military wants to do that.
Well, Anel, if I could give you the last word here, if you could speak right now to the people who are on the fence, the potential dissidents, what would you say to them right now?
So many people are watching what's happening and are grieving and are devastated. So I would encourage people, you know, to put up a public display of support, whether like it's a ceasefire in Gaza sign, for example, because I think it's seeing other people around you that it is becoming a greater point of consensus. Whereas I think earlier on in the war, there was, you know, shock over the Hamas attack. But I think for many, many people now, this is so disproportionate. We're violating US laws, we're violating international laws. My hope is that increasingly people will just agree there must be a ceasefire. This cannot continue. We as Americans cannot support this any longer. And the rest of the world has already said that. So I would encourage, and those who are inside government, you know, many of them are doing important work. They're doing important work on this issue in hopes that if President Biden were to change his mind and adopt a new policy, there would be these measures ready to go. And I know this is happening. There are people ready with these accountability measures. It's just they're not going to go into effect unless the president decides that that is what he wants.
Well, sadly, that's a wrap. But thank you to our guests, Greg, Jasmine, and Anel. And thank you all for watching. Did you enjoy the show? Talk to us on social media. If there is a conversation or topic you'd like to flag to us, we want to hear about it. Use the hashtag or the handle AJStream and we will look into it. Stay awake and I'll see you soon.
Now is the time to be direct.
Israel's project has been to completely conflate Zionism and Judaism. But Israel's not a Jew. Israel's a state, and they need to be treated as any other state would.
This is where the tough questions are asked. Can you see negotiations being even possible?
This is not important to Putin. He's not going to negotiate.
Bold, unapologetic. I'm just asking.
There are some rules to every interview.
Up front on Al Jazeera.
One of the biggest elections of 2024, India's general elections. Will Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP increase its rule across the country? How will economic uncertainty and youth unemployment sway voters in key states? And will the media be able to cover the vote freely and fairly? Ongoing coverage of India's elections on Al Jazeera.
After a 10-year journey, in which it has become the most important translation award from and into the Arabic language worldwide, Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding announces the opening of the nomination period for the year 2024, starting March 1st till May 31st. Nominations are made on the award official website, www.hta.qa/en.
Reporting from the action.
Javier Milei came to power with a promise to transform Argentina, but thousands of people on the street willing to challenge him.
Hearing the facts.
Palestinian or Arabic content has been removed or restricted.
Understanding the reality.
For these demonstrators, it's President Macky Sall threatening the stability of the country.
Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Israel intercepts dozens of missiles and drones after Iran launches its long-awaited retaliatory attack. Hello, I'm Elizabeth Puranam, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Celebrations in Iran, which says the launch was a response to Israel's bombing of its consulate in Syria 2 weeks ago. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet consider their options to what his officials have called a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, one Palestinian is killed and at least 46 others are injured in attacks by Israeli settlers, and a missing 14-year-old settler is found dead. After days of threats, Iran has launched its retaliatory attack on Israel. The Israelis say more than 200 drones, ballistic and cruise missiles were launched to the country, the majority of which were intercepted. Air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations for hours overnight, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Israel's military has told residents the attack is now over.
Tonight, Iran launched a large scale of coordinated attack on Israel. The regime in Iran fired a massive swarm over 200 killer drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Let's go straight to our correspondent Imran Khan. He's joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Israel has lowered the alert level, Imran. Does that mean that they believe the threat is over? Talk us through what's been happening.
Well, officially, they are saying that the attack is now over, although we've been hearing fighter jets fly over us here in occupied East Jerusalem. We're expecting a statement to come very soon from the Israelis, but President Joe Biden has already issued a statement. He said Iran's attacks against the state of Israel earlier today, Iran and its proxies operating out of Yemen, Syria and Iraq launched an unprecedented air attack against military facilities in Israel. I condemn these attacks in the strongest possible terms. He then goes on to say that the Americans supported the Israelis. They moved US military aircraft and ballistic missile defense destroyers to help Israel. He said, I've just spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu to reaffirm America's ironclad commitment to the security of Israel. He's used that word before, ironclad, and he's certainly using it again right now. Tomorrow, that's later on in the day here, I will convene my fellow G7 leaders to coordinate a united diplomatic response to Iran's brazen attack. But what we're hearing from American media sources is that the Americans are incredibly worried about what Israel may well do next. Security sources have told American media that they are worried about Israel's strategy on this. They were already concerned that the Israelis attacked the Iranian consulate, which led to this attack on April 1st. And they're now very concerned that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the war cabinet, may well act in a manner that the US doesn't want it to do. The US is hoping, according to these reports in US media, that this is it, that a line has actually been drawn, although they are now publicly talking about a coordinated response. They're talking about getting together with their allies. This is Israel talking about getting together with its allies, including France, Germany, and the US and the UK, to provide and to look for a coordinated response. But the response now is the focus. What does Israel do next? Iran has already said that that was its response, that it's now over. For now, the alert level has gone down, but that could change during the day.
It seems like quite a confusing message from the United States, because they're saying that their support for Israel is ironclad, and yet privately we hear that they don't want Israel to respond. How is all of that being played out in Israel itself, Iran, as the officials there consider what they're going to do in response to the attack, if they're going to respond?
Well, this is all part and parcel of the diplomatic rigmarole that takes place when events like this happen. America has to make a strong public statement. It can't show any kind of criticism towards the state of Israel. It's committed to the defense of the state of Israel, to the point of supplying Israel with $3.8 billion a year in military assistance alone. That was before October 7th. That figure is now far greater. So publicly, it has to support Israel completely. But that doesn't mean there aren't disagreements over the way Israel is fighting its war. Already, the Americans have talked about the way Israel's fighting its war on Gaza, saying it doesn't want a ground offensive into Rafah, for example. So there are disagreements, but publicly they've got to support Israel. They've just have far too many commitments to do anything else. But that doesn't mean they can't privately push Israel to not respond. However, this is a government that has a tremendous amount of support from within, outside of the White House, and knows that it can pressure the White House and perhaps even bend the White House to its will.
All right, Imran, thank you for that. That is Imran Khan joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Hamza Salhoud has more from Tel Aviv.
The Israelis have said that this is not over. There were initial reports in the evening of a second and third wave of fleets of drones that were also launched. The Israeli Iron Dome missile defense system, the David Sling, the Arrow, all of them in use this evening, but primarily across the occupied territories. We saw in occupied East Jerusalem, where our colleague Rory Challenge was, where the sirens were blaring out. But the sirens, in fact, were all over Israel, and the explosions and interceptions within the sky were quite prominent everywhere you look. Now, Israeli planes are also buzzing and roaring overhead, and that's because the Israeli Army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, had said that there will be multiple types of mechanisms that they will use for air defense, and that includes fighter jets. But it was interesting to see some of these interceptors and some of these drones and missiles potentially coming in from all different directions, some of them coming in from the sea, which we have never seen before, especially in conflicts with Israel. And when it comes to Lebanon, when it comes to Gaza, we've never seen these type of projectiles or interceptors come from the direction of the sea heading south. Now, the Israelis have said that they have had new mechanisms, not only for intercepting, but also saying that they are going to respond and that they have new capabilities and measures for whatever that response is going to be against the Iranians. While the Iranians have said that their mission is now over, that is simply not the case for the Israelis, who have been essentially bracing for this impact since April 1st, since those Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They said it was a red line. The Israelis never even admitted to striking the Iranian consulate. I will remind you, they typically never comment on their military activity in Syria. You can hear those fighter jets still roaring above us as we speak. But the Israelis have said that they're no longer just on the defensive, that they're actively pursuing enemy targets wherever they are, whether it's Beirut, whether it's Damascus, whether it's anywhere else in the Middle East, and that could mean Iran.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it fired both drones and missiles towards Israel. Iran's Shahed drones are kamikaze unmanned aerial vehicles known for their low cost and extended range. Tehran's reported to have supplied Russia with these drones in its war on Ukraine. In 2022, the U.S. also assessed that Iran possessed the largest inventory of ballistic missiles in the region. It was thought to have more than 3,000 stockpiled. Among its arsenal are the Sejil missiles, with the capability of traveling a range of about 2,500 kilometers. Israel is well within that range. Dorsa Jabari has more from Tehran.
Operation True Promise appears to have wrapped up after over nearly 3 hours of a barrage of drones, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that were launched towards Israel. Now, Iran has said that this is their right to defend themselves, and that is why they've launched this unprecedented attack against Israel. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Amir Hossein Abdullahian, said that Iran had given the United States advance warning. The Revolutionary Guard issued a number of statements, the last of which said that they hit military target, but that it was successful. Of course, that is being disputed by Israeli officials, saying they've sustained minor damage. This is going to be seen by many Iranians who will wake up to the news on Sunday morning as a historic event in the country. For over 40 years, Iran has been talking about going to war with Israel as one of its main adversaries as a result of a number of events. But certainly over the past few weeks, things have really increased the tensions between the two countries after the Israeli airstrike in Iran's consulate section in Damascus killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Of course, it was not the first time Israel carried out such an act. This was something that the United Nations Security Council refused to condemn Israel for, and that was one of the points made by Iranian diplomats on Saturday evening, that there was not enough condemnation, and therefore Iran felt that it needed to defend itself against the threats coming from Israel, and that have been continuing for many years. Since October 7th until now, in Syria alone, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And not only that, since 2010, at least 6 nuclear scientists in Iran have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but all of those attacks Iran has blamed Israel for in an attempt to deter or delay Iran's nuclear program. This certainly will be an event that Iranians will be talking about as they wake up to the news. What we do know is that the 2 airports in Tehran, the capital, the domestic one and the international one, Mehrabad Airport and Imam Khomeini Airport, have canceled or delayed all flights, possibly in preparation for any kind of a retaliatory attack that could be carried out by Israel in the coming hours. And the Revolutionary Guard have also issued warnings to the United States and those countries that have helped Israel defend itself against the attack that was carried out by Iran earlier on Saturday, saying that they will also be paying a price for their assistance they've been providing to Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
U.S. President Joe Biden cut a weekend trip short and rushed back to Washington. He's issued a statement on social media saying, "I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad." We're now joined by our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So, Kimberly, what are we hearing about this phone call between President Biden and Netanyahu?
Well, that has already been covered by my colleague Imran Khan. He read the entire statement. So I think what I'll talk to you about is the events that led up to that. What we can tell you is that there has been a flurry of activity that has been going on throughout the day. The National Security Team has been meeting at the White House. It has been an intense few hours here at the White House behind me in the Situation Room. There was a meeting of not only the CIA Director Bill Burns, but also the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and also, among others, that were advising the U.S. president. The U.S. president, as you mentioned, cut his trip short from Delaware and has been coordinating very closely with his national security team. What we do know is that the grave concern for the U.S. president is that the United States will be drawn into a broader Middle East conflict, something that has been reported widely, not only in the last few hours, but for a number of weeks and even months, something that has been, we know from the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby, something that the United States has been trying to contain for many, many weeks and months. Now, what I can tell you is that the Pentagon, throughout the evening, has been working very hard. It has, in the days leading up to this attack, had been making adjustments to its force posture in the region. And by that, I mean that it had assets in the region as early as October 7th, that being the date, of course, when Hamas launched its attack into Israel. Captives were taken, and that's when the U.S. began its scaling up of support of Israel. It's an example of what the U.S. president has said repeatedly is U.S. support that is ironclad. That support, we should point out, extends to the U.S. Congress and on Capitol Hill. And we've seen that manifested again tonight when we've had statements issued not only from the U.S. Senate, from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, with once again saying that Ben Cardin, the chair of the Foreign Relations, saying that Israel has an inherent right to defend itself from these attacks before, during, and after. But we've also had movement in the House of Representatives. We now know that there will be an Israel aid package that will be voted on next week that will also attempt to not only provide additional aid when the United States already provides more than nearly $4 billion annually, but will also hold Iran accountable. So this is just an example of how the United States already provides assistance to Israel and is continuing to do so as a result of these Iranian attacks.
Kimberly, thank you so much for all of that context. That's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, live from Washington, D.C. The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting on Sunday to discuss Iran's attack, and the Secretary-General has urged an end to the fighting in a statement. He said, "I strongly condemn the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by Iran. I call for an immediate cessation of these hostilities. Neither the region nor the world can afford another war." Let's bring in our correspondent, Gabriel Elizondo. He's live for us at the United Nations headquarters in New York. So the Security Council, as per Israel's request, has decided to hold that emergency meeting on Sunday, Gabe.
Yeah, that's right. Israel's mission to the UN sent a letter to the Secretary General and to the President of the Security Council, which happens to be Malta, for the month of April, requesting that the Security Council hold this meeting. Malta, without any objection from any of the other Security Council members, decided to schedule it, and it will be held at 4 p.m. New York time on Sunday. That's about 20 GMT. Now, we are expecting that the Security Council will be briefed by Rosemary DiCarlo, the Undersecretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs. We are hearing from diplomatic sources that perhaps Israel and Iran will also be invited to attend the meeting and perhaps give statements as well. In terms of what we're expecting from this, Israel said they requested this meeting because they want the Security Council to issue a condemnation of Iran's retaliatory strikes on Israel. It's unclear if the Security Council will issue any sort of statement or take any action. They're not obligated to do so, but it certainly will give all Security Council members a platform to publicly explain their country's positions on Iran's retaliatory drone and missile strikes towards Israel. So certainly we'll be watching the Security Council meeting very closely on Sunday. We'll get a better sense of the diplomatic interplay, if you will, on how all countries are sort of positioning themselves when it comes to this very, very delicate moment in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. And Iran will be very carefully getting ready if it is to be present at that Security Council meeting. Gabe, what has the Iranian mission been saying so far about the attack?
Yeah, Iran's mission here to the UN sent out quite a long statement, actually. This is from the permanent mission of Iran to the United States. It was sent to the Secretary General and also to the President of the Security Council. Their basic argument is, if I can sort of summarize it, is that they are acting in accordance with international law and under the UN Charter, Article 51 of the Charter, which clearly states that any UN member state that is attacked has a right to respond in self-defense. Of course, Iran very clearly considers the April 1 Israeli attack on Iran's diplomatic mission in Damascus to be nearly an act of war, almost as clear escalation. So Iran, in their letter, basically said, this is our response in accordance with the UN Charter and under international law. And that's what Iran is basically saying. They basically say we reserve the right to respond even further should Israel escalate even further. So Iran has taken a very, I should say, diplomatic approach to how they're laying out their defense of this in terms of following international law, following the rules of as are laid out in the UN Charter. And I think you're going to hear a lot of that Sunday as well. Of course, Israel sees it totally different. They see it as Israel being the victim here. But clearly that's certainly not the case the way Iran sees it.
Gabe, thank you very much for that. Gabriel Elizondo with all the latest developments from the UN headquarters in New York. Well, let's get some more diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. The EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. Israeli airstrikes have intensified in northern and central Gaza, killing dozens of people. Nusayrat refugee camp in the center of the Strip was heavily bombarded. A UN-run evacuation shelter and residential towers were among the targets. Further north, Jabalia has been hit by a series of airstrikes. More than 33,600 Palestinians have been killed since the war began in October. Hamas says it submitted its response for a truce proposal to mediators in Egypt and Qatar. In the statement, the group reiterated demands for a permanent ceasefire with the full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip. They asked for the return of displaced Palestinians to their homes and an increase of the entry of aid. Palestinians must also be allowed to begin rebuilding in Gaza. The proposal includes a, quote, serious and real exchange of prisoners between the two parties. Hani Mahmoud has more from Rafah on the proposal.
This can be safely added to the list of allegations made by the Israeli military within the past 6 weeks and since the beginning of this genocidal war across the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military announced areas being cleared and secured because it cleared them from Palestinian fighting groups or from Hamas operatives, but without offering any substantial evidence whatsoever. In fact, when we look at the patterns of destruction and attacks, easily we can find that the pattern of attacks have been directed at civilian infrastructures, residential buildings and hospitals, healthcare facilities, educational facilities, international organization facilities such as UNRWA. They've been directly targeted in the northern part in Gaza City and more recently in Khan Yunis, where at least 4 warehouses managed and operated by UNRWA have been either completely damaged or completely destroyed or severely damaged. This pattern of attacks is an indication that the Israeli military military is conducting this war mainly on civilian population, because the evidence on the ground suggests and just goes very consistently with the narrative since the beginning of the war, when the Israeli military and its political leaders and military leaders announced that they are going to send Gaza to the Stone Age. And just more recently, the past 3 days have been very, very bloody and very difficult, mainly concentrated in the central area. We're seeing more of the residential buildings are being destroyed, including mosques and schools and public facilities, and further civilian casualties have been the byproduct of this ongoing war on the central area, and pushing more people into further displacement, something that has been feeding into the permanent sense of shattered safety and further permanent displacement for already a traumatized and largely displaced population in overcrowded Rafah city.
Israeli settlers are attacking Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank. It comes as a missing 14-year-old settler was found dead. The circumstances surrounding his death are unclear, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is calling it a heinous murder. Our correspondent, Nida Ibrahim, has more from the occupied West Bank.
The dust hadn't settled from Friday's arson attack by Israelis in the occupied West Bank before settlers again rampaged through Palestinian villages on Saturday. The attack started after a teenage Israeli settler went missing. The body of the 14-year-old was found on Saturday near his house in an illegal settlement outpost. Badr Abu Alia's home was among those attacked. Only 2 rooms survived the fire.
We were inside our home. We were having lunch when we were exposed to gunfire, shells and stones.
A few hours later, Abu Alia sent us this video of the 2 surviving rooms also being burned. He says he's lucky to be alive. In the same neighborhood on Friday, Israeli settlers shot dead 25-year-old Jihad Abu Alia.
2/3 of the settlers were armed and the soldiers were protecting them. The army shot tear gas and then the settlers started shooting towards us. We threw stones to fend them off, but they were too many. Jihad was visiting us and he just peeked from here and was shot on the spot without doing anything.
Settlers spread out their attacks from the center to the north of the occupied West Bank soon after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described the killing of the Israeli teenager as a heinous murder and pledged to bring those responsible to justice. It's such justice that Palestinians say they're denied. Just since the start of the war on Gaza, the UN has recorded more than 700 settler attacks against Palestinians. Rights groups say 94% of reported attacks go unpunished. And many say the Palestinian Authority has undermined people's ability to defend themselves.
It's a complicated political situation. The international community is silent against what's happening in Gaza as if it's normal. The Palestinian Authority is doing its usual role of supporting the steadfastness of Palestinians on their lands.
This steadfastness is at the core of settler attacks, many say.
Not only in certain villages, but these attacks are taking place also while Palestinians are on the road, making it very dangerous for them to commute from one place to another.
4 settlers' cars have blocked the roads. They pepper sprayed us, attacked us with stones and rods, and entered the car. It's only by the grace of God that we are alive.
Settler groups are calling for more attacks. The result is a mainly unarmed Palestinian population facing many heavily armed Israeli settlers who've been growing in numbers, increasing their violence. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, the occupied West Bank.
That's it for me, Elizabeth Puranam, for this half hour of news, but I will be back with all the latest developments following Iran's retaliatory attack on Israel in half an hour. And you can always keep up to date anytime on our website. The address for that is aljazeera.com. Stay with us. Counting the Cost is coming up next. Thank you for watching.
Now, I would guess that the residents of California have had enough of what effectively is a prolonged winter. Now, there's still a northerly breeze and it still looks fairly damp on Sunday in San Francisco, maybe as far south as LA with some snow inland. But come Monday and the sun returns. Bit of a breeze still, but at least the sunshine is out. Now, for the US and Canada, there's been a nice warm spell up through the plains and the prairies, but I think we'll see showers developing here. They're not big ones yet. That's still to come, and it's relatively warm for most places. You can see the warmth extending if I put the colours on right across the border into Canada, about 6 degrees above average. Active frontal system down through Bahamas means big showers here, possibly for Haiti, eastern Cuba, Jamaica also likely to. A little bit of rain in Nicaragua, rather less in Guatemala than has been the case of late. Puerto Rico and the Leeward Isles also get some fairly wet weather, I suspect. Now, if you go down to South America, it's more than wet. It's been flooding. And once again, Paraguay's a focus. This is a change from hot, dry weather to, of course, big thunderstorms. And that's the line that carries on. So from Paraguay up towards Bolivia, they're moving into some parts of southern Brazil. In southeast Brazil and Uruguay, there are still huge thunderstorms. They are not moving.
An alliance of ethnic armed groups is posing the biggest challenge to Myanmar's junta since the 2021 coup. With exclusive access to remote camps and frontline battles, People and Power charts the progress of an idealistic young generation of rebels as a pivotal moment in the last 60 years of the country's troubled history unfolds. Myanmar, Army on the Ropes, on Al Jazeera.
I'm Laura Kyle. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, oil prices have hit a 7-month high after Middle East tensions intensified. Will the spike continue, and how will that affect the global fight against inflation? Promising to end years of financial turmoil, Zimbabwe has launched a new currency backed by gold. But will it help stabilize the economy? And hit by costly boycotts in the Middle East over the war on Gaza, McDonald's is now buying back all of its Israeli restaurants. Oil prices are at their highest level in months, and central banks are keeping a close eye on the markets. For the first time since October, Brent crude, that's the international benchmark, topped $90 a barrel last week. That threatens the rise in gasoline prices in the US and elsewhere, reigniting fears over inflation. The increase in prices has been driven in part by geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Supply shocks after several output cuts by OPEC and its allies are also pushing up prices. Well, the group of major oil producers started slashing production in late 2022. Saudi Arabia is leading the latest round of cuts, but it's not alone. Russia, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates have also agreed to lower their output from April to June. The goal, to lower global supply and increase demand. Oil prices averaged around $80 a barrel in 2023. The IMF says Saudi Arabia needs prices to be above that figure to balance its budget. There was a significant spike following the October 7th attacks, but eventually prices leveled off again despite ongoing cuts. Now oil prices are hitting their highest levels in months at around $90 a barrel. Now, some analysts expect oil prices to climb even further at around $100 by September. When oil prices go up, so too does the cost of other commodities, and that could pose a problem both for US President Joe Biden and for families struggling to make ends meet. Well, let's get stuck into this with Neil Atkinson in London. He's an independent energy analyst and the former head of the Oil Industry and Markets Division at the International Energy Agency. Great to be speaking to you, Neil. First of all, we do need to mention that at the time of recording this programme, there's a lot of speculation that there will be an imminent Iran attack on Israel. So how is that firstly affecting oil prices?
Hello, Laura. Yes, there is a great deal of geopolitical speculation. There's no question of that. But my personal view on this, based on following Middle East geopolitics and its effect on oil for many years, is it's very unlikely that Iran is going to carry out any kind of operation which is so enormous in scope that it would be considered an act of war. Iran tends to play a long game. And while there's no doubt that tensions have ratcheted up following the Israeli attack in Syria, so far at least, we have not actually seen any material reductions in oil supply since the October 7th attacks and since the most recent ratchet up of tensions between the US and Iran.
But how broadly do geopolitical tensions play into the oil price? Because, of course, it's not just in the Middle East that events are happening. We've also got the war in Ukraine.
Yes, of course. And initially, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we saw a very, very large spike in oil prices, which had a material impact on global economies in 2022. But inevitably, things settle down and the true picture starts to emerge. And even though sanctions have been imposed against Russia, and we now have the G7 price cap, the actual flows of oil from Russia have not declined massively. In fact, they've not really declined very much at all. They just move from one market to another. So geopolitics is always a factor. The October the 7th attacks, as you said, led to a short-term spike. We're seeing some tension now between Iran and the US. So the tension is always there, but it is very, very difficult to quantify how much that means in terms of dollars a barrel on the price.
So then, of course, that brings us to the other key factor, which is supply. And we see Saudi driving production cuts to keep the prices high. Are the other OPEC countries following suit?
Saudi Arabia is leading the cuts, as you quite rightly suggest. Other countries, such as the United Arab Emirates, are not actually fulfilling all of the agreement that they subscribe to. But broadly speaking, the OPEC Plus alliance, that is Saudi Arabia, the OPEC members, plus Russia, are broadly speaking keeping enough oil off the market, which, taken into consideration along with the other factors in the market, such as demand and supply from other countries, means that there's a perception the oil market is tightening, and that is one of the reasons why we're seeing prices higher than we've been used to.
And we've got this Vienna meeting in June of ministers from OPEC Plus. How much leverage do other countries like the US and Canada have over these production cuts?
Well, the countries themselves don't have leverage, of course, but what we're expecting in the course of 2024 is that production produced by companies in the United States will continue to grow. The planned production from Canada will continue to grow, as will production from Brazil and also from Guyana. And it's expected, my current outlook for 2024, I would think, that the OPEC countries will not be putting more oil back into the market. Initially, they'll want to see how strong prices remain and for how long before they take any decisions.
So increased prices at the pump are a result of high oil prices. This is how it's directly affected in one way to the consumer. This, of course, spells trouble, doesn't it, in an election year for the US President Joe Biden?
Yes, and we only have to go back 2 years to 2022, when we had a very similar situation where the market tightened up, partly, of course, due to the disruption following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, during 2022, the United States participated with other countries in a very significant drawdown of strategic oil stocks, partly intended to protect US consumers at the pump in the run-ups to the midterm elections. And you can argue that the steps the United States took did have an impact. But now we're in a presidential election year, and it's pretty obvious that if prices remain at relatively high levels and possibly even go a bit higher, the US president will come under enormous domestic political pressure to do something about it. And that could mean another reduction in the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It could mean diplomatic pressure on Saudi Arabia and others to increase their production. So it's a very tricky political position for Biden to be in, but we have been here before.
Just lastly, Neil, briefly, if you can, how are oil price rises likely to complicate efforts by central banks to cut interest rates?
Well, in your introduction, you referred to the fact that higher oil prices do feed into end consumer prices, because oil is such an important component of many industries and many industrial activities. So, we have a situation where the Fed and the other central banks will be looking very closely at commodity prices. And, we're seeing in the United States that there's a very hot job market. We're seeing a lot of job creation. And I would think that the elevated or more elevated oil prices are going to give the Fed in particular cause for some concern, and it may well postpone any interest rate reductions that they might have been planning.
Okay, Neil Atkinson in London, thanks so much for joining us here on Counting the Cost.
Thank you.
Now, gold has been on a roll in the past 2 months, hitting a series of records. The precious metal reached more than $2,300 per ounce last week, rising by more than 12% this year. Now, the increase in price is driven mainly by China's gold buying spree. Central banks, mostly in emerging markets, are also buying up large amounts of gold. In 2008, Zimbabwe printed the now infamous $100 trillion banknote. Inflation was at 500 billion% back then. This year, the Zimbabwe dollar lost nearly 80% of its value. In response, the central bank has introduced a new currency called Zimbabwe Gold, or ZiG. Backed by gold, it's aimed at stabilizing the economy and bringing down prices. But will it work? Harry Matassa reports from Harare.
These street vendors say some customers are no longer accepting these inflation-hit banknotes. They're waiting for Zimbabwe's new currency, ZiG notes, to hit the streets at the end of April. That means people are stuck with cash that will soon become useless.
This is a loss now. Where should I throw this? This is mine, I get it, I worked and I get it, but now where should I throw it? That's why we're in panic mode.
The country's central bank governor says the new ZiG notes will be backed by gold reserves and foreign currencies. The ZiG will replace the Zimbabwean dollar that has lost 3/4 of its value so far this year. Public reaction about the new currency is mixed, but some Zimbabweans are optimistic.
I think it's a good move which government has done to curb the inflation rate. I think it's going to be for the better, but we haven't seen it in circulation yet.
Zimbabweans have a history of mistrust with the central bank. Many people and businesses prefer to use foreign currencies for transactions. For example, fuel is sold in US dollars.
The easiest way of trying to build confidence, broken confidence, is for government to make sure that critical services and goods which are available in the market should be paid in ZiG. And that way, no one will reject it because it has got there's a value where it is going to be accepted.
The government says overprinting will not be allowed to happen again, but people have heard that before. Zimbabwe's currency has changed several times over the years. Here are some of the original notes from 1980 when the country gained independence from Britain, and over the years, because of economic instability and high inflation, the notes have changed in design and in value. These are the ones people are using now, and these notes will eventually be replaced by the ZiG notes when they come into circulation. Inflation-fatigued Zimbabweans hope the new ZiG currency will stabilize the economy. All they can do is wait and see if it works.
Well, several countries have launched new currencies in recent years. Venezuela introduced new Bolivar notes back in 2021 at the height of a dire financial crisis. They featured 6 fewer zeros intended to ease cash transactions and bookkeeping. The following year, Nigeria launched new Naira bills to help manage inflation and limit money laundering. And Pakistan is looking to do the same. It plans to gradually introduce banknotes to enhance security and prevent counterfeits. Well, joining us now from Bulawayo in Zimbabwe is Prosper Chitambara. He's a development economist and senior researcher for the Labour and Economic Development Research Institute for Zimbabwe. Good to have you with us. The ZiG, it was introduced a few days ago, wasn't it? And it does seem to have had quite a chaotic start, with many appearing not to be ready for the switch. What are your feelings about this new currency?
Well, I think it's a new start. It's from a new governor, and we are cautiously optimistic that it could probably solve the problems of unsustainable growth in money supply, because the ZiG is going to be linked to the reserves of gold and United States dollars that we actually have. So what it actually implies is that any increase in ZiG money supply has to be supported by an increase in the supply of gold reserves or United States dollars. And the central bank governor has also assured the nation that from now on, there will be no more passive fiscal activities. So these are activities that the central bank has been doing in the past, but that are not traditional central banking activities. So we are hoping that if they are able to walk the talk in terms of cutting back on that, and also even on the RBZ overdraft facility to the government, I think that should help to contribute to stability in terms of our economy.
This is Zimbabwe's 6th attempt to have a functional local currency. Why does it keep collapsing? What is at the heart of the problem?
The heart of the problem has been the chronic high inflation. So Zimbabwe has been affected by chronic high inflation for the greater part of the last 2 decades. And that chronic high inflation has been as a result of lack of discipline in terms of how we manage our monetary system. So there has been unsustainable growth in money supply, which has caused excess demand in the economy, thereby pushing up the prices of basic goods and services, a situation in economics that we call too much money chasing too few goods. So I think that's been the crux of the matter, our inability to control unsustainable growth in money supply and also to keep public spending within the available resources.
The trouble is, isn't it, many Zimbabweans don't trust the central bank to have economic discipline. They don't trust that it's not going to print excess money again. So it seems that most people already are sticking to the US dollar.
That's the challenge. I think there's a serious trust and confidence deficit, not just in the local currency, but also in the key economic institutions, in particular the central bank, following years of hyperinflation. In fact, we have suffered from 3 bouts or episodes of hyperinflation in the past. So obviously that has affected the confidence of economic agents in the central bank and also in the local currency itself.
So why should this currency be any different?
I think here now the fact that we are linking money supply, which has been a major problem, we are now linking that money supply to the reserves that we actually have. That could help to limit money supply growth and also even to limit how much is actually provided to the central bank through the overdraft facility. So once we're able to deal with that problem of unsustainable growth in money supply, that should help to provide some stabilization in terms of the exchange rate, which has been a key driver also of the high inflation.
A lot of people will be watching and waiting to see if that happens. Prosper Chitambara, many thanks indeed for joining us. Now, the UN says Sudan's civil war has caused the world's largest displacement crisis since fighting broke out between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces nearly a year ago. Millions of people have been forced from their homes. Most of them are short of food, and hundreds of thousands have fled to neighbouring countries. Malcolm Webb reports from a transit camp in South Sudan's border town of Renk.
Every morning, Salma Adam sends her granddaughter Tamaya to try and sell some of their few remaining items of clothing. There aren't many buyers in this transit camp in South Sudan. More than 500,000 people have arrived here in the last year, fleeing Sudan's civil war. Almost everyone's struggling to get by. A sale means Tamaya's family will eat today. They fled fighting in Sudan's capital Khartoum months ago. Tamaya's father died soon after arriving here and left Salma to look after her grandchildren.
After we arrived here, we took my son to the hospital. He'd been ill for months without any treatment, and he became worse on the journey. After 5 days in the hospital, he died. I was told to come here and register.
6 months ago, there was no market here. But many of the traders themselves had to flee the fighting, and they've set up stands to sell food to the growing population of displaced people. But everything here is from Sudan. The onions are grown there,
lentils and rice, all transported here. And because of the war, the prices just keep going up.
South Sudan's economy depends on its northern neighbour for exporting its oil and for importing manufactured products. Here in the town of Renk, donkey carts bring goods from the border or the possessions of those on the run. Researchers estimate Sudan's economy's contracted by about half since the war began. That's a problem for both countries.
There is going to be a continuation of desperation and destitution in both Sudan as well as in South Sudan. We may risk relapsing back into civil war in South Sudan as a result of very, very bad economy, which has consequences on ability of the government to run its affairs, but also on ability of the society to coexist.
Many of the displaced people arriving here originate from South Sudan. They fled civil war here years before or went to Khartoum seeking jobs. Some come from parts of South Sudan that still have armed conflicts. Other areas have suffered consecutive years of flooding. Collecting firewood to sell is one of few ways people can afford food in the camp. Everyone here has fled one country that's no longer safe and arrived in another where it's increasingly hard to survive.
The war on Gaza has caused more than $18 billion in damages to critical infrastructure. The scale of devastation across the Strip is unprecedented. A report by the World Bank and the United Nations says most of the destruction has been to housing units, health centres and education facilities. It's one of the most detailed financial assessments yet. The report shows the damage equals more than 97% of economic output from both the occupied West Bank and Gaza in 2022. The widespread destruction is also complicating aid delivery, with more than 90% of main roads hit and communications significantly limited. Consumers are protesting against the war on Gaza with their wallets. Several Western brands are paying the price of boycotts over their perceived support to Israel. Amongst them, McDonald's, which has been criticised for offering free meals to Israeli soldiers. That has sparked boycotts in the Middle East, Malaysia, Indonesia and France. So McDonald's is buying back its 30-year-old Israeli franchise following a slump in global sales. Well, McDonald's says it's reached a deal with franchisee Alonial to return 225 restaurants, but the financial terms have not been disclosed. Other Western brands, including Starbucks, have also seen boycott campaigns. The chain of coffee shops is laying off thousands of employees at its branches across the Middle East. The push is part of a larger boycott, divestment and sanctions, or BDS, campaign that targets Israel-friendly brands since 2005. Well, joining us now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank is Samia Al-Botme. She's an assistant professor in economics at Birzeit University and a campaigner for the BDS movement. Great to have you with us, Samia. Did the boycott really impact McDonald's that much? And will this move to buy its Israeli branches make any difference?
Reports from McDonald's note that basically sales targets have not been met. They had a projection of 5.5 sales targets for the fourth quarter 2023, and they only managed to get to 0.7 growth rates. So yes, the boycotts have been effective. So it seems the sales and revenues of McDonald's have been hit, as well as their stock price. The fact that the parent company McDonald's has moved to buy back the franchisee in Israel represents a move to try and save the brand. It will have an impact in terms of stopping the boycott if McDonald's actually goes all the way through and withdraws from the Israeli market. So we do not expect the boycotts to stop by the fact that the parent company McDonald's just bought back the franchisee in Israel.
Okay, BDS, the movement that you're campaigning with, it's been around for a number of years. How have you seen it grown since Israel's war on Gaza?
It has grown substantially. There has been a lot of boycotts of either Israeli companies or companies that are involved in supporting settler colonialism. So the campaign has been magnified because it's a mechanism whereby individuals, civil society organizations, companies, and so on can actually contribute in the process of ending colonialism. And the genocide on Gaza has basically exposed Israel's face to the rest of the world. And therefore, peoples of the world and companies, economic markets have been taking this ethical stance. So we have been seeing a growth in terms of divestment from companies, in terms of cultural boycotts, in terms of economic, sports boycotts.
How concerned are you, though, with companies being unfairly targeted? Because McDonald's says that it's dismayed by what it calls a disinformation campaign, that it's taken sides in this conflict. Has it taken sides?
Its franchise in Israel has taken sides. Yes, it has. It's been supporting soldiers that have been committing genocide. So this is a blunt, a very blunt situation of taking sides. Of course, McDonald's has contracts with its franchises around the world, and therefore it is responsible for, in a way, making sure that its name is not implicated or complicit in the process of supporting crimes. And this is why I think McDonald's had made this move of purchasing back its franchisee in Israel. Yet I do not think it's enough. I do not think the boycotts will stop just because the management of the franchise, the Israel franchise, has changed.
I mean, clearly the boycott, if I could just jump in there, Samir, because clearly the boycott does have an impact on brands. We're seeing McDonald's reacting to it already, but it also has an impact on thousands of workers who lose their jobs. So how do you reconcile that?
This is always a question that's been targeted at boycotts. In the South African case, in the Indian case, in all cases where colonialism was resisted and apartheid was resisted through boycotts. We do believe, I mean, this is what history proves, but we also think it's relevant to our times. Locals will be able to actually make up for these foreign multinational companies locally. So in all cases, these jobs lost will be actually met by local companies springing up and providing these jobs. Now, this is from an economic perspective, but from a political, ethical perspective, I think the fight against colonialism, settler colonialism, apartheid, racism has a cost. And this cost is ethical in the sense that we cannot really accept forms of oppression because we do not want to lose our jobs. For us as Palestinians, and this was also the case in South Africa, we have always said, you know, boycotts of goods and commodities that might harm Palestinian workers are not an issue for Palestinian workers.
Samir Al-Botma, great to speak to you. Thanks very much for joining us there from Ramallah.
Thank you.
And that is our show for this week. Do get in touch with us on X, formerly known as Twitter, and do use the hashtag AJCTC when you do, or drop us an email. countingthecost@aljazeera.net is our address. And there's more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC. That'll take you straight to our page where there are individual reports, links, and entire episodes for you to catch up on. That's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Laura Kyle, and from the whole team, thanks for joining us. The news on Al Jazeera is next.
Growing up in Greece means taking action. Welcome to Generation Change, a global series that seeks to understand and challenge the ideas mobilising youth around the world.
We need a political party that will talk about our problems enough.
I come from a generation that has zero visibility in the Greek society.
This system does not promote the interests of working-class people.
There is a difference between being able to participate in the system and actually being represented in the system.
Generation Change on Al Jazeera.
Hard-hitting interviews. Has the IRC suffered casualties?
We have not suffered fatalities, thank goodness. We did have injuries from a missile strike on a guest house.
Thought-provoking answers.
So to who did you say no double standards? To all of us. Anyone in particular? I say it to all.
Facing realities.
Government seems here to have whittled down democracy. Is this troubling for you?
It's very, very painful.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
والله لسه احنا بعيدين. كيف بتمشي تحت يا إلاف؟ إلاف كيف يما خرعنا. صرنا نوقف على المية وقوفة. تستنيني ماشي؟ خلص عبي هاد.
شوي عم.
دقيقة القلم. تعالي يعني.
Israel intercepts dozens of missiles and drones after Iran launches its long-awaited retaliatory attack. Hello, I'm Elizabeth Puranam and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Celebrations in Iran, which says the launch was a response to Israel's bombing of its consulate in Syria 2 weeks ago. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet consider their options to what his officials have called a severe and dangerous escalation. President Joe Biden pledges support to Israel and says US forces helped take down nearly all drones and missiles from Iran. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, one Palestinian is killed and at least 46 others are injured in attacks by Israeli settlers, as a missing 14-year-old settler is found dead. After days of threats, Iran has launched its retaliatory attack on Israel. The Israelis say more than 200 drones, ballistic and cruise missiles were launched at the country, the majority of which were intercepted. Air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations for hours overnight, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria 2 weeks ago. Israel's military has told residents the attack is now over.
Tonight, Iran launched a large scale of coordinated attack on Israel. The regime in Iran fired a massive swarm over 200 killer drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Let's go straight to our correspondent, Imran Khan, who's joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. So Israel, it's been a few hours now, Imran, that Israel has lowered the alert level. So what's happening there now?
Well, Israel remains on high alert, although the threat from Iran, they say, is officially now over. The Home Front Command, for instance, has actually cancelled school classes. It says it will allow workplaces to open and gatherings as large as 1,000 people can continue. In the Gaza region, near the border with Gaza, and in Lebanon, they're capping gatherings to around 300 people. Also, the Israeli army say they're continuing airstrikes in southern Lebanon. On the morning shows, as you can imagine, there's a lot of tough talk going on. People are talking about any potential Israeli response to this. One military analyst on one of the morning talk shows was very blunt. He said that it was now time for Iran not to sleep at night. Now, what isn't being talked about, and this is actually kind of crucial, is the war on Gaza. Remember, before the events of April 1st and the Israeli bombing of that consulate in Damascus that sparked this latest round of escalation, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was under a tremendous amount of pressure. Yoav Gallant, for example, the defense minister, actually talked about elections. There were significant fractures within the coalition. The Bring Them Back campaign, the advocacy group for the captives that are still being held, were openly saying that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had failed. Then this attack happened, and there was a tremendous amount of support from the Americans, and suddenly all anybody is talking about in the media and on social media, etc., is the threat from Iran. Iran says that it's now responded and is drawing a line under this whole affair. But Israel is talking tough. We are about to hear from the military spokesman, Daniel Hagari, so let's see what he has to say. It's likely he'll be talking once again about any potential moves and any alert level that may well be put in place in the coming hours, in the coming days.
Iran has said, of course, Imran, as we've been reporting all night, that this is a response, that it has a right to carry out this attack because of Israel's attack on its embassy in Syria, in Damascus, 2 weeks ago. What has Israel said anything at all to that reasoning by Iran?
Well, I mean, Israel has always been very clear that it was expecting an assault from Iran. They had a 48-hour window that they were talking about, that there was going to be a response. That will happen about 24 hours ago. There was a Hezbollah attack, quite a big Hezbollah attack within that time frame. But the Israelis have always said since April the 1st that they're expecting an attack. What they were looking for was where it was going to come from, whether it was going to come from Iranian territory into Israeli territory, which we now know actually happened. But the Israelis are also actually playing this up as well. They're talking about the fact that most of these missiles, these rockets, these drones were actually intercepted, that no real damage was done. But then you have to look at the Iranian side as well. For the Iranians, it wasn't so much of a case of where the missiles were actually landing, but the fact that they actually launched and they mounted this huge attack in the first place. So there's a lot going on here of tit for tat, but there'll be a lot more of that going on diplomatically. The real fear now, though, is what Israel does next and how that will lead to an Iranian response.
Imran, thank you very much. Imran Khan with the latest live in occupied East Jerusalem. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued a statement saying the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. He goes on to say the malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. Outside the British embassy in Tehran, Iranians celebrated the recent attacks on Israel. While some citizens joined the celebrations in vehicles, beeping their horns and waving flags out of windows, others participated on foot, launching fireworks and chanting "Death to Israel." This is Iran's first ever direct attack on Israeli territory. Dorsa Jabari has more from Tehran.
Operation True Promise appears to have wrapped up after over nearly 3 hours of a barrage of drones, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that were launched towards Israel. Now, Iran has said that this is their right to defend themselves, and that is why they've launched this unprecedented attack against Israel. The Iranian Foreign Minister Amir Hossein Abdullahian said that Iran had given the United States advance warning. The Revolutionary Guard issued a number of statements, the last of which said that they hit military target, but that it was successful. Of course, that is being disputed by Israeli officials, saying they've sustained minor damage. This is going to be seen by many Iranians who will wake up to the news on Sunday morning as a historic event in the country. For over 40 years, Iran has been talking about going to war with Israel as one of its main adversaries as a result of a number of events. But certainly over the past few weeks, things have really increased, the tensions between the two countries after the Israeli airstrike in Iran's consulate section in Damascus killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Of course, that was not the first time Israel carried out such an act. This was something that the United Nations Security Council refused to condemn Israel for, and that was one of the points made by Iranian diplomats on Saturday evening, that there was not enough condemnation, and therefore Iran felt that it needed to defend itself against the threats coming from Israel, and that have been continuing for many years. Since October 7th until now, in Syria alone, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And not only that, since 2010, at least 6 nuclear scientists in Iran have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but all of those attacks Iran has blamed Israel for in an attempt to deter or delay Iran's nuclear program. This certainly will be an event that Iranians will be talking about as they wake up to the news. What we do know is that the 2 airports in Tehran, the capital, the domestic one and the international one, Mehrabad Airport and Imam Khomeini Airport, have cancelled or delayed all flights, possibly in preparation for any kind of a retaliatory attack that could be carried out by Israel in the coming hours. And the Revolutionary Guard have also issued warnings to the United States and those countries that have helped Israel defend itself against the attack that was carried out by Iran earlier on Saturday, saying that they will also be paying a price for their assistance they've been providing to Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Mohammed Marandi is a political and security analyst at the University of Tehran, and he says Israel had pushed Iran and has to face the consequences.
The Iranian response will be significant. It will be a complex operation. The Iranians have been playing mind games with the Israeli regime for the last week and a half, and I think people have been enjoying it. And ultimately, the Israeli regime has to face the consequences. It has carried out assassinations in Iran over the years. It has carried out sabotage. It has repeatedly bombed Syria against international law and targeted Iran and its allies. And ultimately, the regime, the genocidal regime, attacked the Iranian embassy, and the UN Security Council, the United States, Britain, and France refused to condemn this strike on an embassy. So there was no other way forward than to directly punish the Israeli regime. They basically were asking for it.
US President Joe Biden cut a weekend trip short and rushed back to Washington. He's met with his national security team and says US commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. She is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Reaction from the US coming thick and fast. Kimberly, talk us through the phone call between Biden and Netanyahu.
Yeah, that's right. It was a 25-minute phone call, we are told. And the U.S. president was coordinating with the Israeli prime minister. What we know is that there was certainly an attempt by the U.S. president to try and convince the Israeli prime minister not to retaliate on Iranian soil. We also know that he did, in fact, try to signal that there should be some sort of containment of the conflict. Now, what we understand is that following that phone call, where there was, we understand also, some signaling from the Israeli Prime Minister that there would be a military response that could potentially include some sort of targeting of potential targets in Iran, including some military installations. There was a statement released by the White House, and the White House, and in fact the U.S. president, condemned the attacks by Iran against Israel in the strongest possible terms. The air attacks against military facilities in Israel launched by Iran and its proxies operating out of Yemen, Syria, and Iraq. Now, the president goes on further in his statement to say that the U.S. military moved aircraft and ballistic missile defense destroyers to the region over the course of the past week. Thanks to these deployments and the extraordinary skill of our service members, we helped Israel take down nearly all of the incoming drones and missiles. I've just spoken to the Prime Minister Netanyahu to reaffirm America's ironclad commitment to the security of Israel. Tomorrow being Sunday here in the United States, I will convene my fellow G7 leaders to coordinate a united diplomatic response to Iran's brazen attack.
And Kimberly, the U.S. Defense Secretary also echoing President Biden's comments publicly. The U.S. is maintaining its ironclad support for Israel. But we're also hearing that the U.S. won't support an Israeli counterattack on Iran, like you alluded to earlier.
Yeah, that's right. And there are a couple of things at play here, and I'll explain briefly why. The first is the U.S. president, and I did allude to this, has always had kind of a multilateral approach. You often hear the U.S. president saying partners and allies. He wants to consult with partners and allies, and that the foundation of his foreign policy would be with sort of consulting his partners and allies. In other words, that he wanted to make this something that was inclusive with the Western leaders in Europe, and that this would be a collaborative approach. And this is no exception. The other thing here that is being reported is that the U.S. president does not have the confidence in Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister. And this has been signaled for many, many weeks now. But in the U.S. media, it is being widely reported, senior administration officials suggesting that there is concern that the United States is being pulled into a broader conflict that it does not want. There is very much a feeling of war fatigue here in the United States. And there is also concern that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has already been conducting his war on Gaza that has resulted in the deaths of more than 33,000 Palestinians' lives, that he has been acting rashly, that he has been acting erratically, and that he has been conducting that war poorly. And the fear is that the United States is going to be drawn into a broader Middle East conflict. And as a result, the feeling is, according to unnamed senior officials, that the decisions that are being made by the Israeli Prime Minister are not always being made with any sort of strategy. And so, again, this is not being attributed, this is being reported in the U.S. media, but the bottom line is this is the suggestion that is being made, another reason why the United States does not want to be drawn in and is hoping to contain this conflict. We should point out very quickly, Elizabeth, there's also been a statement that has been released from the Pentagon by the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin that also kind of underscores the points that are being made by these unnamed officials. He himself held a phone call with his counterpart in Israel, Yoav Gallant, and one paragraph does sort of echo this sentiment. What he says is the Pentagon also calls on Iran to halt these attacks and de-escalate tensions. We do not seek conflict with Iran. It's very clear the United States wants to contain this conflict before things escalate any further.
Kimberly, thank you so much for that. That's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, with the very latest live in Washington, D.C. Akiva Elder is a political analyst and contributed to the Israeli daily paper Haaretz. He says that Israel and the United States will have to respond to Iran's attacks.
For Israel, it is very clear that Netanyahu was thinking for many years about this kind of escalation. He was planning with Ehud Barak at that time, who was Minister of Defense, to strike Iran in a different context. The context was to stop the nuclear program. Now, he has even a greater interest to do this, because after he convinced former President Trump to pull out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran is few weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear bomb. So the other thing is that Iran has been hiding behind its proxies since October 7th, and even before that, behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and was hitting Israel. And for Netanyahu, this is an opportunity to go inside, to go deeper into the source of the Israeli strategic issue it has with Iran. This is not the end of the game tonight. And in this case, I think Israel will have to hit back, and then the superpowers will have to take a stance and be clear about how do they stop the escalation. And the Israeli response has to do with a lot, I'm afraid, with Netanyahu's public relations. He has got now the support of the Israeli public, which he lost in October 7th. Nobody is talking now about the abductees. Nobody is talking about the famine in Gaza. It's all about Iran. It depends on how far the United States is willing to go. What is the American leverage on Iran, and how will the members of the Abraham Accord, who has a clear interest to stop Iran from getting the hegemony over the Middle East, and how the Saudis will react.
The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting on Sunday to discuss Iran's attack, and the Secretary General has urged an end to the fighting in a statement. He said, "I strongly condemn the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by Iran. I call for an immediate cessation of these hostilities. Neither the world nor the region can afford another war." Well, let's go to our correspondent, Gabriel Elizondo, who's live for us at the United Nations headquarters in New York. And the Security Council decided a few hours ago now, Gabe, to hold that meeting on Sunday after Israel requested it.
Yeah, that's right. The Israeli ambassador to the UN sent a letter to the Secretary General and also to the President of the Security Council, which is the ambassador from Malta. Malta holds the presidency of the Council for the month of April. Seeing no objection, Malta scheduled this meeting. It will be held at 4 p.m. on Sunday, New York time. That's about 20 GMT. We expect that the Council will be briefed by Rosemary DiCarlo, the Undersecretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs. We expect that Ms. DiCarlo will brief the Council about the latest developments in the Iran's retaliatory strike, or strikes, I should say, on Israel. We also are hearing that both Israel and Iran will participate in the meeting. Now, Israel wants the Council to condemn Iran and maybe take some action. It's unclear if the Council, though, will issue any sort of statement or will reach any sort of conclusion or action, I should say. The Council is under no obligation to do so, but nevertheless, this meeting will allow all Council members to really publicly state their country's position when it comes to this Iran's retaliatory strike on Israel at this very, very sensitive moment in the Middle East right now. So we'll be watching that meeting on Sunday afternoon, New York time, very closely.
Absolutely, Gabe. And we have to remember that the UN Security Council did not condemn Israel's deadly attack of the Iranian embassy in the Syrian capital 2 weeks ago, Iran maintaining it had the right to respond to that attack. What has its mission to the UN been saying tonight?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Iran sent out a letter to the Secretary General, actually, and also to the Security Council, basically saying this is our legitimate response to April 1st, when Israel struck the Iranian diplomatic mission in Damascus. In a statement, Iran's ambassador said, "We are under our rights to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter." That article says that all UN member states have the right to respond should they be a victim of armed attack of another state. And Iran is saying that is exactly what we're doing, and we reserve our right to do that. So Iran laying out their case from a very diplomatic standpoint under the auspices of the UN Charter.
Gabe, thank you very much. Our correspondent Gabriel Elizondo at the UN headquarters in New York. Well, earlier we spoke with David Derange. He's an associate professor at National Defense University, and he says he was surprised that Iran carried out a direct attack.
It seems that the Iranian leaders are determined not just to take action, but to be seen to take action. What that indicates to me is that there's considerations of pride and prestige that are divorced from strategy and tactical utility, which may indicate a more dangerous era than we thought. So the most important part is the payload. The payload's about 50 kilograms of high explosives, but the explosives have copper penetrating plates that are not just on the ends, but also on the sides. And there's also around the side of the warhead, metal fragment that's sort of in like a little band that can create damage. And so what you have is, by military standards, a relatively small weapon that's not capable of any great penetration of a hardened military target. But if it lands in a thing like we've seen the Russians using this against electrical power stations in Ukraine, it can cause a great amount of damage to complex machinery. And of course, if it hits a large concentration of people, the shrapnel from the fragmentation can cause a great degree of damage. Then you have the body of the Shaheed itself, which is made out of fiberglass. That means that it's both cheap to make, but it's also difficult to acquire by radar. The guidance of the Shaheed can be guided actively, although that is somewhat hard for Iran because it requires a camera, and only a few are made with those because of sanctions. Iran's finding it hard to get those. So most of them are on a sort of inertial guidance. They're either using GPS, which I'm sure that there was extensive jamming. Jamming was reported, and so GPS may have been disabled, and that may have led to a lot of these going down. Or it has an active communications link, which it also is disrupted by electronic warfare jamming. Or it is just put on a dead reckoning. And if it's on a dead reckoning pattern, then it's, once you acquire it, you can shoot it down if need be.
Israeli airstrikes have intensified in northern and central Gaza, killing dozens of people. Nusayrat refugee camp, that's in the center of the Strip, was heavily bombarded. A United Nations-run evacuation shelter and residential towers were among the targets. And further north, Jabalia has been hit by a series of airstrikes. More than 33,600 Palestinians have been killed since the war began in October. Hamas says it submitted its response for a truce proposal to mediators in Egypt and Qatar. In a statement, the group reiterated demands for a permanent ceasefire with a full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip. They asked for the return of displaced Palestinians to their homes and an increase in the entry of aid. Palestinians must be allowed to begin rebuilding in Gaza. The proposal includes a, quote, serious and real exchange of prisoners between the two sides. Hani Mahmoud has more from Rafah in southern Gaza on the proposal.
This can be safely added to the list of allegations made by the Israeli military within the past 6 weeks and since the beginning of this genocidal war across the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military announced areas being cleared and secured because it cleared them from Palestinian fighting groups or from Hamas operatives, but without offering any substantial evidence whatsoever. In fact, when we look at the patterns of destruction and attacks, easily we can find that the part of attacks have been directed at civilian infrastructures, residential buildings and hospitals, healthcare facilities, educational facilities, international organization facilities such as UNRWA. They've been directly targeted in the northern part in Gaza City, and more recently in Khan Yunis, where at least 4 warehouses managed and operated by UNRWA have been either completely damaged or completely destroyed or severely damaged. This pattern of attacks is an indication that the Israeli military is conducting this war mainly on civilian population, because the evidence on the ground suggests and just goes very consistently with the narrative since the beginning of the war, when the Israeli military and its political leaders and military leaders announced that they are going to send Gaza to the Stone Age. And just more recently, the past 3 days have been very, very bloody and very difficult, mainly concentrated in the central area. We're seeing more of the residential buildings are being destroyed, including mosques and schools and public facilities, and further civilian casualties have been the byproduct of this ongoing war on the central area, and pushing more people into further displacement, something that has been feeding into the permanent sense of shattered safety and further permanent displacement for already a traumatized and largely displaced population in overcrowded Rafah city.
Israeli settlers are attacking Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank. It comes as a missing 14-year-old settler was found dead. The circumstances surrounding his death are unclear, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is calling it a heinous murder. Nida Ibrahim has more from the occupied West Bank.
The dust hadn't settled from Friday's arson attack by Israelis in the occupied West Bank before settlers again rampaged through Palestinian villages on Saturday. The attack started after a teenage Israeli settler went missing. The body of the 14-year-old was found on Saturday near his house in an illegal settlement outpost. Badr Abu Alia's home was among those attacked. Only 2 rooms survived the fire.
We were inside our home. We were having lunch when we were exposed to gunfire, shells and stones.
A few hours later, Abu Alia sent us this video of the 2 surviving rooms also being burned. He says he's lucky to be alive. In the same neighborhood on Friday, Israeli settlers shot dead 25-year-old Jihad Abu Alia.
2/3 of the settlers were armed and the soldiers were protecting them. The army shot tear gas and then the settlers started shooting towards us. We threw stones to fend them off, but they were too many. Jihad was visiting us and he just peeked from here and was shot on the spot without doing anything.
Settlers spread out their attacks from the center to the north of the occupied West Bank soon after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described the killing of the Israeli teenager as a heinous murder and pledged to bring those responsible to justice. It's such justice that Palestinians say they're denied. Just since the start of the war on Gaza, the UN has recorded more than 700 settler attacks against Palestinians. Rights groups say 94% of reported attacks go unpunished. And many say the Palestinian Authority has undermined people's ability to defend themselves.
It's a complicated political situation. The international community is silent against what's happening in Gaza as if it's normal. The Palestinian Authority is doing its usual role of supporting the steadfastness of Palestinians on their lands.
This steadfastness is at the core of settler attacks, many say.
Not only in certain villages, but these attacks are taking place also while Palestinians are on the road, making it very dangerous for them to commute from one place to another.
4 settlers' cars have blocked the roads. They pepper sprayed us, attacked us with stones and rods, and entered the car. It's only by the grace of God that we are alive.
Settler groups are calling for more attacks. The result is a mainly unarmed Palestinian population facing many heavily armed Israeli settlers who've been growing in numbers and increasing their violence. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, the occupied West Bank.
And that's it for me, Elizabeth Puranam, for this half hour of news. But I will be back with all the latest developments from Iran's retaliatory attack on Israel in half an hour, and you can always keep up to date on our website, aljazeera.com. People in Power is coming up next.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Has the IRC suffered casualties?
We have not suffered fatalities, thank goodness. We did have injuries from a missile strike on a guest house.
Thought-provoking answers.
So to who did you say no double standards? To all of us. Anyone in particular? I say it to all.
Facing realities.
Government seems here to have whittled down democracy. Is this troubling for you?
It's very, very painful.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Myanmar's junta is facing the biggest military challenge since it seized power in a coup in 2021. Opposition forces now control more than half the country, and for the first time, a loose alliance of ethnic armed groups and newly formed anti-coup militias is moving into areas once considered military strongholds. People in Power returns to Myanmar with unique access to what could be a pivotal moment in the fight against the junta.
A civil war is raging in Myanmar between a loose coalition of opposition groups and a deeply unpopular and increasingly beleaguered military junta. Some of the ethnic armed opposition groups have been fighting the central government for decades. But since a coup in 2021, they've been joined by thousands of pro-democracy activists who formed what they call People's Defence Forces to try and overthrow the regime. We've been filming these young volunteers since 2021. We saw them arrive in the jungle.
Now, we follow them
We followed them as they became hardened guerrilla fighters. In December 2023, we returned to find out what has happened to them since. We were invited by the Karen National Union, which has been fighting for Karen self-determination for decades, to travel to a remote and inaccessible part of the war zone. Our team took a long, secret and dangerous journey into eastern Myanmar. Then headed west through a mountainous region controlled by the KNU. We were able to smuggle out recordings that tell a dramatic story of how, for the first time since the coup, the Myanmar army is on the back foot. After 2 days' travel, we arrived at the headquarters of the Karen National Liberation Army 3rd Brigade. The first independent journalist to film here since the coup. Lieutenant Colonel Solaji Hay commands a battalion of 300 men. He was just 16 when he joined the Karen armed struggle. and he's seen massive changes. After 4 decades of jungle warfare, he was sceptical when young volunteers started to arrive from the cities. The Karen authorities gave us rare access to one of these PDF camps. Yebor Tinu is the leader under the overall command of the Karen National Liberation Army.
He was elected as a member of parliament for the National League for Democracy. But when the military junta overthrew the democratic government, he found himself under threat of arrest.
Rather than seeking asylum abroad, as some of his colleagues did, Tinu came here to the jungle to take up arms against the junta. Life in the jungle for these new volunteers from the city is unfamiliar and hard. But the prospect of helping overthrow the junta is attracting more and more recruits. In October 2023, the Ta'ang and Kokang ethnic armed organisations led a combined offensive against the military junta known as Operation 1027. They overran several key towns and captured huge amounts of arms and ammunition. It was a game changer in a civil war that has often seemed to be at a stalemate. For the first time in decades, the Myanmar army looked vulnerable. Now, new volunteers are constantly arriving to join the armed struggle against the junta. Tinu's PDF unit is almost 300 strong, and their training and equipment is better than ever.
PDF ကိုစတင်တည်ထောင်လုံးကစစ်တပ်နဲ့ပြည်တဲ့အခါမှာအဓိကအဖြစ်တော့ KNL လေးอ่ะเนาะ KNL လေးကနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဦးစီးပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တင်တဲ့နေပြီးတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘက်မှာလည်းဒီ CDM လောက်လာတဲ့တက်ကအရာရှိတချို့ကလည်းအကူအညီဆောင်ရွက်ပေးပါတယ်တင်တဲ့အတွက်ကိုဟုတ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီတစ်ခေါက်တော်လန်ရေးပေါ့နော်ဒီတစ်ခေါက်ကျွန်တော်တို့အာဏာရှင်ကိုစနစ်တစ်ခုတော်လန်တဲ့အခါမှာတူးတဲ့တစ်ဖွဲ့တဲ့ကျွန်တော်လုပ်လို့မရပါဘူးကျွန်တော်နှစ်ပေါင်းများစွာကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်းပြည်မှာတော်လန်ရေးတွေရှေ့ချနေတာကအဓိကကတော့စီးလုံးညီညွတ်မှုကျွန်တော်တို့စီးလုံးညီညွတ်မှုမရှိခဲ့လို့အာဏာရှင်ကတဆိုးရှေ့နေတာဒါကြောင့်မို့ဒီတစ်ချိန်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီတိုင်းရင်းသားညီကိုတွေအကုန်လုံးတစိတ်တဝမ်းနဲ့လက်ချင်းချိတ်ပြီးတော့အာဏာရှင်ကိုတော်လှန်တာပါ
နေ့မို့3လကျော်အဲ့လောက်ပဲရှိတယ်အခက်အခဲတော့ရှိခဲ့ပါတော့တင်တဲ့နေချိန်မှာအခက်အခဲရှိခဲ့ပြောရမယ်ဆိုလို့ချင်းဘယ်လိုပြောဒီလောက်ကြမ်းတမ်းနေပေါ့နော်တချို့အရာတွေဆိုတကယ်တော်ကြမ်းတမ်းနေမလုံးနိုင်ဘူးလို့ထင်တော့တဲ့အရာအထီကိုကြမ်းတမ်းတဲ့ဟာရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒါတွေကိုကြော်ဖြတ်ခဲ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီပေါ့တနက်ပြစ်တိုင်းပါပေါ့နော်တနက်ပြစ်တိုင်းပါဆိုခက်တယ်ကွာခက်တယ်ဆိုကိုရဲ့ပေါ့နော်ခဏကိုအစိပ်ပိုင်းလောက်နဲ့အဲ့ဒီအရာကိုသွားပြောပေါ့နော်တလောက်ရတာဆိုတာဘယ်လိုပြောသူတို့ကကြမ်းတမ်းတာမဟုတ်ဘူးကိုကတချို့တနက်တွေဆိုမနိုင်နိုင်ရှိအဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေဖြစ်တာတွေပြီးတော့ torrent ဆင်ထွက်တဲ့အခါမှာတော်တော်ခက်ခဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီအခါမှာတကယ်ပေါ့နော်စစ်ကြောင်းဘာထိုးရအဲ့လိုမျိုးပါနဲ့ကြုံရတဲ့ဟာဟုတ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပါနဲ့တော်တော်ချိန်မှာပြေးရတယ်ဗျအဲ့လိုမျိုး
For student Go Win, the chance to fight the regime was exhilarating.
တိုက်ပွဲကတော့6ဘက်9ပွဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ကြုံပြီးပါတယ်ဒီ2နှစ်အတွင်းမှာပေါ့ဂျန်နာတွေကတော့ဒီတိုင်းပဲတော်တော်ပြစ်တာတွေပေါ့ဂျန်နာတွေကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ6ဘက်9ပွဲကတော့ကျွန်တော်ကြုံပြီးပါတယ်တာမဏိစိတ်တော့စိတ်တော့မရှိဘူးစိတ်လုံရှာဟိုတခုကတော့ရှိတာပေါ့တခါမှဟိုကြောက်စိတ်ဆိုတာကြောက်စိတ်တက်တက်ပေါ့ဗျာစိတ်ခံစားချက်ကစိတ်ခံစားချက်တက်တက်ဘယ်လိုစိတ်ခံစားချက်ဆိုတော့စိတ်လုံရှာတာပေါ့တခါမှမဖြစ်ဘူးစိတ်လုံရှာမှုလို့ဒီတိုက်ပွဲထဲမှာဟိုပျော်တယ်ပေါ့ဟိုဒီကောင်လေးကိုတိုက်ထားတာဆိုတော့ကိုလှုပ်ရှင်တဲ့လုပ်တစ်ခုပဲလေအဲ့တော့ပျော်တဲ့ခံစားချက်ပေါ့
မနေ့ကပဲဒီတိုက်ပွဲထဲမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့တပ်မှုတယောက်ချဆုံးခဲ့ပါတယ်ဒီအတွက်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ညစွာဆုံးရှုံးမှုလည်းရှိတယ်အတော့ပေမဲ့သူ့ရဲ့ဆုံးရှုံးမှုကအချီးနှီးမဖြစ်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့တော်လှန်ရေးအတွက်အများကြီးအထောက်အကူပေးခဲ့ပါတယ်ဗျဟုတ်
As we filmed, news emerged of a major joint operation by the Karen forces and the PDF against the Myanmar army. For the first time, they were moving out of their jungle stronghold and into the low-lying areas to the west. We travelled with them across the Sitong River to see for ourselves what was happening in the newly liberated territory. Due to the ongoing fighting, our movements were controlled, but we were free to talk to whoever we wanted. The further west we went, the more evidence we found of recent heavy fighting.
ဒါပြီးဒီမိုးတွေကတိုက်ပွဲဖြစ်တာပေါ့စစ်ကွဲအလောင်းတွေကဒီမှာတော့15လောက်ကျန်နေခဲ့တယ်ဟောဒီနေရာမှာ3လောက်တစ်ဖွဲ့ရှိတယ်ဟိုနေရာလေးမှာ2လောက်တစ်ဖွဲ့ရှိတယ်ဟိုဘက်3လောက်ရှိတယ်ပြီးတော့ဟိုဘက်မှာလည်းရှိတယ် ဒါတွေကကြီးကားတွေသူတို့ချောဖို့လေတွေကြည်ခွေးကန်တာတွေစောင်းတွေဒါသူတို့ကြည်ခွေးကန်တာတွေ
A few miles further on, we came to a village where the Myanmar army had taken up a position in a Buddhist monastery. After a week of fighting, the KNLA and PDF troops defeated the Myanmar army unit and forced the survivors to retreat. As rebel forces advance, the Myanmar army is increasingly resorting to airstrikes, long-range artillery and drone attacks. The consequences for the villagers are devastating, as this phone footage taken by a survivor shows. Ong Thwin was sleeping when the army began randomly shelling his village. Sordathablay is one of the elders of this group of villages. He now works with the Karen National Union, attempting to create a civilian administration. An estimated 3 million civilians are now displaced from their homes in Myanmar. It's a humanitarian disaster on a massive countrywide scale. Government institutions have collapsed in many places, and very little aid is able to reach these villages. The KNU, with limited resources, provides what food and medical aid it can to the displaced villagers. But casualties often have a long, hard journey ahead of them to reach any kind of treatment. This makeshift clinic was set up by the PDF with donations from inside Myanmar and around the world. Dr. Tin Win, a former Myanmar army medic who defected to join the rebels, is the only doctor.
ရင်ထဲကသဘောပေါက်ပါတယ်တကယ်တကယ်ကိုဒီတာဝန်ထမ်းဆောင်ခဲ့တဲ့ကာလမှာလည်းဒီနိုင်ငံအနှံ့အပြားပေါ်လေရောက်ခဲ့တဲ့အခြေအနေမှာလည်းလိုအပ်ချက်တွေအများကြီးရှိနေရတယ်တွေ့တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီ2015နဲ့20ကြားထဲမှာကျတော့အချို့သောဒီမူဝါဒဘိုင်းဆိုင်ရာတွေကြောင့်မလို့ကိုယ့်နိုင်ငံကဒီကာလတိုထဲမှာပေါ့လေတိုးတက်ခဲ့တာမြင်ရတယ်မြင်ရတော့ကိုယ်လည်းဒီအတိုင်းတော့ငါတို့လည်းဒီပုံစံနဲ့ဆိုတော့ဆက်သွားရင်တော့ဒီနိုင်ငံတကာမှာလည်းခေါင်းမော့ရင်ကော့ပြီးတော့နေလို့ရမယ်လို့တော့ထင်ခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်ကိုယ်အိမ်မက်တွေမက်ခဲ့တာပေါ့အိမ်မက်တွေမက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့2020ခုနှစ်အာဏာသိမ်းလိုက်တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အချိန်မှာကိုယ်အိမ်မက်တွေကဟုတ်ပါအောင်မလားပေါ့နော်ပထမတစ်ရက်နေ့ကိုတန်တရားဝင်သွားခဲ့တာပေါ့
Now Dr. Tinwin operates as best he can in the jungle. Here he's removing shrapnel from a wounded soldier's leg.
မတိကြတဲ့လက်ကိုပဲကိုယ်ရွေးခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်ကိုယ်ဒီလျှောက်တဲ့လမ်းတွေကိုယ်ဒီလျှောက်တဲ့အိမ်မက်တွေအကောင့်တွေဖို့အတွက်ကိုဖြစ်ချင်တာတွေဖြစ်ခွင့်ရဖို့အတွက်ဟိုမတိကြတဲ့လက်ကိုတော့ရွေးခဲ့တာပေါ့ဘာတွေကွာလို့ဆိုရင်တော့အဲ့မတိကြမှုတွေကတော့တော်တော်တိတိတတ်ကွာပါတယ်မနေ့ပြန်လည်းဘာဖြစ်မှလည်းမသိဘူးတေမာလားရှင်းမာလားတော့မတိကြတဲ့အခြေအနေပေါ့လေဒါပေမဲ့ဒီအချိန်မှာတော့ဟိုကွာခြားမှုဆိုပေမဲ့နောက်တော့ရတာမဟုတ်ဘူးပေါ့နော်
At the end of our journey, we were shown a prisoner of war camp housing 22 Myanmar army soldiers. Along with them were 37 women and children who were living at a Myanmar army base when the Karen and PDF overran it. Lieutenant Colonel Sulaji Hay is now responsible for them. We filmed them out of earshot of the Karen forces. They were apparently well fed and happy to talk. One of them, a captain, agreed to tell the story of how they were captured. PDF commander Tinu called out to them to surrender.
ဆဆချင်းမှာတော့သူတို့တွေးထင်တာရှိပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့တွေကသူတို့တွေကိုဟိုတပ်ပစ်မယ်တခုခုလုပ်မယ်လို့တော့သူတို့မျှော်လင့်ထားတယ်သူတို့ကိုယ်တိုင်လည်းအံ့ဩနေတယ်သူတို့ဒီလောက်ထိဟိုစီကံတကြကျင့်ဝင်တဲ့အညီလက်ခံမယ်လို့သူတို့မမျှော်လင့်ထားခဲ့ဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီမှာဝန်သားအရနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ခြေခွန်းချပြီးတနက်မြောက်ပြပြီးလည်းနဲ့ချပြီးသွားပြီးလည်းဆွဲနှုတ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့စိတ်ထဲမှာတော့ဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲတက်ရှူရှောင်းပြီးပြီးဒီလည်းဖြစ်သွားစိတ်ဝမ်းသာစိတ်လည်းဖြစ်သွားအဲ့မှာကျွန်တော်ဖက်ပြီးတော့နှုတ်ဆက်ပြီး
Rebel forces have made huge gains against the Myanmar army, but the future for the civilian population remains deeply uncertain. With no air defences, they're extremely vulnerable to attack. Every time they hear a jet or drone overhead, they're forced to take cover. Despite the ongoing attacks, the KNU is attempting to set up a civilian government in these newly liberated areas, including a network of Karen schools. But for the PDF volunteers, there's no going back. Tinu is optimistic about the task ahead.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ယုံကြည်ပါတယ်ဒီတစ်ခေါက်ကျွန်တော်တို့နယူးဒေါ်လာရေးကပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ဒေါ်လာရေးတွေနဲ့မတူပဲကွဲပြားတဲ့အချက်တွေအများကြီးရှိပါတယ်ဒီတစ်ချိန်ကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒေါ်လာရေးရဲဘော်ရဲဘက်တွေအားလုံးစုစည်းပြီးတမိုင်းမှာဒီတစ်ချိန်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ခါမှမငြင်းညွတ်ဘူးနိုင်ငံရေးအရာအောင်စီးရေးရအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးညီညွတ်ရှိနေကြတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မို့ဒီဒေါ်လာရေးကအောင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ယုံကြည်တယ်
အားလုံးဒီခက်ခဲရတယ်လူများချင်တယ်ပေါ့နော်အိမ်ပြန်နေတာမသိရပါဘူး
Now is the time to be direct.
Israel's project has been to completely conflate Zionism and Judaism. But Israel's not a Jew. Israel's a state, and they need to be treated as any other state would.
This is where the tough questions are asked. Can you see negotiations being even possible?
This is not important to Putin. He's not going to negotiate.
Bold, unapologetic. I'm just asking.
There are some rules to every interview.
Up front on Al Jazeera.
After months of fighting, with thousands of people killed and millions more forced from their homes, what does the future hold for Sudan and its people? The Sudan conflict, 1 year on Al Jazeera.
Al Care Foundation has delivered over $300 million worth of aid in more than 75 countries around the world. 100% of zakat and emergency donations spent on projects, and we ensure beneficiaries come first. Over 300 of our lorries have entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing in recent months. Our motto is bless and be blessed, and we are turning your donations into direct delivery in the shortest possible time. Donate with confidence.
What we do in Al Jazeera is try to balance this story and give the people who allow us into their lives dignity and humanity.
Israel intercepts hundreds of missiles and drones after Iran launches its long-awaited retaliatory attack. Hello, I'm Elizabeth Puranam and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Celebrations in Iran, which says the launch was a response to Israel's bombing of its consulate in Syria 2 weeks ago. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet consider their options to what his officials have called a severe and dangerous escalation. And President Joe Biden pledges support to Israel and says US forces helped take down nearly all drones and missiles from Iran. After days of threats, Iran has launched its retaliatory attack on Israel. The Israelis say more than 300 drones, ballistic and cruise missiles targeted the country, the majority of which were intercepted. The attack marked the first time Tehran has launched a direct military assault on Israel. Heidi Jo Castro begins our coverage.
Explosions lit up Israel's night sky as interceptors took down dozens upon dozens of Iranian-launched drones. Israel's military spokesman said the nation's defense systems detected incoming drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles launched from Iran and its proxies.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems.
The damage to Israel was far less than had been feared. Israeli officials said one child was hurt and a military base suffered minor damage. Schools in Israel had closed early, and civilians had been warned to seek shelter from the attack that many had suspected was coming. As it unfolded, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon closed their airspace, and U.S. President Joe Biden cut short a trip to Delaware, rushing back to the White House to meet with his National Security Council. In a statement, Biden said U.S. forces helped Israel take down nearly all the incoming drones and missiles. And Biden spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone, affirming the U.S.'s ironclad support. Iran said the weekend's attack was retaliation for Israel's strike on an Iranian diplomatic compound in Damascus earlier this month. Even as the drones rained down on Israel, Iran's mission to the United Nations said the matter can be deemed concluded, but warned more violence would come if Israel or the U.S. retaliated. Iranians rallied in front of the British embassy in Tehran after the attack concluded.
I have never seen in any country, anywhere, that attacking another country and war makes people happy. But tonight, people gave up their sleep so that they can come here and show how important this war is to us, and how glad we are from this attack on Israel.
Leaders in the UK, Europe, and Canada condemned Iran's actions as reckless, unacceptable, and destabilizing for the region. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also called for an immediate cessation of hostilities. But Israel has signaled it will respond to Iran's attack. The UN Security Council is expected to discuss efforts to prevent a direct war between the two countries on Sunday. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera.
Let's go straight to our correspondent Imran Khan. He's joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. And Imran, we've heard from Israel's military spokesperson again. He significantly increased the number of drones and missiles he said were fired from Iran.
That's absolutely right. He's talking about a number of about 331 strikes in total. But he's also playing up the fact that the defense system worked, and he called it a victory. But it's not just him. We've also heard from the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who said, I've recently completed an operational situation assessment with senior members of Israel's defense establishment. The state of Israel was attacked with hundreds of missiles and UAVs, and IDF thwarted this attack in an impressive manner. Together with the United States and additional partners, we managed to defend the territory of the state of Israel. Very little damage was caused. The fact that they're now playing up the defense systems all working as a victory may well be an indication of how Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will respond when he talks a little bit later. There seems to be a message coming out that we've managed to thwart this attack. Our defense systems have worked. Whether that has an impact on any